So angry at myself that I let a good thing pass me by. Oh, when you said farewell, I could feel the stars fall from the sky. 1,000 to 1,000, I still count the nights without you. I just wanna hold you in my arms. I never should have let you slip through. I just wanna get this message to you. I need your love wherever you are. Please sleep tight. Every day the sun chases the moon. Every day I wish I traced you. Wherever you are, I think of you on these lonely nights. I'll sing 1,001 perpetual love songs, while 1,001 stars fall from the sky. I'll watch 1,001 nights turn into birdsong. I'll wish 1,001 times that you were mine. Cosmic Blue will go over that shortly. So selfish and so cruel. I wish I never treated you this way. Oh, I was such a fool. Now it seems my night will never turn to day. 1,000 to 1,000, I still count the nights without you. I just wanna hold you in my arms. I never should have let you slip through. I just wanna get this message to you. Where's your love, wherever you are, please sleep tight. Every day the sun chases the moon. Every day I wish I chased you. Wherever you are, I think of you on these lonely nights. I'll sing 1,001 perpetual love songs. Watch 1,001 stars fall from the sky. I'll watch 1,001 nights turn into birdsong. I'll wish 1,001 times that you were mine. You were mine. Stories in my stories. I have morning glories. I have to survive the sleepless nights. I remember when I saw you that night. I remember when I saw you that night. I can tell you when I saw you that night. I can tell you when I saw you that night. I saw you that night. I remember when I saw you that night. I remember what I did that night. I remember what I did that night. I'll sing 1,001 perpetual love songs. Watch 1,001 stars fall from the sky. I'll watch 1,001 nights turn into birdsong. I'll wish 1,001 times that you were mine. You were mine. What a pretty couple of kids. Love that video. Love that song. Today I'm dedicating it to all of my banned commenters that I'm going to free. That's right. I'm going to free everybody on July 4th, the Commenters' Day of Amnesty. I will unblock everyone on all platforms and then stream reacting to all the comments I get, deciding who gets rebanned. So get your best zingers or apologies ready. I'm going to read all the comments. You know, I'm going to ban people. I'm just going to reban them, obviously. Because if somebody shows up, there's people who are banned because, you know, they showed up in chat and just spammed the same slur over and over again all day. We can't just let that run free for very long. I'm just saying everybody gets a second chance. Some people don't realize. They don't realize what a hostile environment they're getting themselves into for trolling. Maybe they were sincerely fans who were just trying to be funny. They didn't understand that you know, sometimes you can go too far. One thing a lot of people don't understand is that YouTube YouTube holds me accountable for what you comment. So if you comment a bunch of stuff that like advertisers wouldn't appreciate, it's up to me to go and prune all that out for the sake of me keeping ads on my channel. Now, granted, I lose ads on most of my videos because of the things I say. So frankly, I don't know where I draw the line necessarily for what you are or not allowed to say, but I'll say there's a couple of hard and fast rules. Obviously, no spam, no racism, no transphobia or homophobia, basically no bigotry. I will ban bigotry on site always. But will Bird be around? Oh, I'm sure Bird will be excited to watch this go down. I'm sure Bird will be having a field day. Ellen might run and hide. I don't know. But Bird and I will be out there on patrol. And I'm not going to be on all day either. It's July 4th. I got family coming over. I got stuff I got to do. So I'm not just going to be live streaming myself responding to bad comments all day. I'm probably going to get drunk and look at some fireworks. But at least in the morning and at night, I will definitely be coming in and responding, doing a big old comments on comments about all of the comments that show up, positive or negative. I'm sure there's some people who probably regret getting themselves banned. Some people who maybe said something hot-headed that I took the wrong way like a decade ago and I don't even remember it, and they've been banned, just sitting there banned for 10 years. Let's take a look at how big the ban list is just to see like what we're dealing with here. I'm pretty sure I can go right into, and it'll show you how little I've ever looked at this because I can't even immediately think of where the fuck I would find this. Settings, I think, community. Okay. So we got the moderators are Ellen, Bird, and Riley and Mint on their shared channel. And then hidden users. Let's see how long this goes for. Okay. Oh, it says show 354 more. I was like, that didn't seem very long. There's 354 more expanded. Will it expand again? Like, is it groups of? Okay, no. It seems to be. There's probably about 500 banned commenters on YouTube. That's just YouTube. So, like, God knows how long some of these people, like, how long has Coming Nico been banned? Probably forever, I know I remember that name. I remember that being, like, an old school troll. I have no idea how long ago I felt the need to ban Coming Nico. Most of these are not names that I recognize. But I'm like, all these people will be free to get a second shot to either immediately make a fool out of themselves and get banned again, or, have a second shot at being capable of contacting me on some platform. I'm not just going to do YouTube. I am, if you're on Twitter, I guess this has video even on Twitter, right? Yeah. This is my first time restreaming to Twitter through StreamYard. I just straight up didn't know it could do that until Frog Tony told me. Shout out to Frog Tony. We were hanging out at Too Many Games, and he was like, you could restream to Twitter. And I was like, shit. I did not know that. I had a feeling it was possible. I just didn't realize it was through StreamYard possible. Okay, what was I about to show you all? Oh, right, the ban list on Twitter. Let's go over there. How do I get to that? I'm sure I probably have even more people blocked on Twitter than I have commenters banned on YouTube, because I've had times where I was, we're like hundreds of people in a day I had to block because I was getting like raided by by people. So let's see, where privacy and safety, mute and block, banned accounts, blocked accounts. Here we go. All right, let's see how long the blocked accounts list is on Twitter. And I'm going to literally some of these people, I might unblock them and then reblock them just based on their description. On Twitter, you've got a little bit more to work with. There are some people who I blocked just because, I saw. So there are plenty of people on Twitter that I've blocked that I've never interacted with whatsoever. I just think that they're terrible fucking people. from reading their tweets, and I don't want to ever have to interact with them. So my blocked list on Twitter is considerable. Jesus Christ, it just keeps going. I only have so far seen one. I know I'm going very fast, but I've only seen one name I actually recognize in this list so far. Jesus, it truly never ends. I mean, I've been on Twitter for a long time. Like 15 years I've been on Twitter. I hope these are in order and that whoever Demas is the first person I ever blocked somehow. Let's see. Let's view the posts of this person. Why did I block you? Did you deserve it? They got some cool tree posts talking about crows, getting married in a cool looking place and outfit. This person seems fine. I'm currently tracking a lot of random in-transit hardware that, a little like Voltron, will unite with great fanfare to form a functional, expensive as fuck per frame, large format camera, and as usual, ignoring forum rules, starting super wide, planning on portraits, so sue me. Okay, seems like a little bit of a defensive, maybe kind of angry person. Maybe they said something that set me off, but I'm just saying, this doesn't seem like somebody whose whole existence needs denial, you know? Unless they say something really dumb after I unblock them. Who knows? Maybe I'll find out they're a Nazi or something. I truly don't know why I blocked these fucking people. I've just been blocking people for a very long. Look how old my account is. July 2008. You know how old Elon Musk's account is? Check this out. June 2009. My account is nearly a year older than Elon Musk's. This means that I was on the trend of Twitter before the guy who now owns it. Why subject myself to this? Because I have a suspicion there are some people in there who are okay and who maybe are regretful, maybe didn't even realize they were blocked, would change tactic if they knew that I block people. This time, everybody's got warning this time. Like, I didn't warn any of these people that I block accounts. You just have to know that. You have to lurk on the channel, figure out, and I kind of want that from people. But at the same time, I want to invite customers, If my block list has my whole audience on it, who is even around to watch the videos, at that point. So I figure I got to give everybody a second chance. Like I said, I've been doing this for 15 fucking years. I've been blocking people for 15 years. Some of these people, statistically, a lot of them are dead. Considering they're internet trolls, statistically, a considerable amount of them are either too dumb to live or have killed themselves because they're miserable. So I'm sure there's a lot of dead people in my block list. Yeah, and like Amy said, also it's content, so why not? I mean, I have this whole comments on Arctimen Silva. You're not blocked, or else your comments wouldn't show up. I don't think. I don't know if you can tell if you're blocked on YouTube even. So that'll also be fun. Is like maybe some people didn't even know, because I feel like it still shows you your own comments, but nobody else can see them or something. Like you have to kind of get somebody else to confirm for you that you've been blocked. I don't know this though. I've never checked to find out if I'm blocked on a YouTube channel or something. Gary always with $2 says, like I always say, anyone can change. Yeah, like Rocky said, I could change, you could change, anyone could change. And Cosmic Blue said, am I doing any kind of prep for the unbanning? My prep is this stream, letting you all know that it's happening, letting you all know about the plan of what exactly is going to go down. I'm literally going to live stream myself doing the unbanning, like reading name by name, letting everybody know that they've been unbanned one by one. And then I will read comments, for at least that day. I'll do it on stream, just like reading whatever comments come in from the unbanned people and determining if they need to be banned again. I'm sure new people who aren't banned will turn up trying to get banned. People will see that I'm doing a mass banning event and they will want to be banned. And then there will also be people who are like, excited that they're finally unbanned and like trying to navigate how they can still troll me without getting banned again. Because that's another part of this, right? Like, I don't dislike trolls and critics. I dislike specifically bigotry because I can't make excuses for it. Like I can't argue with your bigotry. You know, it shuts you out of the conversation with me. Like it's like if you're that level of ignorant, I can't, it's too much for me to deal with, you know. And then concern trolling. I hate concern trolls. And concern trolls is anybody who wants to tell me how to do my career from an outsider perspective, basically, or do my life from an outsider perspective. I will come to you with help that I want, you know. Um, the idea that you see somebody else who is doing things in a way you wouldn't, and then you feel like you need to tell them the way they should be doing things, that is an unhealthy way of being, and I don't respect people who do it at all. So like those types of people, I will ban you because you have that way of being, and they tend to be persistent. Like people who have a concern trolling nature, like they will always leave those type of comments. They're always going on about the things that they want you to change, and it leaves you at a point where you're like, why aren't you dealing with your own life? Like, why are you talking to me about what you perceive as my issues? You know, and usually not, like sometimes I actually am looking for advice from the internet, and then you'll have these people who kind of sidestep whatever I'm talking about to, you know, raise their own complaints. And it's like, well, that's not the conversation at hand. You know, like the point of this is like a forum of targeted discussion. I come on here to raise topics so that we could talk about those topics, you know, not so that people can just come in and fucking spout every thought on their mind into the comments about me or my whole career, every other video I've made, you know, irrelevant stuff that has nothing to do with the current video. Like that kind of stuff is annoying. So that kind of stuff will likely get you banned. But I'm giving everybody fair warning. You will have seen this stream. You will know how to not get banned. I'm not nearly as strict as I used to be. You know, back in the PCP days, we did that whole commenter rules thing. I've broken so many of those rules myself. You know, I'll leave a comment way before I finish the video and then just come back and keep editing it over and over again with new stuff to say. You know, I don't care. I don't care about all the in-depth rules. The only two things really bother me. Bigotry, and again, it's not a matter of like jokes. Like I like jokes. I like jokes. I like jokes that make fun of people, even if those people are seen as like socially lower or whatever. I don't know. The idea of punching down almost insinuates that there are certain people who are lower, which doesn't make sense to me. If we're looking at everybody as equals, I don't mind being punched down upon or whatever, you know, but if you come in and the statement you're making isn't funny, it's just like, ha, trans people, you know. Actually, if it was specifically that, I'd probably laugh. If you literally just typed, ha, trans people, I'd probably think that was funny. But like people just coming in and typing like the same generic statistics or acronyms that they haven't come up with new shit. I tweeted about this earlier. Like, why is the euphemism treadmill so slow when it comes to transphobia? Like we're still dealing with the 41% meme, which is not real. It's not a real statistic, but people will literally just post that number and nothing else. And I'm like, what am I supposed to, like, it's basically like you're raising your hand and saying, ban me. That's all I read out of that. I look at it, I'm just like, oh, you're just like asking to be banned? Is that what this is? Okay, I guess we'll ban, you know, or what's the YWNBAW? That's the one. You will never be a woman. That acronym. They'll just post that acronym. And I'm like, I already am, though. Like, I don't have to. There's not like it's not a waiting for a future. Other Riley with $2 says, ha, trans people. Thank you. Yeah, 69%. Thank you, Sarah. That's the appropriate percentage when it comes to trans people. That's our favorite percentage. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird to me that they haven't come up with new shit. Like there must be better surely y'all have fucked enough trans people at this point to figure out what we're really insecure about, right? Like, I don't know. If you're really trying to neg the trans community into getting into their pants or whatever it is you're trying to do, you gotta figure out what we actually are insecure about. Anyway, I was going to talk about being avant-garde on this podcast, presenting new and unusual experimental ideas, usually in the arts, favoring or introducing experimental or unusual ideas. I'm fascinated with the phrase specifically avant-garde. It literally means advance guard, vanguard. You know, it means the same thing as vanguard, which is basically just like the front, like yeah, the recon unit that scouts the terrain ahead of the main force of the army. So for the most part, these people are just like going out and like seeing where the army should or should not go, which is interesting. I feel like I am definitely avant-garde in the most definitional sense. Like, and it's a phrase that you can take to mean, like, I think a lot of people just use it pretentiously to mean like it's artsy, you know, like it's advanced. Ooh, it's more advanced. Oh, the postmodernism is so avant-garde, which is not even, they're not to me related really concepts. It's just avant-garde to me literally means like I'll go out in front and scout ahead and make sure it's safe, you know. That's where I think I stand culturally, even as like a reviewer or a recommender. Like I am the person who would go and literally screen every anime that comes out, you know, dropping most of it obviously, but like coming away with, here's the two that are actually good this season that the rest of you should watch, you know, now that the dust has settled. um I'm the canary in the coal mine, I guess, of culture. And being in the avant-garde, I think it's a dangerous position to be, especially when you're like at war. And I feel like I mean you're always at war, right? Like if you have an identity, your identity is always being challenged by people whose identity, you know, thinks it cannot coexist with yours, or vice versa. um you know, I've always felt like I've been playing defense more or less. As an anime fan, I was big into moe at a time when that was not cool. You know, when like the internet was upset that all this cutesy shit, all these like you know, 80s and 90s anime fans who had been into all this like rough manime shit, you know, they were upset about all this teenage girl crap that was coming out. And people like me who were into all that teenage girl crap, I feel like we were an avant-garde at a time in just being into like moe, you know, as Americans at a time before, like in Japan, being into moe as would have to be considered avant-garde in like the 80s, you know, but as an American in the early 2000s, you know, it felt like something new. And you know, me making videos like say how to distinguish cute girls anime, that's one of my classic videos about how even though all these shows kind of look the same, there are actually good ones and bad ones, you know, and like you can distinguish those if you've developed a taste for it. But it can be hard to recognize from a distance, where like this is kind of a new language of anime that we're dealing with, you know, and having to get used to and come to understand. So you know, and also being in the avant-garde, you find yourself coming across plenty of shit that's not interesting or useful. It's kind of like a science of movement in a way, a science of map making or terraining, if that's a word. Like a And by science I mean you're experimenting all the time, and most of the time you're not really getting any results. You know, it's a science of trying to determine where is worth trespassing and reaching tons of dead ends. And this live stream show is a great example. This live stream show is maybe the most avant-garde thing I've ever done. If we're going by the definition of, you know, just going out in front and trying to find the way forward, this live stream show is my most avant-garde project. And a lot of the times I'm going down pathways that I personally know don't lead anywhere. Like I'm not necessarily trying to advance. I'm just trying to explore sometimes, just try like going to too many games. This is not something I did as a career move, This is something I did because a bunch of my friends would be there, and it was Bird's birthday. It was a familiar convention we've gone to a few times. We got the chance to grill with Tony from Hack the Movies, Manny Muskets, Riley and Mint, hang out with all of them and Frog Tony throughout the convention, buy some fun things, play some cool video games I never get to see anywhere else. Like this was just me having fun. But that's still part of like, exploring this to bring it back. Like the reason I did videos about it and talk about it with the internet is like, is this something you would like? Trying to present my experience, like, is this a worthwhile thing to pass forward into the world or whatever? I don't usually try to make the value judgments as much as I just present my reaction and let you decide for yourself if that's something you would also feel. Riley with $2 says Tony has a big head. This is true. Tony's head seems to keep growing mysteriously. Now, I will say personally, I've also got a big head. I don't know if my head can compete with Tony's. I feel like I have to get a picture with both of our heads next to each other. See, my head's very, very long is the thing. Like it's not super wide, but it's super long. I was actually born, my head is in like the top 10% or something. So some ridiculously high percent of biggest heads as a baby. True facts. Come to MagFest. I have heard Frog Tony says my head ain't big. I don't know if your head's big, Frog Tony, but we're talking about the other Tony. We're talking about famous Tony from Hack the Movies. His head has legendarily begun to balloon. Nobody's really sure why. By the way, Frog Tony, thank you for telling me that I could restream to X through StreamYard. I was a fool and had not figured that out for myself yet. All right, I need to look up. MagFest is in DC, right? When the fuck is this? Because I was just looking at a big list of all the fucking conventions happening this year, and this was not in the list that I can remember. At least not where I thought it was. Okay, there's a bunch of MagFests, I guess. A tax-exempt Maryland corporation. Okay, I guess that's a funny way of describing yourself. So you got Super MagFest in January. Magstock was in June. That was the camp one. Oh, I did kind of want to do that. I want to do this sometime because I want to go to camping conventions. I haven't been to any yet. Mag West, I'm not going to be able to get to San Jose in September. There's no chance of that. And there's no information about these ones. So, yeah, there's almost no chance I'm making it to MagFest this year, but I will try to do it sometime. I'll try to make it to the Maryland MagFest sometime. But I do have it on my docket here, my show topics. I actually wrote out a fucking list for once to go over cons I want to be at this summer. But we're going to wait a second before we do that. I'm still talking about the avant-garde. Other Riley with another $2. Who has the bigger head, Tony or Trixie? We're going to have to figure this out. This is I don't know if I want to make it a competition because I don't know if I want to be known for having the biggest head. But at the same time, I want the facts to be straight. I don't want. I know the facts are very gay, but there's a chance that they could be straightened out. Anyway, avant-garde, to me makes me think of Valkyries. That's why I have this Valkyrie tab open. I don't know why necessarily. I don't know if the Valkyries are necessarily the avant-garde, but the way that they're presented in like Valkyrie profile, right? They literally go and scout the greatest warriors from Earth. Like they go to Earth and they find like who is the coolest guy, so that they could take that guy's soul and put him in the army of the gods or whatever, and fight the eternal war in Valhalla. This is the type of avant-garde I like to see myself as, is a Valkyrie specifically. Somebody who goes around finding all of the dopest shit. Like the dopest shit is all made by the dopest people, right? So you got to find when you find the dopest shit, it will lead you to the dopest people. And then you can create your Valkyrie profile, which is to say your collection of all of the dopest people. I have lists, I have many lists of who are all the dopest people. I got to make another one. I got to make another dope people list. Maybe I'll even try to rank it. I'll rank people by their dopeness. Obviously, Bird is the number one dopest. Riley and friends with another $2 says chemical in the water are turning the facts gay. That's a good one. Oh man. So as a Valkyrie, I feel like we're in a unique battlefield because we're getting closer and closer to like a post-death society. And I know that sounds insane. I know a lot of you are like, how could you possibly say that with all the suffering and dying that's happening? Put that aside. Put your emotions aside. Let's just look at this rationally, okay? Probably more people, numbers-wise, are dying than ever before because there are more people. But fewer people are dying as early. The life expectancy keeps going up. Globally, people are living longer. Some places, for some amounts of time, people are living shorter. But the global life expectancy is still on the rise, which means there is overall less dying going on. Proportionally less dying happening. I'm starting to lose track of where I was going with this. Oh, yeah. My thing is, something that's been on my mind a lot as I've grown older is the idea that like people aren't going anywhere. Like no one's going anywhere. We're all here. We're all stuck here together. And it might seem like you can get far away from people, but the earth is not that big because there's a ton of people here. And all of the space has been identified, and most of it is being used for something or is itself useless. And if you want to use space, you have to make yourself useful. You have to be as useful as the space you want to occupy. Basically, that's the rule of the jungle of Earth. The rule of Earth jungle. Am I still making sense? I feel like I'm really fucking cooking right now. I'm really like in the chopping vegetables stage of this one. Eternal is possible until Mars becomes a livable planet and all the rich people leave us to die on Earth. I do think that's going to happen. I do think they're going to do that. I don't know about eternal life though. I'm not so much thinking about people literally being around forever. I'm just thinking about how much less common it is to just kill people because you disagree with them or don't like them. Like it's just gotten harder and harder because of the level of surveillance that we're under. Where like it's a double-edged sword in all ways, but like I kind of do think Big Brother works, right? Like if you want to brainwash people into following a script and like participating in a society, constant surveillance and brainwashing is not a bad way to go about that. Like society, it doesn't totally work, but it works pretty good. Like we're all sitting here turning the gears of it right now. We're all helping it to keep moving at this very moment. This is all funded by either advertisers or whoever you work for, which I'm sure is not so many steps removed from some billionaire, whatever. Like, Jesus Christ. And now I started fucking making onions, I guess. I got it in my eyes now. The stream rules today regarding super chats. If you want me to like watch something, we'll handle that later. But for now, I'm on topic. I'm on a topic here, although the topic is a little bit elusive. Cosmic Blue says, as a post-colonial society, the need to expand has atrophied, but is still there in the mind of the populace. I agree with that too. But I do think, so here's where I'll start. I think universal basic income is inevitable. I think it is inevitable. I don't know how long in the future it is. We might all be dead before it's like a common thing or even implemented in the US, but I do think it's inevitable because I think we'll get to a point where human effort cannot generate enough value um to like justify like the right now, like I said earlier, the amount of space you take up kind of has to be proportional to how like useful the world decides you are. You know, how useful you can prove yourself to society. They'll let you have more space, you know? Uh I think in the future they will basically there will be free space. It will just be tiny. We will have very tiny free space and very easy access to like enough to live. It might not even come in the form of like the government implementing universal basic income. It might even just be that mega corporations so commonly offer like blood donation. I've been calling it blood bags, right? Like I've been saying the future will be blood bags on blood farms. Like I just imagine like a warehouse full of hospital beds, you know, to use like the Matrix level like imagery, like hard. Here's what it looks like in my brain: a warehouse or like one of those, you know, the Japanese hotels that are just the pods, you know, like just something like that where you've got a bed and you've got shit hooked up to you that keeps you alive and you got a VR on and you're just living in Fortnite. You know, like you can already live your whole fucking life in Fortnite in VR. You can already do all your entertainment media in there. You know, like if Fortnite started like basically put you on a program of like if you donate a certain amount of blood, you get Fortnite life points to your IV drip or whatever, you know, like and if you get bonus coins, you can like have them sprit some heroin in there. Like it's gonna be because food is not gonna exist. It's gonna be roadkill, like in fucking what's it called? Snowpiercer, where it's like just whatever gets collected in the train gets ground up into it and turned into the food, you know, like that's gonna be food in the future. It's gonna be like whatever's left kind of just made into whatever the fuck chicken however it is that chicken nuggets are cheaper than anything else. Like the price of all food keeps going up except for chicken, and Bill Gates bought all the chicken farms. However that is possible, that's going to be all food in the future. It's going to be like very cheap, very easy to come by, but it is just like a roadkill brick that has all your daily vitamins in it, that you get in exchange for your glucose in your blood or whatever. That's sugar. What's the fucking shit called? The globin? Hemoglobin? You're gonna be trading hemoglobin. There's gonna be like hemophiliac billionaires creating blood farms to collect hemoglobin in mass from people in exchange for like Fortnite coin, roadkill vitamin pills, and codeine. And that's gonna be it. Codeine and roadkill. It's inside of both pills. Okay, that's my advanced guard Valkyrie scouting ahead. This is what I see in our future. All right, you just got to embrace it. It might be far enough in the future that we will all luckily be dead and we won't have to see this. We will luckily probably all die before the codeine roadkill blood farm era arrives. Actually, funnily enough, Gary, you said in this thread, Trixie is writing a cyberpunk dystopian light novel. Everything I just described happens inside of a character's light novel in a different light novel that I have been writing since 2021, but I haven't read it anywhere yet. Okay. So that's probably enough about being avant-garde Valkyries or whatever. I feel like that was a bigger thought that I had earlier, but clearly it leads to too many places. Let's see what else was on my list of topics for today. I wrote avant-garde Valkyries, Commenter Amnesty Day. We already kind of went over that, but in case you missed it, no, this isn't a fucking radio show. You can go back to the goddamn video. Lying styles. Lying styles. What is your lying style? Have you ever thought about this? Probably not, because I haven't ever even thought about this until the other day. You ever think about different styles of lying? For instance, a lie by omission, when you just leave out important details. It's not it's not lying in that you're not literally saying something that's untrue, but it can be lying in the sense that it's not answering the question you're being posed, right? Like if somebody asked me, let's see, like let's say like if my let's say I'm like a child, right? My mom makes me a glass of milk and I like sip the milk and then mom says, "Did you drink your milk?" Asking like, "Did you finish it?" And I go, "Yes." But I'm not lying cuz I did sip the milk, but I know my mom doesn't mean that. I know she means, "Did you finish it?" That's a lie by omission. I don't know why that was the example that came into my head. Maybe this happened when I was a kid. I have no memory of this. If it did, it just felt like a very natural example of lying by omission. Um, to lie by hope. I titled a stream this the other day, and it was inspired by Gary always because Gary is always upset when I do things like say, "I'll stream again later tonight," and then I just don't. That's a lie by hope. I hope that I will stream later tonight. I don't want to say, like, I'm definitely not streaming later tonight if I think I am going to. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. There's nothing I can do to undo it not happening. So it becomes a lie. It's like something that's not a lie until it's transpired. A broken promise is a lie by hope. It wasn't a lie until it became a lie, you know? Um, Amy says I lie by omission and I have to really think it through before lying. I lie in such a complicated fashion, but I also think I believe that words are gaslighting. Like that it is inherently manipulative to speak. That's something I think you have to accept before you even start having a conversation with somebody. You just kind of have to accept like I'm doing this to affect you, you know? Like if I could just point at the thing I want and you understood what I wanted, I would. And we all do it, right? Like we all kind of if you're trying to signal for somebody on the road to go and you're like then they go like, understood. But words is like another level of what I want you to do is even more complicated than that. So I need some words in it. But like there's no real purpose. There's not like a non-manipulative purpose to words. All of these words are to convince you to think things I think, to put you into my head, make you understand like the world I'm living in so that when I communicate, it's easier to understand what the fuck I'm saying, like just involve you more into my realm of thinking so that I don't feel like I'm incommunicable, you know, just in general. So I think it's very easy to lie both by speaking and by not speaking. Um but the right to both is so important, like the right to be able to lie or to remain silent, to lie by omission are both incredibly important. And I also think come naturally. Another type of lying, right? Habitual liars, like people who just tell out and out like fabrication stories all the time. Um, Having met some of them, they're not doing it on purpose. Like they can't help it. It's not a thing they're doing because they want to. It's like that's just the way that they know to communicate. And it's usually just like developed from like a fucked up perception of the consequences of telling the truth. That like if you think telling the truth will have negative consequences, you develop a system of lies that, allows you to to dodge. But like a lot of people get upset when they're lied to, but I don't think it's always. Sometimes I read through lies. Like sometimes I see someone who is a liar, like a habitual liar, but I feel like they're getting at something underneath it. You know, I think that's what has made Alex Jones so interesting to so many people is that like he is a liar, like a deep tier liar. But there's something at the core of his lies that he believes in so fervently that that's what reaches other people is like the belief, like it goes through the part of it that he does believe is what reaches people, but all of the lies that he surrounds it with are how they internalize that, that feeling of being reached. And so, and again, when I say that like all words are manipulation, all words are kind of lies, like I don't think it's that different when you're speaking to anybody watching my videos, for instance. Like I'm essentially making up ideas. A lot of what I talk about is not rooted in like physical reality. I'm talking about like reactions and emotions and like applying logic to systems of thought and stuff that just is so intangible and feels so different to everybody. It's really hard to communicate about. And so here I sit on the avant-garde. But yeah, I think like I can get a bunch of shit wrong or, do a bunch of lies by hope or a bunch of lies by omission, and you can kind of start to notice the pattern of it and then kind of just look through it. Like, and I'm always trying to help people along to that. Like someone like Gary, like I'll make fun of you for not for I'll make fun of people for complaining about things that should be obvious problems with me, like, oh, really? Trixie said she wasn't going to be back later that day. And like Gary will even say like, yeah, obviously I didn't expect it. Like that's the but that's the back and forth. We both understand. Is what I'm trying to say. Like we're both on the same level of understanding of I'm lying by hope, failing. You're calling out the failure. I'm pointing out that the failure was obviously going to happen, and then I feel like everybody's on the same page, Um, Amy says, I'm just pretending I know what she's talking about. Everybody is. It's okay. Everybody is. It's fine. That's the only way you can get through any social situation. You nod your head, try to look pretty, or sound smart. Those are the keys. All right. Here's the cons I want to be at this summer. Let's go. Events. I don't know if I can make it to Otakon because it's kind of soon. I don't already have tickets. I don't know if I can be press or any of that kind of stuff. It's a little late. But it's going to be a big Otakon this year. They got a lot of stuff going on. And it's August 2nd through 4th in Washington, D.C. It's only a three and a half hour drive, maybe, for me. So it's also right before my birthday, like 4 days before my birthday. So it would be a good birthday present to myself. Maybe I'll go to Otakon. Kind of depends on whether it's too much for a bird to get those days off, because we're also planning to go visit his dad up near Pennsylvania. We just visited him this past weekend for the con we were going to, but he planned to have us over for like a few days in mid-August. So depending on if we're still in Philadelphia area, whatever we're doing with his dad, however much time he ends up being able to take off, there's a bunch of stuff happening in mid-August. There's the DabbleCon 2 is happening in Rochester, which is all of the Who Are These Podcasts type stuff. I probably won't go to that. It's kind of expensive. They tend to go to fancy places and spend a lot of money. So I think I'm going to stay away from DabbleCon 2. But there's in Philadelphia, August 17th and 18th, something called ShikariCon. I have never heard of ShikariCon. So if anybody knows about this convention, it's a Philadelphia anime convention. I don't know nothing about it. Depending on if the timing works out, me and Bird could probably volunteer at this con. I could maybe try to do a panel at this convention. It's far enough in the future that there is opportunity for us to do something at this convention if they'll let us. But I don't know anything about it. So tell me about ShikariCon in Philadelphia. One that we will almost certainly be at if we have not like disappeared from the East Coast somehow before the end of August. In Virginia Beach, Superstar Anime, August 24th to 25th. It's in the Virginia Beach Convention Center, which is not only relatively nearby to me, but one of the best new breweries in town is like really close to it. So I'm going to be walking whoever I run into down to this brewery and getting shit faced. I could tour people around Virginia Beach if they come into town, whoever I know that's at this con, we could have a good time because it's in my hometown. Superstar Anime in Virginia Beach, August 24th, 25th. There's also a con called Conjutsu in Fairfax, Virginia, that same weekend. But I would be interested in going to that if not for the fact that Superstar Anime is literally in Virginia Beach. It would be way easier for me to go to and potentially volunteer at. Also, August 29th, there is a Fursona Con in Newport News, which is just 15 minutes north of me. So I'm thinking I would like to go to Fursona Con. It's just a straight up furry convention on the 29th. That's also, though, the weekend of Dragon Con in Atlanta. Now, that would be a bit of a drive for me, but if I know a bunch of people, because Dragon Con's a big, big party convention, I'd love to go have a big party. I know there's plenty of furries at Dragon Con regardless of going to. So, like, on the one hand, Newport News is nearby, might be more convenient. Again, something smaller me and Bird could maybe volunteer at or something. Although maybe they're looking for volunteers at Dragon Con. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Be very interested to see Dragon Con because I've heard a lot about it. But that's August 29th in Atlanta. So those are the ones that I'm pretty sure I'm going to try to make it to. Otakon, possibly ShikariCon, but I don't know anything about it. Superstar Anime, and either FursonaCon or DragonCon, depending on if we know people who are going to either of those. All right, let me answer this super chat from Masiko Y for $5. Thank you. I've been away from your channel for a good while, but do you still have your old anime and manga collection? I used your old room tour for anime buys. I still have most of it. Yes, I would like to sell a lot of it. It's all split up in several locations right now. So most of my box sets and a lot of my DVDs and manga are in Victor's attic. My brother Victor, him and Hope in their house. There's like an upstairs, like a secret compartment that leads to an attic that has a bunch of anime DVDs and manga in it. So that's like a third of my collection. And then another third is in Riley and Mint's house, which I technically still live at legally in Corbin, Kentucky. Again, a bunch of random shit, DVDs, manga, a lot of just like basically any of the random shit that was in my house. That's the stuff I really need to get rid of. Like some of it I could probably just trash. Some of it I could just sell on like a local level. It's not like anime shit. Just like most of the stuff that was in my house before I left Virginia Beach is still in Corbin. And then the last third is whatever the last time I was in Corbin, I just like filled the car with as much shit as I wanted to bring home. Like mostly all these books I actually want to read, and like some stuff I just want to sell that I was like, okay, I'll just take this so I can list it on eBay or whatever. But yeah, all of it is still around in those three locations, not in one piece like Gold Roger's treasure, but rather in three piece. And yeah, I would like to. I mean, I'd like to have a consistent storage for the stuff I actually care about, because there's a lot of stuff I want to keep. You know, a lot of the good manga and books that I'm way more likely to read than I am to like watch a DVD. I could probably sell all of the DVDs and Blu-rays and not really give a shit. You know, there's a part of me that's like afraid that physical media may one day like be more useful, but at the same time, like discs don't hold up. Like I'm certainly not taking good care of any of this shit. So like, as far as I'm concerned, I need to sell it all off before it becomes useless, you know, before like it becomes damaged from being in my care. Um, so yeah, I'll probably sell off like all the DVDs, a lot of the random trinkets. I have so many random like things that I don't know if they're valuable, where like I have all these old Nintendo Power posters and like game booklets and stuff that like I have seen being sold at Too Many Games, like this type of stuff. I don't know if it sells. I just know people are trying to sell this type of stuff. But again, a lot of my stuff is not in the best condition. I should also mention, like, I'm sure some of my collectibles from when I was a kid are just like floating around here in my mom's house or Vic's house. Like, I believe Victor has all of the Beast Wars toys. Like, we have the full set of old Beast Wars toys. That's something to hold on to, like a not a dowry. What's it called? Just something you hold on to because you're expecting it to appreciate in value. So yeah, we do have a bunch of like 90s collectibles that we're still like kind of waiting to press the sell button on. But yeah. Indeed, Anonymous, entropy is unavoidable. Let me turn the light on. All right. So we went over the cons I'm going to be at. What else do I have on this? Emotional responsibility for my audience. This is part of me talking about the avant-garde thing, because I was thinking about it. It's kind of funny because this stream has more viewers than I usually get. I'm sure that's partly because I'm streaming on Twitter and partly because of the interesting title. But I was thinking about why I feel compelled to sort of like push people away from my content. Like, I've been so unfathomably aggressive, not just towards like commenters that I ban and stuff, but just like with my opinions, with what I'm willing to say, being harsh, being crass, being mean-spirited, outright attacking people. Um like, why? And a part of it is like I do feel some sense of responsibility towards the people in my audience that like I for a long time I kept telling people like, don't look up to me, don't follow me, I don't really know what I'm doing. And people kept looking up to me and following me anyways because it looked like I knew what I was doing. And then like at some point that bottom fell out of a bunch of people where they were like, oh, I should have listened to what you were saying. And so I want to make it like harder to accidentally follow me, like harder to think that I believe things other than what I do, so that I can work more closely with the people I actually talk to. And a big part of this is like there's these lyrics that have been haunting me for a long time. Let's go over this. Sound of animals fighting. I've probably talked about this in a video or somewhere before, but that's okay. We'll go over it again. Ocean. Hopefully someone has transcribed this because these are like kind of obscure lyrics. It's like a rant this girl gives in the back, like in the background at the end of the song. Here we go. Yeah, thankfully it's here on Genius now. I love the internet. 2008 through 18 probably. There's no way I could find this transcribed anywhere. But now it's right here conveniently at my fingertips, and I don't have to go try to... This is so hard to make out what she's saying if you're not paying attention to it. We are taught to think of our success in terms of numbers, aren't we? If touching one person's life is a good thing, then touching 1,000 people's lives must be a great thing. It's easy to see where we learn to think this way. Our whole society revolves around mass production. The more units we can move, the more customers we can serve, the more votes we can get, the more money and the more stuff we have, the better, right? Maybe it's not possible to touch 1,000 people as deeply or as powerfully as one person or 10 people. Maybe it's really not so revolutionary after all to have one person out of a group of 20 tell everyone else what's right. Wouldn't it be better if we tried a decentralized approach where everyone works closely with those around them instead of a few people waiting in anonymous mass? Do you have to save the world all by yourselves? Why don't you trust anyone else to do it with you? Those last words really stuck with me in particular. This has all been stuff I've been thinking about since I was a teenager, obsessed with this album. Who am I trying to reach, you know? And for a long time, I really was like satisfied if one person saw the stuff I did. I mean, consider I was making shit to no audience for a very, very long time, you know? Like, I say no audience, but like a couple people, you know, saw most of my shit for a long time. And I always just felt like, well, as long as it's reaching someone, it was worth it, right? Because what else was reaching that person? Like, so few things are reaching me, you know, how few things are reaching you. And particularly like now that I've shaped this audience where like a lot of the people I see here in the chat, like a lot of you have literally been watching me for decades. Not for 4 decades, where none of us are that old, but you know, Dima Foxpaws I've been friends with for over 10 years at this point. You know, I've seen the name That One Lucario fan for probably the better part of a decade. You know, Amy Talks Annie, I know you've been watching me for more than 5 years. Asaweeb, 5 years. Mr. Taco Nacho, I don't know about you. I don't know if you've been around for as long. I don't recognize that name right off the bat, you know, but that's just the names that are on my screen right now. In my chat, you know. My other screen that you can't see if you're watching the video. Devin Lucario fan says, I've been watching you since I was 11 years old in the MLP days. See, too young. And there's nothing I could do about it because no matter how many times I said in those videos, like, these videos are intended for an adult audience, or like, don't look up to me. I'm not a like, it doesn't matter. I can't do anything to make you not, other than be like, so act like there's nobody who's getting into my content now that's 11 years old, because, or if they are, they know better than to say anything. Like, you'd have to be a pretty fucking smart kid and you would have to know to keep your fucking mouth shut, you know, if you're on my channel now, because you know that I will ban you just for saying that you're under 18. Like, if you say that, I would just immediately ban. Like, my mentality is different now because all of you, I feel like, whether or not you're happy, I contributed to it. I contributed to who you are. I helped make you this way. You know, I have essentially groomed you into being my fans, you know, the most non-sexual grooming that the world has ever seen. I turned you all into my fans. So I feel a level of responsibility for that, you know. I feel as though I already created this like generation of people, and maybe it's not that many, but like the ones that haven't rejected me as a result of whatever they see as failure, you know, whether it's that I failed to be the adult they were looking up to, or as a peer, I failed as a friend, or as like a representative of their ideals or their identities, like whatever it is, you're the ones who are still here. You know, plenty of people were here. They're not here anymore. I don't know why, one reason or another, but whoever's here, that's who I'm worried about. Who's here? You know, what do I offer to you? What do you offer to me? How long can we keep this up? You know, like, and I want the answer to be for as long as possible. And that's why I've been like trying to activate you all so much, like trying to make you do things with me or for me, you know, but like hopefully a sense of togetherness comes from all of this. And I also hope that you pay attention to one another, because something that's made my career weird the whole time, especially, is how everyone else is paying attention to me, but I'm also paying attention to all of you. And so my perspective on all of you tends to be different from your perspective on one another. where I've gotten so many messages from people that tell me that they feel like I'm the only person they've heard who thinks like them. And I'm like, yeah, but there's 400 messages like this. Like all of you should be talking to each other. Like all of you, you all think the same. If all of you think like me, then you all think like one another and you don't need me. You need one another because I've got 400 people trying to get my attention and none of you have anybody trying to get your attention. So hang out together. And I see more of it now. I see Butthole Weeb trying to get Amy and Ellen and Gary's attention on Twitter when he can't get mine or Bird's. It. And I just want you all to have to deal with one another. Is basically what I'm saying. It shouldn't all fall on me. This is a village. It's not a 24-hour, 24/7 stage performance. It's a very packed smoking room, a very loud bar. Except where you can only hear one person's voice literally for some reason. But everybody's like ASLing in the chat right now. But yeah, like the more you know each other, the less weird my decision making gets also, because this was really like this was a strange moment for me. I've been talking about going like all in on the furry fandom lately. And there's a few people who have taken this as like a big surprise because they don't think of me as being like furry associated. And from my perspective, that's a big surprise because I'm looking at my fan base all the time and going, it's just gay furries. It's just gay furries. As far as I can tell, it's just gay furries, like going back to the brony days. When I got into Pony and when Pony was big, there was a big reject. There was like, it was commonplace to reject the notion that you were also a furry just because you're a brony, no matter how sexual you might get about the My Little Pony characters, just because furry was seen as this like established group and brony is this new group. And they didn't want to see themselves as the same thing, but like, first of all, they're obviously the fucking same thing. Don't be retarded. Second of all, like most of the people who stayed into brony eventually got into furry. Like you had to go somewhere, right? Like if you finished Pony, I mean, there are some people who are still just obsessed with the My Little Pony show, even after it's over and moved into new generations and stuff. But like most people either got into other cartoons or they got into, being an adult, or they realized they were a gay furry. And like most of the ones that I was friends with are like artists and creatives who stayed in this kind of fandom space where they're just kind of moving from one. I knew a lot of people who were brony artists who then became Five Nights at Freddy artists, who then became whatever was the new trend, whatever was hip with the furry community, whatever was going to keep getting them invited to conventions, keep getting them attention with the same people with the same money. That's what they moved into. And for me, moving on from brony, I just moved back into anime because that was already my specialization. And I had kind of come to My Little Pony from the perspective of I was getting into magical girl shows. So to me, it was more like an extension of being a fan of Precure and like Cardcaptor Sakura. And then it got me into furry, like it drew me in to the furry side. But I just think furry art used to be more monostylistic, I guess. Like I feel like even back in the brony days, like furry art was very recognizable. And then like post like Zootopia, there's just been such an explosion of like what furry can be. There's been so many like literal mainstream furry artworks now, like BNA or B-Star is like, being furry is almost mainstream. It's very close. We are pretty much one Megan the Stallion actually wearing a like horse kigurumi or something away from furry be. Well, we kind of got Doja Cat. Like she's a borderline furry. I'm a cow. Uh, I think she would self-identify as a furry if you asked, probably. Um, Dima says, I was actually a furry long before Brony. Got into furry around 2008, but I was never hugely open about it until the year when I decided to go furry with music presentation. This year, when I decided to go furry with music presentation. Now, see, and that's interesting that you mentioned like not really being open about it, because I'm sure we were talking about being furries on the pub crawl, public all the time. Um, and that's where like I'm coming at this from the angle like I spent years of my life getting drunk with furries every night, and like everybody else on the pub crawl was way more into furry than I was ostensibly. So like that's obviously the baptism for me, is like being around furries all the time in voice call, and seeing so much of it from the fan base and from my own fans. And then yeah, like long term, most of the people I've still been in contact with since then are furries. And then I look at my, my chat and I see, or my Discord, and I see like anybody who's not out and out a furry is obviously like amenable to it. Like most anime fans like Beast Girls at the very least. There's a pretty sharp focus on Beast Girls in my light novel Kusomega, where the main character, wrote a book called 18 Races of Beast Girls Are Lusting for My Human Cock or something like that. And there's always a presence of it in like ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, all these like tentpole isekai bullshits always have a beast race. So as far as I'm concerned, like anime fandom and furries are like, they're pretty tight right now. Anime, furry, brony, like all of it's very closely entwined right now. BNA is kind of mid. I still haven't seen it because I always heard that too. But yeah, I agree. You're not a furry unless you want to be. But I also think there's a lot of people who would be who probably feel the same way about furry that people who do identify as it do, but just don't think that they are. Like I don't know. I feel like there's somewhat of a perception that like to be a furry means that you are exclusively interested in furry. And that's where I think the confusion is coming from, is that people are thinking furry has to be like your whole identity or else you're not a furry. And I don't think that's true. I think it's more, well, I don't think your whole self should be about any one thing. I think that's kind of that kind of obsessiveness is not necessarily healthy. Like I just don't think it precludes you from being a furry to be into other things. Like, but don't, if you're not, I don't know. This is kind of like describing sexuality, right? Like I've been saying how I don't really believe in sexuality, period. Like I don't think straight is real. I don't think gay is real. It's just like you're attracted to some stuff, like you see certain things and you go, oh, that's good or that's not good. And like there might be certain things that are just like categorically I'm not into that, or categorically I am more interested in that. Like if you're really into bangs, maybe like all girls with bangs automatically pass like step one. Then maybe there's sometimes a girl that doesn't have bangs that can make it in, but yeah, you're kind of iffy because you would rather she had bangs, but like if she has like, I don't know, uh purple eyes to make up something that's not going to make anybody feel insecure. If she has purple eyes, you're not about it. Like no matter what, no purple eyes. But maybe if she has purple eyes and bangs, it might like fuck with you a little. Oh, maybe, I don't know, purple eyes and bangs, but like that's the level of sexuality is really on. Is like it's way more particular than like straight, gay, or anything like that. Nobody's attracted to all men or all women. It's ridiculous, preposterous. You're usually using it to say, like if you say straight, it's like you're saying I'm into none of my own sex, which seems unlikely if you really if you really had to be presented with everyone of your own sex. Chances are somebody who identifies as the same gender as you is also attractive to you. Like chances are one of them's out there. I just think it's pointless to be like, oh, I'm categorically straight or categorically gay. just be attracted to what you're attracted to. So the same thing comes with furry, right? Like, does it make you a furry to just simply not be categorically unattracted to furry? Because I think most people are projecting that notion. Most people are trying to say nothing furry would ever appeal to me, you know? But you can probably find the line that's going to make them challenge that, where you're going to post something that's right in that exact sexy strike zone for them. They're going to retweet without thinking. You're going to go, I caught you being a fucking furry, you know? So that was Lucario fan. I am not going to read your random hot take about YMS just because we're talking about gay furries, unless you pay me to rant about it. Gary always with $2 says that's why it's called sexual preference. That's true. I think sexual preference is a better phrasing. I don't think that's how most people think of that. You know, I don't think that's the way most people are thinking about when they say straight. They're not thinking that's my preference is straight. They're just like, I ain't no queer, you know, like that's more the mindset. I'm not sucking dick, but I ain't no queer. I don't know. I like the furry stuff as much as anything else. So to me, it's like, you know, there's certain styles that I don't think are attractive, but like if it's a furry artwork that is in my wheelhouse, then it is no less appealing to me than anything else that I would like. So as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty much furry. It's as close to furry as you can get without being like, but I'm only into fur things, you know. Um, and of course I like kinning. You know, who doesn't like to kin a little bit? Who doesn't like to be like, I'm cat now, meow, you know, just every once in a while. Welcome, Ellen. You got here right in time for furries. I mean, I think to me, like Monster Girl stuff is kind of subset of furry, but maybe it's superset of furry. Like maybe furry is just one type of a monster girl, boy, you know, monster person. But like, I don't know, is there that much difference? Like, if you think the fucking spider chick from Monster Musume is hot, I don't see how that's not furry. You know, I don't see how that's a different type of thing. Everybody's telling me to do a furry neurotyping or categorization chart. I'm trying to escape from categorizing things. I'm trying to break down all these categorizations. This is the problem, though. Everybody wants categorization. It's so nifty. It's so handy. It makes you feel so identified. It makes you feel like the world is simple and can be understood. And like other people have a shot of understanding you. No one has a shot of understanding you at all. It will never happen. Embrace the difference. Reject the similarity. Does Felix from ReZero count? I think so. Because of the mouth. I think if you didn't have the cleft mouth, Felix wouldn't quite be. Felix is the absolute borderline. Like this is the minimum amount of furry something can have before it's not furry at all. But this makes it furry. If the thought that this would be even better, like to get sucked off by than a normal mouth, if you feel that way, that's furry. The tiny eyebrows, the ears, obviously, but the mouth is what puts it over the borderline. Does they have any paws? I can't remember if Felix is supposed to be a guy or a girl, like canonically, like identity wise. Whatever. Felix. Holo from Spice and Wolf. Yeah, she's also now with Holo. She transforms. So like this form does not strike me as furry. This is like cosplay, you know? But that's kind of the point, right? This is her human form. She's not supposed to be. Now, she can just turn into a fox. And assumably, she could turn into any stage between this and a fox. So I think if you fucked Holo in fox form, that is obviously, I mean, that might even count as bestiality. She's not very anthro in her fox form. She can think and speak, though. So I don't know. I don't know if that's considered just furry or well, because there's a lot of furry like that is very animal. Like I don't know, is Pokemon porn like considered furry, or is there like a subcategory, like a deeper, like is there a deeper consideration for if it's less anthro? I don't know. I don't know the terminology of furry that well. I do not. I do think maybe it might be hard for me to actually call myself a furry just because of one factor that I don't have a fur affinity account. And I don't know if that automatically puts me out of the running. You know, I don't know if you can be accepted in that community not having a fur affinity account. But I don't think I can make any money by having one necessarily. So that's the only reason I don't. If somebody thinks I can make money having a fur affinity account, I'll do it. But I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to do anything that's not going to make me no money on the internet. Beast is non-con by nature. Feral depends. I don't necessarily know what that means. Wolf's Rain's characters, how do we count them? Yeah, I feel similarly about them to Holo, you know? Like human form, they're not really furry. Look up Lapaland from Arknights and tell me how much of a furry I am for thirsting over her on a daily basis. Okay, let's see here. Lapland from Arknights. Okay. This is not furry at all. This is just, she's just got cat ears. I guess she has a tail. This does not seem furry. Yeah, no, she's just a like cute girl with some cat ears. I don't know. I wouldn't call that furry. Lower on the furry spectrum than other Arknights characters. Interesting. The Dragon Maid girls. Again, I'm gonna say their human forms are not furry. They're just kind of accented. If it's something that you could accomplish just with a headband and a tail accessory, like that you could easily cosplay in real life without having to do anything weird to like make your face look different or make your body look fuzzy or like, you know, if it's just like an ornamental headpiece and tailpiece, I think that's slightly short of the furry borderline, you know. All right, I've covered all the subjects that I intended to bring up on this particular podcast. We can go free form now. If anybody wants me to watch anything, it's $1 a minute. I prefer if you pay me through Venmo or Cash App at Golden Witch Fire, because then I don't lose a third of it to YouTube's, the super chat. YouTube takes a third of it. A lot of countries don't have Cash App or Venmo, I guess. So some people are committed. I don't know why Gary always is determined to use the super chat function when I know he lives in America. You know, I guess he just likes giving some of his money to YouTube. Maybe he just likes the colorful thing that pops up every time. Bully, 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 bully people who give me money. Anyway, yeah, you can do that or just super chat or whatever. I don't actually really give a shit. I just need the money, y'all. I need the money. So I'll rant about anything. I'll watch anything. I'll do anything that's legal on the platform of YouTube and is not horribly embarrassing. Lapusha with Australian $20 says, watch Nostalgia Critic's Sailor Moon video. We can do that. All right, it's reaction time, y'all. I like doing these reactions. Usually it takes me a little bit longer to get through an analysis video than it does for me to just like watch a show, because I'll tend to pause it every 5 seconds and complain. But I don't really like Sailor Moon very much. So this is not going to probably offend me nearly as badly as like all those fucking Utena videos we've watched. You know, like I love Utena, so watching people be wrong about Utena was difficult. Watching people be wrong about Sailor Moon, I mean, I guess I didn't like that one Sailor Moon video that person had done, that Leaf Blade got me to watch. I did kind of bitch about that. That was more the format. Let's see if I get as mad as Zayd Magenta / Misanthropony did this video. I can never be as angry as Misanthropony is about anything, I don't think. All right. Let's go. Jesus Christ, I have that way too loud. Oh, God. Okay. It's gonna take you back to the past. Oh no, it's not one of those.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it, so you don't have to.
Oh boy.
Right now, I'm in the laboratory of Dr. Hack, the master of formulas. Not scientific formulas, not mathematical formulas, but television formulas. Any TV show that has a formula that's been repeated over and over and over, he's the guy that came up with it. Watch this. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Land teens fight Petty Patrol, then monsters.
Full disclosure, I've met Doug Walker in person, and he seems nice. Seemed like a nice enough guy. Didn't get a bad vibe at all.
Then giant monster and giant robot.
Home Improvement.
Toolman screws up, neighbor gives advice. Toolman gets advice wrong, but Toolman's forgiven anyway.
Scooby-Doo.
It's always the person in the opening you forgot about.
Inspector Gadget, Captain Planet, everybody loves Raymond.
Everybody actually hates Raymond. He should have divorced that bitch and her family long ago.
If it's a
Gary, super chats are all you can really do there. How is that? Or why? I thought you lived in the United States.
formula that's gotten more and more popular through its repetition.
Actually, maybe I shouldn't ask. I shouldn't ask about why people's money problems are problems, or why they can't do things with money sources. Could be some kind of FBI drug bust fucking witness protection issue. I don't know.
He's the guy that thought of it. And right now, I've hired him to think up an idea so that I can lazily repeat it over and over and over and make money beyond my wildest dreams.
Eureka! Eureka!
What?
Oh, there you are, Eureka. Get ready to jot down my latest formula.
You got it?
Yes, and it's going to make us millions.
Well, that's
Eureka
wonderful. Let's hear it.
kind of bad though.
14-year-old girl acts stupid, uses magical powers to look slutty and stupid. Talking cat tells her how to fight crime because she's so stupid. Surrounds herself with smarter girls that make her look even more stupid.
That's Sailor Moon.
What?
The formula you're describing is Sailor Moon.
Is that like a
Do
formula?
they have
though?
a villain that keeps attacking the same town?
Yes.
Do they have a tedious romance with a magic boyfriend?
Yes.
Do they repeat the same animation?
Worse than Hanna-Barbera.
And it was successful?
It's one of the most popular animes of all time.
Eureka? Oh dear, well this is embarrassing.
Sailor
how about
plus
this one?
mood
3
equals
obnoxiously
dollars.
perfect girls are raised by 3 obnoxiously perfect men in a house in San Francisco, and not one of them is gay.
What was that one
While we're on
supposed
the
to be?
subject, why was something as repetitive
I don't
as
know
Sailor
what that
Moon
was a
so
reference
successful?
to. I think you just answered your own question when you put on that fucking
I
jam,
remember
dog.
when it first aired in America. It was an export from Japan,
Saying
which
the
I think
one
was
called
originally
Sailor
called Magical Girl
Moon.
Squad Robo Dance Guest. Not quite as familiar with anime as Americans are today. A lot of people just saw it as Speed Racer with tits.
Oh,
But we
Full
didn't
House,
understand
okay.
that the audience for this was growing
Speed
more and more
Racer with
rapid.
tits.
And whether for its campiness or actual enjoyment of the story, it was becoming an underground hit for kids, teens, and that creepy guy who fixes your computer.
That's me.
So, what
Wait.
is the secret formula and why did it catch on with so many? Well, let's start at the very
I
beginning.
couldn't fix a computer to save
You'll
my
quickly
life.
notice that, like many animes, the best parts of the show aren't in the action, the character, the story, or the writing. It's in the goddamn opening theme song.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Not only is the
Come
theme
on.
catchy as hell,
Yeah.
but look at this animation. Look at the visuals.
He's getting
it's like
it.
a Van Gogh of
So far,
anime
he's totally
kill, but
correct.
in fact, there's even a Van Gogh in it. Don't ask why. I don't care. It looks friggin' awesome. I'll allow it. I guess the only downside is the obvious
Dude, I want to fucking grow
like
roller
this pointless
skates out of my
Star Wars
feet
style
and
scroll.
start
Yeah,
skating
because
around.
that's what girls watching this show are really into. Star Wars. They go so hand in hand. I'm surprised Lucas didn't release a more feminine version with Serena doing Darth Vader.
Oh, if only he knew. Wait, when did this come out? This had to have been before the sequels. Yeah, 8 years ago. That's really funny. It's like, this is as ridiculous as if they made Star Wars for women. Fast forward to 2024.
Did you hear there's a new Sailor V video game out? I saw it on TV.
Lord Vader, the battle station plans are not aboard this ship.
Oh, yeah.
And no transmissions were made.
How can that be? My mom finds out, she'll ground me and cut my allowance.
An escape pod was jettisoned during the fighting. No life forms were aboard.
I can't believe this. Oh, what am I going to do?
This is kind of a funny edit.
We can get ice cream.
Yes, sir.
See if you can spot where else the Americans made some changes. They're so subtle, I doubt you'll ever notice where they geniusly slipped them in.
She is the one named Sailor Moon. She will never turn her back on a friend. She is always there.
Yeah, unbelievably natural. If you were going less for action-packed adventure and more for Saved by the Bell credits.
When I wake up in the morning and the alarm gets out of warning, I don't think I'll ever make it on time.
But you quickly discover in many respects,
So
that
far,
is
this
what
is
the
a
show going
surprisingly
for.
good video.
At first, it seems like it's going to be a big, albeit audience-insultingly rushed space battle between cosmic planet people folk.
1,000 years ago, our moon was home to a great civilization ruled
That guy's voice is fucking amazing.
by Queen Serenity
Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
No, stop.
until the arrival
All right, that joke probably wasn't as old when this video came out.
of the evil Queen Beryl. Although her world was destroyed, Queen Serenity's last hope was the power of the Empyrean Silver Crystal and the Crescent Moon Wand.
Only this crystalline wand can combat the power of the Negaforce.
Yeah, look, show, even if you pretend you have a story that matters beyond people who see a high-class
Gary, that is an interestingly specific circumstance, but I get it.
meal as a flame and hot pocket, you still had to follow up all that supposed epicness with this.
Oh no, I'm late for school again.
Yeah, I bet you thought this was going to be a big space opera with action, drama, and exotic locations. But nope, it's just your common English-speaking town that has everything in Japanese for some reason.
Serena!
I gotta go.
Aren't you forgetting something, dear?
Oh yeah, you're...
See, I like when he talks about stuff like this because this is the way, like when you understand the logic of why it's like that, you in your brain, you know, you kind of you're like, okay, well, it's an English dub of a Japanese show, but that's not your immediate understanding of it as a child. You know, I would just have not even known I wouldn't have recognized Japanese writing or known what all that fucking scribbling was in the background. I could have assumed the show just had a fucking made up language or something, you know, like it is fascinating the way that, like this is the way my mom looks at anime, is that she'll look at it and she'll be like, why are they all speaking English and all the text is in Japanese? Like immediately I don't understand, you know. And it's something that I think it can be, it's easy to forget that this is like the more literal experience of watching these shows.
Who knows? Everyone's forgetting those around here.
Tima said, when I was a kid, I asked my mom what state Pokemon took place in, and she told me about Japan, and that's how I learned about other countries. For me, it was, I think, Power Rangers. Similar story, but like, because I think Power Rangers probably was set in America, like the American version of the show, but my mom had explained to me that it was like from, I think she probably had just said like from Japan or China or something like that, you know? And so I kind of, for a while, that was all just China in my mind until like probably around the time of Pokemon where it became distinct, like reading, because I had like Nintendo Power magazine and stuff. So I'm sure I figured out at some point that like Pokemon's from Japan. This is anime, then Anime Invasion magazine kind of brought it all together and made it like clear exactly here's what anime is. It's from Japan. This is the whole, here's how to interpret it kind of thing.
This is Serena, a ditzy clod who has no idea that she is one of the reincarnations of the Sailor Scouts. She's just your everyday gigantic-eyed blonde Japanese girl who constantly keeps flunking her exams.
Chill out, Serena. It's just
Agadai, that's funny. Shaman King is what taught me Japan exists as a child. That's a good place to learn about it from. Shaman King has a lot of subtle social commentary about Japan. I think that manga is sort of low key about like the economic crash of the night, like about basically the consequences of like what it's like to grow up as like someone who, what it's like to grow up as like a teenager when like your early childhood everything was going really good for Japan, and then like the rug has just been pulled out, and it's like all the adults in the setting have like just recently been fucked, and all the kids are like kind of reeling from the consequences of it. It's interesting.
one lousy test. It's not like it's the end of the world or something.
You don't understand. I'm Japanese. To me, failure is everything.
You don't get it, Molly. If my mom finds out I flunked that test, I won't get to play the new Sailor V game.
Being pretty as sin and dumb as cheese, she of course is very popular in school, obtaining all sorts of friends, like an over-the-top accent with a human attached to it.
That's weird. Very weird.
And
Oh my god, that voice.
the awkward years of Dr. Insano's puberty.
Going shopping? What's more important than your grades?
Science, of course!
When not hanging
That's
out with
funny.
these
That's a Spoonie joke if you don't know. He's another, creator on the same network
frightening adolescent
with a character named Dr. Insano who wears glasses like that.
creations, she spends most of her time solving her problems by intelligently ignoring them and finding more ways to spend her mother's money.
I heard about your test. Want me to be your tutor?
She doesn't need a tutor. She needs a trip to the mall to get her mind off this.
The fucking voice to get a mind off. Is it like Boston, like a really weird, fucked up Boston voice or something?
Pink barrettes for my hair.
Education just gives you wrinkles.
That's a pretty good girl voice.
Also seems to get in fights with an attractive boy named Darian.
What was that you were saying about someone totally cool? Well, we can be sure it isn't you. Shouldn't you be going home and doing your homework, meatball head?
Hey, that's clearly an insult to meatballs.
Well, how's this for inspiration? You're a creep, Darian. You don't know a thing about me.
Wow, they really seem like polar opposites and hate each other to the core. They hook up? Nah, and how tediously long do they drag that out? Oh, Jesus!
That's not true. They actually don't. I don't know if this is true. Maybe it's different in the anime. Okay, I guess I'm thinking about this differently because I guess it's pretty dragged out if you're thinking about it. Like they hook up at the end of 50 episodes, which is the very end of the show, kind of. But that's, like 1/4 or whatever of the entirety of Sailor Moon, where like their child comes from the future and becomes a part of the story, and like they hook up in season 1, they just break up in season 2. Okay. I guess I never watched season 2. I'm just thinking like having read the first part of the manga, like I read as much of the manga as is covered by the first season, which is only like 12 chapters or something like that. And it's like they hook up right away is kind of the way it feels. So it's funny to see it compared to like Jim and Pam took like 3 or 4 seasons, I think, to hook up in The Office, and which took like years, to get to. But maybe it's just because I felt that in real time. I don't know.
Just mail me the comedic banter to my office, Shredder! By the way, here's a confusing scene. We see her walk by a poster of a young girl dressed exactly how she is dressed. Like it's from a movie or a show or something.
I wish I could be like Sailor V. She's so beautiful and smart. Something exciting's always happening in her life, not like mine.
So, what? A movie or TV industry got wind of this idea that coincidentally is exactly the same as what's going on right now? Does that mean that something like Transformers is a true story then? Because to be fair, my car has been giving me dirty looks. Things seem to change. That is, the formula is set in motion when a magic cat named Luna arrives and tells her that she is the reincarnation of one of the Guardians.
You are Sailor Moon, and you must fight evil when it confronts you. Just repeat after me.
Oh, I hate the voice of the
Moon
cat.
Prism Power.
Moon Prism Power!
And of course, this gives way to the famous transformation scene. The tiara, the boots, the nail polish, later covered by gloves, so that was pointless. And of course,
I never
the
thought
mini
about
skirt.
that.
The mini skirt. Yep,
It
the
is
costume
tiny.
choice that in no way enables her to fight better, but sure does force her to squat a lot. Okay, so take out.
It is really funny, that pose she does right afterwards. It's like her panties would be fully visible if her leg wasn't blocking it. What a useless skirt that is. But hey, the uselessly short skirt is as important as the opening theme, if not more so. I definitely think the length of Sailor Moon's legs, the amount of them shown, is like one of the most important things about this show.
Out the fact that's obviously in no way battle armor. Take out the fact that's obviously fan service. Take out the fact that just like He-Man, somehow removing more clothes bizarrely disguises them. Though to be fair with both these outfits, is the face really the first thing you're going to be looking at? Take all that away and just tell yourself, this obviously sexualized transformation that takes up a solid minute in each episode happens to a 14-year-old girl. Yeah, forgot that for a second, didn't you? The girls in this show are, and always have been, 14 years.
Now, like, you have to think of it like, well, okay. Hey, it's the bird. What's going on? What's happening? I'm reacting to a Nostalgia Critic Sailor Moon video. And so far, I actually agree with everything he said, which is shocking. I didn't expect this. He hasn't said anything that upset me yet. Also, we've said this was made by a woman. But, like, so the thing about that, it's not, like, more okay for a woman to sexualize a 14-year-old than it would be for a guy to sexualize a 14-year-old. It just feels more like maybe writing from, like, experience or from a personal sense of, I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't draw, like, a bunch of sexualized teenagers fighting crime. And I think it's weird to want to, kind of. Like, why do you want to sit around and just, like, draw hot teens all day, every day for the rest of your life? That's an odd lifestyle choice. But that's just the way I'm looking at it. I mean, she made a fuckload of money. So if it was just about the money, you know, maybe at first she's just thinking I'm drawing cute pictures or whatever. And then at some point it's like, okay, now I got them. Now I'm stuck drawing them 700 million times, but at least I made 700 million yen. So, you know, what up? But, why wouldn't you, Gary? I don't, just not, what is the, what's the appeal? You can get famous that way. I mean, you could, I get, again, it's one thing if you're just doing it for fun and then you start making a shitload of money and now this is your life. But, like, I don't know, like, if you weren't making a shitload of money, you're just drawing a lot of teenage girls. It's, I don't know. It doesn't have to be sexual. It doesn't even have to be sexual to be weird, though. In fact, not being sexual can be even more weird depending on context. Now, like, I do think, importantly, you know, 14-year-olds want to see themselves as sexy. That's the reason that this series is so successful, is that, like, you know, what?
It's a strange set.
It's true. I'm not, this is not a good thing necessarily for them or for anybody else, but, like, teenagers are sexually active, and I'm not talking about, like, with adults or whatever, with one another, you know, like, they're trying to be hot. So, like, the Sailor Moon girls, they already like, before the transformation, they already in context are trying to be hot. They're all, like, kind of hoes.
I don't think sex does sell. That is very not correct.
Sex does sell. Sex definitely sells. And Sailor Moon could get made today. In fact, it's made all the time now, because people, it's so influential that, like, stuff that's exactly like it is made constantly. It's just, it's for hoes. Like, it's hoe,
true.
it's hoe
Everyone
fubu.
that I knew that was into Sailor Moon was a hoe.
Yeah, no, it's hoes make up a significant portion of the world population, no matter where you live. And hoes like cartoons too. Hoes go through puberty like anybody else. They have a more traumatic one than a lot of us a lot of the time. Sailor Moon is about a traumatic puberty of a hoe. That's what it's about. That's who it's for. So, like, this is a show about having your hoe time. Now, as an adult man, like Nostalgia Critic, yeah, you should be a little bit uncomfortable. You should be like, why am I watching a 14-year-old girl transform over and over again? This makes me feel like a sex pervert, because it's not for you. It's made for teenage girls who themselves are projecting onto the characters. Now, are the people who drew the anime sex perverts? Some of them. Some of them just want to draw some cute shit. Some of them are just trying to get that bag. Some of them are, probably doing it innocently.
All right.
Some of them are definitely strange sex perverts.
Out of this
Going to bed.
conversation. I love you. Have a good stream. I'll see you later.
But anyway, so that's why I think, Sailor Moon's existence, it's self-justified. It is what it is, but also this is a relevant complaint. This is how I feel watching Sailor Moon, is like, oh great. Here comes the part where the girl but Usagi is not in any way attractive, by the way. Like, she has the person, like, her personality is even younger than her age. Like, it's bad enough that she is 14. Her personality is that of like a spoiled 9-year-old. Like, like he said, everyone around her is more mature. Everyone around her acts closer to actually like a teenager. And even then, they act too young. Like, they're just not like they're not fully featured people, like they are trying to look sexy for one another. It's not supposed to be for me, You always thought they were intentionally supposed to be disturbing. I think that's an element of it too. Like, again, this really is, in my mind, like, unabashedly, Sailor Moon is for hoe trauma. If you had like a traumatizing hoe teen experience, or childhood, if you knew you were hot when you were like a kid, and were like trying to be, this is for you. And it's about all the problems you're going to encounter, in trying to be that type of a person, and like hopefully trying to give you a little bit of moral guidance through being that type of person. But it's not trying to reject you. It's not trying to tell you you're not allowed to be hot, because that's what your parents are telling you. You're not going to listen to them, but you might get some morals from this thing. That's like, it's okay to be hot, but do it like this, That's what I think, anyway, that the show is trying to do. To be as kind to it as I can, because I don't necessarily even think it's good either.
It's old.
It's okay. It's mid.
14.
It's above average. I won't call it mid. It's above average, but I don't know if I think it's good.
Years old. 14 years old.
Now, see, that was creepy to be putting pictures of 14-year-olds.
Years
I don't know what you're
old.
trying to.
Now,
none of those were hoes. Is the thing.
You find this incredibly creepy. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. The age of consent in many parts of Japan is, in fact, 13 years old.
Now, this is like kind of a notch. It's like a, what is it, like the regionally some places, but it's like superseded by the federal being 18, something like that. It's just like not really true. It's not in practice true.
Now you may find it incredibly creepy. And yes, there's a lot of fine print to that law that evens it out a bit, but there's just as much fine print.
A lot of fine print to that law that eases it out a bit. That sure is a way of saying, like, I wanted to bring up this shocking statistic. I know it's not technically true, but I really wanted it in the video. That was bad. That was the worst thing that's happened so far.
Print that evens it back into kinky territory again. For example, sex between 13 to 17-year-olds can only be done with other 13 to 17-year-olds.
That's good.
However, that's only sex.
Why are we going so
Groping,
deep into this?
jobs, blowjobs, and whatever else your preferred imagination can come up with is all perfectly legal.
That's bad.
However, they
You're
have cracked down on human
about it
trafficking,
now,
forced prostitution, and other illegal acts endangering people in that age range.
That's good.
But that doesn't stop people from creating kinky establishments like the Sexual Harassment Corporation, where you pay to molest girls in school and business sets and is totally 100% legal.
Can I go now?
So, yeah.
I don't know how to fact check all of that or how like how true any of that is. It sounds wild, you know. He just wanted to make the Simpsons reference, didn't he? Maybe that's all he wanted. Like, it's a cute segment, but it just sounds like he's saying like Japan is full of pedophiles, and it's like, bro, you don't need to. This is a Sailor Moon video. Like, you didn't need to make this about this. Oh my god, I kind of have to take a dump. What should I put on while I go poop? So I don't want to play more of the video and then not be able to comment on it. But I'm like starting to get to not able to hold it any longer. I got to go poop. What should I play while I'm in the pooper? Should probably play some kind of anime related content that you'll all care about or something that also won't get me blocked. Pyramid Inu put out a video recently, I believe. Yes, embracing
Core
messy
is coming to
queer
Signify.
anime representation. This sounds perfect. I'm going to leave this on for a bit while I go to the bathroom.
Last year, I watched the anime of Loveless from 2005, based on the manga by Yun Koga that began in 2002. The manga had been a really important work to me when I first read it at like 14, but now at 30, I remembered basically nothing about it, aside from two major things: the visuals and the world the manga takes place in which everyone has cat ears until they lose their virginity, which is, you know, a pretty perfect setting concept. As a teenager, Yun Koga's visuals were huge to me. I've always been attracted to androgynous and alternative fashions, and the way Yun Koga styles her characters is kind of my aesthetic ideal. As a non-binary person, the playful androgynous femininity of the cat boys in this work were pretty big in allowing me to understand my own gender dysphoria. So much so that my avatar on Twitter is still Ritsuka from the manga. And, fun fact, Loveless was one of the things that partially got me into Gundam. Gundam 00 was airing when I was a teenager, and I wanted to see the series Yun Koga was doing the designs for. So, basically, Yun Koga destroyed me. No one is more responsible for my brainworms than this lady, because she made me trans and into Gundam, and these are pretty defining elements of my personality. So, thank you, Yun Koga. Which makes it a shame that I have to report that Loveless does not hold up. In fact, Loveless is kind of a concerning piece of art. Other YouTubers who are better at discussing this stuff have gone into it, but basically everything that was gross about 2000s BL is here, eroticized and glorified. I'm not necessarily going to hold this against Yun Koga. 2000s BL had a lot of weird and problematic prerequisites, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and assume she was just kind of ambiently reflecting what the market wanted. But still, this is not a show or manga I can really make a case for now, even if it was foundational to 14-year-old me. And that honestly makes me kind of sad. I mean, most things that were formative in my development, I can argue for in some way. Even if they are problematic, I can contextualize them, make a case for them. Loveless, less so. But that's not to say I can't see why this work had such an effect on me. During my adolescent years as a genuinely mentally unwell and dysphoric emo kid, consuming Chuck Palahniuk novels, MCR, and a lot of Yuri and Yaoi, Loveless had the exact aesthetic I was looking for. It was an urban fantasy populated by androgyne, traumatized cat boys and girls hanging out in dingy fast food restaurants and public parks at 3 a.m. between engaging in strange BDSM-laden magic fights. There's basically nothing more 2006 than that. And you know, I sometimes feel that every decade is converging on a series of works of art that best sum up the feel of that time. I think the 80s existed to give us Streets of Fire and Macross, and the 70s existed to give us those new Hollywood classics and Neil Young, and the 90s and basically all of the 20th century existed to give us, I'm sorry folks, it's true, End of Ava. And 2000s youth culture was really manifesting towards Loveless, this listless, oddly traumatic story of magical cat boys fighting in depressingly mundane urban environments. As such, it's a true tragedy of history that Loveless just happened to be bad. Oh well, at least we still have Southland Tales and Three Cheers for Sweet Revenge. But, however, Still, luckily, there is actually one story element I can still stand by in this series. Around halfway through, it introduces the characters of Koya and Yamato, and through them, we get a completely unambiguous sapphic love story. And it's really good, easily one of my favorite Yuri dynamics in anime. Yamato is the preppier, popular girl. Look at her awesome Gyaru friend, by the way. Koya is the more introverted, blunt character. And they have so much genuine chemistry. Like this scene where Yamato teases Koya for her fake ears, and Koya shoots back by jealously asking about Yamato's friends. We instantly get a sense of both a chemistry and a jealous, needy, codependent attachment style. Or I fucking love this scene in episode 9. They're hanging out in like a McDonald's or something, and Koya is nauseous and she has to leave to go to the bathroom. When someone asks Yamato if Koya is okay, she teasingly responds that maybe she's pregnant. When she's asked whose child it is, she says, "Mine," with this cheeky smile. Goddamn. And returning to that train sequence, it leads to one of the more passionate kisses I've seen in a Yuri anime. And this is the thing, I don't like the ways in which Loveless is problematic, but part of why Yun Koga is able to write this sort of sexual chemistry so well is that she's not thinking in terms of representational value. She's thinking in terms of what she and the market would find exciting. And for me, when I was first getting into anime, this kind of messy queer content that unabashedly exotified and eroticized queer experience was exactly what I wasn't getting in other places. This media wasn't functioning as a public service announcement. It wasn't trying to change hearts and minds. It was trying to be hot and exciting. I don't think people are always comfortable with talking about queer representation in this way anymore. There are valid concerns about commodification and fetishization, and those concerns have been the lens through which a lot of discussions around this sort of content have been viewed in the last 10 years or so. But this kind of messy, gross, fetishized stuff was what helped me come to terms with my own identity. And I think it's also had a pretty substantial effect on my relationship with art in general. I am drawn to works that feel fragmented and erotic and personal and immediate. And I think experiencing this style of media was very instructive in forming my taste. In a way, too, I think embracing the messy in queer anime representation has been one of the central themes of my channel. My Hibari video doesn't really have a central thesis, but I do talk about her as a kind of gendered fantasy within a pretty edgelordy show. In my Kaworu video, I discuss why the tragic queer romances of BL appeal to me, and in my Turn A one, I tried to express all the ways in which identity were built into that show from the ground up. What connects all these examples, though, is the feeling I get from them, which is basically moe. I feel moe when Loran puts on the dress, when Kaworu romances Shinji, and when Hibari does, well, basically anything. This is not queer representation with an eye towards clinical consciousness raising. These are works by people who find this stuff romantic or exciting, or, let's be honest, get off on it. And that's something that draws me to anime. This database animal fetishization quality is a feature in the medium, not a bug. It's pure id. Fantasy is constructed for the market, reshaped into even more extreme versions of those fantasies by the market. And damn, what a good kiss. Based on the 1974 manga by Ryoko Ikeda, Dear Brother is a masterpiece meditation on the experience of being down bad. The plot follows archetypical good girl Nanako as she begins attending a prestigious all-girls school and soon finds herself caught up in yearning sapphic romances, a tangled web of exes, and even incestuous love affairs. To be straight up from the outset, Dear Brother has easily become one of my favorite anime of all time. I cannot tell you how much some of the characters in this show are now just permanent fixtures in my brain space. like Ray, the down bad benzo-addicted Futch who lives in a flat filled with mirrors and dolls. And most of all, I love Mariko, the perfect embodiment of every BPD feeling I've ever had. She is a BPD queen. She captures that demand for affirmation and approval, that dehumanizing ability to project all your wishes and desires onto another, as well as the pivoting between a sense of kind of hungry happiness and a feeling of empty void. All these characters capture, in their own way, a sense of going through it. Mangaka Ryoko Ikeda was clearly channeling some real emotions here. You don't write stuff like this so evocatively if it's not coming from stuff you've experienced firsthand. And I've always been a fan of director Osamu Dezaki, and this show is him at the height of his powers. There are several episodes of this that I now consider to be some of the best TV I've ever seen. The whole series is an exercise in building tension, letting emotions bubble under the surface for episodes at a time before exploding dramatically. And it's reinforced by this style that is constantly veering towards expressionism. Dezaki's style is, I think, rooted in a melodramatic tradition that stretches back a long time. In particular, what his framing, composition, and general style remind me of most is the work of Douglas Sirk and those influenced by him. Douglas Sirk was a German-born American director who worked from the 1930s until the 50s. At the time, critics disregarded his films as middle-brow, quote, women's pictures. They were deeply domestic dramas for a middle-aged female demographic, and often issues-based, dealing with class, aging, race, gender, etc. And so these films were not really respected. They were seen as basically the middest of mid-brow. But, as often happens, the French critics championed Sirk, and by the 70s, he was reassessed globally. And what drew critics to him was the arch style of his works. On a basic level, they're colorful and kind of subtly maximalist. But they're also surreal in ways that often aren't apparent on an initial watch. Reality is never outright broken in Sirk's films. There's no outright abstract imagery, but framing is always extremely considered, with household items and decors coming to signify much larger psychic emotions. Like, okay, take All That Heaven Allows from 1955. It's about this middle-aged widower, Jane Wyman, and her romance with a slightly younger man played by Rock Hudson. The conflict of the film is that her children don't want her to remarry, and around the third act, they pressure her into ending the relationship. There's this scene afterwards that film critics always bring up as the kind of archetypical example of Sirk.
This video is too long. But good. Okay. That one Lucario fan says, tell me what Caribou Coon video you should pay me to watch. We'll get to that we still have to finish this Sailor Moon Nostalgia Critic video. But I've seen most of Caribou Coon's videos. I highly recommend Caribou Coon's channel all the time. One of my favorites, one of the best anime YouTubers. One of the few people to transcend into the industry itself. And a guest on my streams a few times. Maybe only once. It was on We Watch Anime. We did a big coverage of, the fuck was that show called? Mahou Shoujo Anarchy. The fuck was the Anarchy show called with the Anarchy Chan? God damn it. I forgot already. It had kind of a mid ending, so it didn't end up sticking out in my memory. Which one should you pay me to watch on stream? Probably a cheap one, right? Probably one that doesn't cost you your whole life savings. I don't know, addressing the Kare Kano controversy, maybe. That would be that's a cheap one. 1,001 likes is all this video will get, lol. I don't know. Up to you. Truly up to you. Magical Destroyers, thank you. That was the show we covered together. All right, let's fucking finish this Nostalgia Critic video, which again, so far I don't think I've disagreed with anything other than him trying to accuse Japan of being exceptionally pedophilic, which I don't even think is wrong. It's just the approach he took.
Yeah, I guess when you come down to it, it is just cultural differences. I mean, sexual urges in young people does start well before 18. My personal problem is, like media in most cultures, it doesn't try to help younger people understand sexuality, but rather exploits it. Rather than educate young people about sex, it's honestly just easier if we can make money off of it.
Yeah.
But, of course, all this talk about Sailor Moon being a sexy 14-year-old pinup is all building up to one important question. Given this information...
I don't know if I believe that he wrote this, but I agree.
Why did I still put her in the top 11 hottest anime women list?
Huh.
I didn't know! I swear I didn't know!
Huh.
I mean, look at the way they're drawn, man! I thought they were in college or at the very least late high school. Wouldn't you have made that guess? Come on, look at the way they're showing them off! I swear, officer, I mean audience, I had no idea their real age. I mean, you might be saying to yourself, oh, what, did you grow up watching the show? Did you pay attention to it at all? No, I didn't. I mean, I watched it, but I didn't really listen to it. I, too, was 14 at a time, and maybe I viewed it for different reasons. Stupid homework.
Huh.
I am Sailor Moon, champion of justice, and on behalf of the moon, I will punish you.
Oh my god, this is awful.
Turn that back on.
Who said that?
I did.
Penis?
Yeah.
You can talk?
All penises talk around this age. It's the greatest secret no woman knows about, but wouldn't be the least bit shocked to discover.
Well, despite what a terrifying discovery this is, I'm still not gonna watch this show.
It doesn't matter what you think. From now on, I'll be calling all the shots. You're gonna see everything in a whole new light.
What are you talking about?
Look at that show again. Looks damn good now, doesn't it?
Wow. There's more to this show than I thought.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm a mentally capable male. I won't let my penis call all my decisions for me.
Oh my
Turn
god.
that back on, or I'll shoot where the sun always shines.
No, I won't.
Excuse me, I have some memories I need to repress.
You know, I don't hate that. That was good cringe comedy. It made me cringe, but I thought there was nothing wrong with it. It just was, it's a cringe-worthy thing to be joking about. It's good cringe comedy, in my opinion. I'm surprised how enjoyable this video is. It's like, it's not something I'd choose to watch without being paid for it, but it's not offending me. I feel fine about it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Nostalgia Critic videos are like better than the other people that I've been being paid to cover. I just am.
Well, I think I've properly erased those memories.
They'll be back.
Quiet or I'll write another groin shot joke. So Serena seems shocked that she can now suddenly transform.
This dream is getting weirder and weirder. I'll never study that hard again.
Though weirdly enough, doesn't look the least bit shocked while she's transforming. In fact, I bet she'll keep this exact same calm state every single time she changes, and every villain she's fighting will quietly wait for her to finish before actually attacking. It's the Japanese way. Speaking of which, there actually is a villain in this series, known as Queen Beryl. Yes, because no name is more terrifying than a wooden container that can bring me alcohol. Actually, you sure she's not the hero? She uses her evil minion named Jadeite. Too obvious. To get energy out of the people of Earth, all to serve the evil realm of the Negaverse. Or as Luna likes to put it, the Negaverse.
The Negaverse. The
I don't think you're allowed to say that word.
Negaverse. The Negaverse. The Negaverse. The Negaverse.
How does Jedi plan to do this? By creating various monsters targeting people's lust for jewelry, pop.
Playing that whole sequence and not even making one single racial joke about it makes me think he didn't notice. All right, Gary, we'll do the Ocarina of Time dunk view after this.
Singers, fitness, and pretty much
which, by the way, is a classic review. I have seen it, but I will be glad to watch it.
Anything exploiting the empty shallowness of all mankind. So naturally, Serena is never far behind, often falling for the majority of his evil plans. Please get in this evil device, which is in no way an evil device. Joke's on you, it was an evil device. But once Luna reminds Serena to use her brain, she goes through her petalicious transformation and is ready to kick ass.
I want to go home!
Or cowers in the corner like a fucking scaredy cat.
I don't want to do this
My
anymore.
audio's quieter than
I'm
Doug's. That's
Get me out of here now!
In fact, the fucking scaredy cat is braver than her.
We must fight this evil monster or the whole universe could cease to exist. It's time to become Sailor Moon. Let's go! You have to stand and fight. Be brave.
Never running from a real fight.
That Lucario fan with $5 says to watch the Kari Kondo controversy by Caribou Kun and give him a comment to make him happy. Also, Furry Pride 2 Part 2 is in your Discord DMs. We got to upload. That is true. That one Lucario fan has already edited the second part of that. I couldn't release it because I was out at too many games all weekend. But we are right here at the computer with the opportunity.
Exactly what she's doing! She's running from a real fight! Come on, you idiot! Don't pussy out! Pussy up! I think it can also be used that way. Yeah! Well, it'll probably surprise no one that Sailor Moon
Ellen, I
actually
read the
does
Gary
very
Always
little
one.
physical fighting in this show. Which is no big shock. If she even raises her knee a centimeter to kick, she exposes her goodies to the world.
Ellen came back from not paying attention. It's just like, I see a Gary Always chat. I assume it's been missed.
Which in many parts of Japan, of course, is no big problem anyway. Most of the fight scenes require her being trapped or stuck in something for probably longer than is needed. But hey, anything to save on that action-packed detailed animation that we're just going to repeat anyway. In fact, the one you'll see most often next to the transformation sequence is her using a magic tiara. Which...
Koopa Shell 10. How did you leave a chat on Twitter? I think you're the first person who has left a chat on the Twitter. Okay, it's right here. There's just a little chat room. Amazing. This is my first time ever live streaming on Twitter. So shout out Koopa Shell 10 for literally being the first ever commenter on one of my Twitter live streams. You're pretty much nothing right now. Well, that's unfortunate. Become something. Whoosh, you've now become something, Koopa Shell 10. Congratulations. That's your reward for being the first. You're not sure you had a notification? That's cool. Thank you for teaching me about how it works incidentally and without any attempt.
Turns her enemies to dust. Or, in this case, the guy doing the magic act next door comes to save her, then allowing her to throw her goddamn tiara.
You must believe in yourself, Sailor Moon.
Tuxedo Mask, thank you!
Don't mention it.
This is Tuxedo Mask. And yes, it is painfully obvious who it really is. But please don't tell Serena. She's not very bright.
Others will test you. Do not be afraid.
What a hunky guy.
Is he gonna...
So dreamy.
Is he gonna mention how much older that guy looks than her too?
And not at all like that other guy who I hate so much. Thank God they have nothing in common and are two completely different people. Oh, hi, Clark. Get any new pictures of Superman lately? The magic tiara isn't her only enchanted device, though.
I was thinking earlier it would be fun to do a Superman adaptation where Clark and Superman are just played by different actors entirely, but try to make it so try to communicate somehow through behavior or something that you could still tell. If you're really paying attention, you're you know what? That's the same guy. I know they're different actors, but I bet that's the same. That's the twist, is they're the same guy. You have to do it covert. Don't tell anybody it's Superman. It has to be a twist. You're just watching a movie about a journalist, and then also there's a superhuman in town, and you're I'm starting to think maybe this is secretly Superman, but they're different actors. So could it really? But it seems so much like this is you know.
She also has a pen that can change her into anything. Wait, what?
It's a very powerful transforming tool. It turns you into whatever you want.
Well, then what the fuck is she using that?
That one Lucario fan said, I wonder whatever happened to that one amazing Karikana review that Trixie left a positive comment on, and I discovered thanks to her liking it, it totally vanished. I don't know which one you're talking about. I'm curious now. Yeah, I wish I knew.
Tiara for? I mean, they didn't give any.
And Agadine, who said, I want to watch Karikano, but I know it doesn't fully adapt the manga, so it makes me hesitant to become a fan. Honestly, this is seriously my advice on how to watch Karikano. Pretend that episode 18 is the ending, and that the other 6 episodes are like an OVA that like didn't fit. Like if you think like episode 18 provides like a satisfying enough resolution to where the plot is at that point, that you could look at, like, if the show ended there, you'd be like, that was a good show. And then like the next 6 episodes are fine, but they're kind of setting you up for like the story to go longer, you know, and that's why it feels unsatisfying when it doesn't, because it feels like you started setting up for something that there's no payoff to. But like, you know, and I don't even think those episodes are bad. They're fine. It's just like, particularly on a first time viewing, it's very disappointing to feel like you hit this emotional peak in episode 18 where it's like the show is just amazing. And then like you feel like it's cooking. You feel like it's working towards something that should be impressive, and then it never like gets there, you know? So it's yeah. Kind of like Inuyasha episode 12 said awesome meme. That's so early. But Ranma is like a little bit like, if you watch just the first season of Ranma, which is like 16 episodes, you don't really need to watch the rest. It's not that there's not great episodes. There are. I made a whole guide to watching Ranma, but like the first 16 are the only ones that are like, wow, this is just a great show, you know? And after that point, it's hit or miss. Very hit or miss.
Limitations or anything. They said she can change into fucking anything she wants. Why doesn't she just turn around and be like,
Take on the form of Godzilla.
series over, 6 seasons spared? But nope, she uses it just to don disguises, which really aren't necessary.
I forgot
seeing
she
how all
even
you have to
does
do is
this.
throw on a bathing suit and a napkin over your crotch, and apparently nobody will recognize
Oh,
you.
hey, Riley
And
says
besides,
he...
we know she's gonna leave the real...
Other Riley Venmo'd for a video. Let's see what that's about. Riley paid me $2. It says, I picked a video from my funny videos folder for you to watch. Lol. And then there's a link. Okay, I guess I'll find out what that is when I type the link in. We're still a few videos behind that, so you're going to have to hang around and wait.
Fighting to the other Sailor Scout.
Although Lapusha only paid for $20 to this video, so unless she was planning to swoop in and drop the last 6 to watch the rest of it, we might almost be done with this.
Oh yeah, I should probably talk about them. The other reincarnations of the Scouts are found over time, usually in the exact same city and often even the exact same school. So maybe Jedi should try his evil plans in another part of town. I mean, it's not like the Power Rangers that can beam anywhere. All this show does is glorify how lazy Serena...
I didn't remember that the Power Rangers could do that. Beam anywhere. Oh yeah, I guess Zordon just like sends them where they need to be. Just kind of always felt like they were in the same place because they use the same like lot to film every fight scene in, you know.
Serena is. Serena, a monster is attacking Tokyo. How far away is that? About 10 miles. Hey, it's just Tokyo. But usually... These other sailors are Sailor Mars, who uses fire, Sailor Jupiter, who uses thunder, Sailor Venus, who
No problem, Lapusha. I'll always be down to remind you to give me more money. You'll never have to worry about that being something I forget. Especially to watch a Nostalgia Critic video. Even though I've been enjoying it, it's been fine. It's been totally fine. This is the least offending Nostalgia Critic video I think I might have ever seen.
uses energy beams, and Sailor Mercury, who uses fucking bubbles! Their
Yeah,
personalities are about
fucking
as on
bubbles.
par as, let's say, the Spice Girls. No, that's too demeaning. Let's say handsome. But
I think it's entirely possible that that Sailor Moon directly led to like the Spice Girls. Like that the whole like the idea of like a team, you know, like a super team. Like the early 90s, you had Power Rangers is basically a boy band. You had Sailor Moon, basically a girl band, you know, and like these weren't commonplace archetypes of music in the United States. Like the late 90s is when we suddenly had boy bands and girl bands were just a thing. Like all of them were basically, yeah, like a Sailor Moon or a Power Ranger troop, you know. I do think it's entirely possible that Sailor Moon was the pipeline to Spice Girls.
To their credit, they are the ones who do most of the work. And they're eventually joined by another cat named
Riley said the girl Power Rangers kicked ass though. That's true. They weren't all boys. It wasn't all a boy band necessarily. Although it's important to note, of course, that in the original Japanese there was only one girl, and they just decided to make the Yellow Ranger a girl when they brought it to America to, you know, make it a little bit more balanced. Probably a good move. I always remember, even though Kimberly fucking kicking everybody's ass, she was one of the best, you know, in the Pink Ranger. So yeah, they were all fucking out there. Why aren't there any like mixed boy and girl groups? Is it just because everybody would talk about them fucking too much? Is that all it is? Like the sexual tension would be too much for the audience, I guess. You have to be a rock band. You can't be a pop group with like mixed gender. You have to be a rock band so that everybody can just assume you're doing drugs and fucking from the beginning, you know?
Artemis.
Stop squabbling.
And yes, even the other planets over time joined the group as well. Ooh, except Pluto. You're not a planet anymore. So, yeah. And to answer your question, yes, every kid snickered like an idiot when they heard there really was a Sailor Uranus. Actually, things got kind of interesting.
Oh, so
with their
decently
characters,
placed
seeing how
minions.
Uranus and Neptune were.
I've never seen the Minions. I've only seen the first Despicable Me movie, which I thought sucked, but that was a well-placed Minions.
In the show, but not in the Japanese version. No, in the Japanese version, they were a couple.
That one, Lucario fan. A Cutie Honey where to start /series introduction would be a good idea. I have to assume that Cutie Honey is pretty much like the go-to introduction because it's just so fucking good, although it also runs the risk of ruining all the rest of it for you, maybe. Because a lot of people don't even like the second and third episode of that because the first one is so good. But I would be curious about that. That you should whether you made it a video or even just let me show you this thing real quick. I don't know if I've talked about this anywhere that anyone would remember it. I hope I'm typing this correctly because it's such a fucking long title. God damn it. Let's just go to Ghost Lightning's blog. He should have a link to this shit. There's a time where Ghost Lightning and his friend created a like separate blog specifically for recommending Gundam, like finding, yeah, here we go. Finding your starter. I also made a Finding Your Starter Moe. I forgot about that. Finding Your Gateway Gundam. God damn it. Where do I go to actually? Here we go. This is the link. We remember love specials.wordpress.com. Finding Your Gateway Gundam. Okay. I guess this is harder to get to than I thought. So basically the idea here is that it asks you questions and you click through like a choose your own adventure trying to find your ultimate Gateway Gundam. So, you know, it says like the core offerings are composed of 80s TV series with markedly dated animation. Is this a problem for you? Can you either click on I can truly enjoy a classic series without having to make excuses for it, or my minimum standards for production quality are late 80s movies or newer, you know? So like, well, obviously I can enjoy a classic. Do I need it to be long or do I need it to be short? 50 episodes, pshaw. I watched Legend of Galactic Heroes. Yeah, that sounds right. Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam recommended as my Gundam entry, which interestingly enough, I think was. I do think I saw, probably because of this, but I think I did watch. I've still only seen like 5 or 10 episodes of Zeta Gundam, but it did get me interested in watching Gundam, and then I went and watched the original films at some point. I personally wouldn't recommend anybody start with Zeta over the original show. I think it used to be like people used to, for some reason, have it in their heads that like the original Gundam TV show isn't good or something. I think just because the movies exist and like I don't even think the movies are necessarily easier to watch other than that like it's easier to, sit down for 6 hours instead of however long. I'm not going to do the math, twice that, that is the TV show, but like the pacing feels better in the show. I would just say go just watch the fucking original, but whatever. Anyway, something like that you can make.
That's right, straight up lesbians.
What was that?
Nothing, I said nothing. Yeah, kind of funny.
That was a funny reincorporation.
14-year-olds all we want, but the idea of them being attracted to something that don't have a penis
Good point.
apparently was too much for Americans back then. So just to check.
He's kind of hitting in this video, y'all. He kind of is hitting in this video.
Okay, shame. Okay, shame. Come on, guys. Maybe you could have worked it into your half-ass PSAs at the end. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention there's PSAs in this show. Obviously slapped on at the end of each episode using the same animation they used before.
Is all of Gundam full of hot boys, or is that only Gundam Wing? That really depends on what you think a hot boy is. My answer, yes. Because right from the beginning, now granted, Char Aznavour has an ugly personality. He's a bad man. But I mean, I don't even want late Char. I want early, young, hip, cool Char. Give me young Char. Yeah, look at this man. That's him in Gundam The Origin. All pissed off and shit. What about, give me some fucking Quattro Bagina. That's him in Zeta Gundam. Yeah, wait, look at that. Hold on. Look at that sassy fucking pose. This is a very fuckable man. Despite the fact that he's like a psychopathic pedophile. He sure does look good. Who else is in Gundam? I mean, I don't think Bright Noah is really that attractive, but he's, there's lots of ladies who like them some Bright Noah. And of course, you can't forget Char's boyfriend that he murders in the first Garma Zabi, this pretty little twink. This is Char's little butt friend in the first arc. Well, the second arc, I guess, before he gets killed. So yeah, I would say there's always been some pretty boys in Gundam. And there's always been some beautiful girls in Gundam too. You had what the fuck is her name? Well, in the first show, you've got Char's sister. The original Gundam, I wouldn't really say any of the girls are that cute. But when you get to Zeta Gundam, they start introducing cute girls. What the fuck is the name of that bitch that Char was obsessed with the wild hair? Fuck, I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Anyway, back to finishing this video. No more Gundam.
Lord knows, the show hasn't repeated enough animation already.
Starving yourself and exercising till you drop is not a smart way to lose weight. Like a car without gas, our bodies can't run without food. Good nutritional food.
To say they're time fillers is an understatement. Half the time, they don't even bother to fill in the dead air. They care so little about it.
Daydreams are nice, especially the ones about food. Oh, daydreams are cool, all right. But just don't forget about your feeling now.
Yeah, if they want a more appropriate ending, they go with something like this.
Hey kids, a lot of time we get angry letters from your parents because we know our show makes you dumber. So here's our last minute table scraps to try and teach you something in the last few seconds we have. Brush your teeth.
Or in the case of the lesbian duo, maybe they can do something like,
hey kids, you got boys and you got girls. Pick one.
And guys, that's as far as I know there's more characters and more villains, but I specifically
like
wanted
that
to
gag.
address the repeated formula that got Sailor Moon popular in the US, and why on earth it actually worked. And that formula, as I can figure out, is as such. Serena acts like a selfish idiot. Supportive friends pick up her slack. Beryl rubs Crystal Ball like a boob and sends Jedi out to create monster and or device to obtain energy, using a marketing tool targeted towards vain suburbanites. One of the scouts discovers the plan or falls for it herself. Transformation takes place via reused sexually confusing animation. Scout or scouts are trapped. Pratt in the Hat seems to get them out and do nothing else. Serena never figures out who he is, uses her magic tiara that she should have used earlier instead of reusing more dialogue footage, destroys villain, and goes back to being an idiot again. So, yeah, just to double check again, why did this work?
So I will say, if I'm remembering correctly, and granted, again, I did not enjoy Sailor Moon that much. I was really trying to crank through it to make my anime alphabet video about it. Mostly I wanted to study it. I wanted to know the place and time. I felt like I can't understand anime culture, especially in America, without understanding Sailor Moon. But watching it was a slog for me. But I remember this only really being what it's like for the first, 13 episodes. And then it keeps, it's still incredibly formulaic. And the formula is not that different. But it does change as it goes. Kind of similar with Cardcaptor Sakura and, a lot of these magical girl shows. They keep to a formula, but it slowly evolves where, the first arc is telling one kind of story and the second arc's telling another kind of story. If I remember correctly, Sailor Moon is kind of like that. But it's not as stridently this. What he's describing sounds like the first 10 episodes. And then I think it changes a little bit. There's little arc climaxes and stuff, But I also can't fucking remember almost anything that happens. I remember one episode where they visit a shrine, the shrine that Sailor Mars works at, and they were all wearing really cute outfits, and that's the only thing I fucking remember is the couple of moments where I was like, wow, everybody's outfit is really nice in this scene.
Perhaps like a lot of other formulas, it knew what to keep familiar and what to keep changing up. It knew it was going to have a villain, but it changed up what kind of villain. It knew it had to involve an interest or product that girls wanted to be involved with, so it had a different one each episode. There was always peril that the girls had to get out of so that you'd feel great by the end when they finally do. Keeping the formula exactly the same, but changing up just the right elements that needed to be changed. So, do I enjoy the show? Fuck no. Does it have an ingenious formula? Fuck yes. Is it bad for kids? Fuck not really. While the Serena character is an annoying airhead, I will give her credit.
I feel like I came to the exact same conclusions. I watched more of the show. Again, I don't remember any of the more of it that I saw. It might as well have been as he described for as much as I got out of it, but
that she does at the very least have a character. It's not one that I like, but at the same time, it would have been easy just to make her a pretty face with no personality. But she clearly does have a personality and goes to big extremes. And they do make her look strange and bizarre just as much as they do make her look pretty half the time. And though, yeah, she can be self-centered, she's never really mean, per se. And I guess from what I understand, the character does get smarter as the series goes on. Or at the very least, braver. As for sexing up a 14-year-old, I think it's weird, but I guess there's always just gonna be cultural differences. And in all honesty, we've let out much worse. Unlike a lot of pop stars and teen magazines,
I'm glad he got that out there.
All that's there. This at least allows girls the fantasy of being the hero and actually doing something, even if it is mixed in with that artificiality as well.
No, Sailor Moon walked so that revolutionary girl Utena could run, and then Utena ran all the way around the planet 5 times, and made it so nobody ever had to run again. We could just walk along and enjoy Precure for the rest of our lives.
Well, but I don't know if Serena's dummy reaction to it all always shows it in such a good light. But the moments where she fights back and saves
Or
the day
rewatch
is
Card
always
Captor.
shown in a good light. So have fun with your little show. Just keep it as far away as you can from me.
I like to look at it like Card Captor is for people who like magical girls as a concept, but don't have the patience to fill their lives with magical girls because it's mostly the same thing. So if you just want one magical girl show you can comfortably come back to when you need that, you got Card Captor. And then if you're like, I need an endless supply of magical girls, I need this aesthetic to live with me for the rest of my life, you've got Precure. you know, to keep you alive, basically.
I'm the nostalgia critic. I remember. Hello?
Mr. Critic, Dr. Hawk thinks he may have, like, finished that formula or whatever.
Lead on.
All right, critic, I know I messed up with the Sailor Moon formula, but I've come up with a formula that's even better.
Even better? You mean like more successful than Sailor Moon?
3 times more successful.
Really?
Yes, according to my calculations, this should be the most famous, most profitable formula the world has ever known.
Good God, Dr. Hack, what is it? What is it?
Okay. 3 online performers, 2 male, 1 female, remake movies with the help of a German cameraman and Irish immigrant.
I'm honestly surprised how much I did not really disagree with anything he said that much in that video. Definitely was not offended by it. All right. Well, I guess the next thing is that Ocarina of Time dunk view, right? So stop saying that. You know what it sounds like, nostalgic.
Hey everybody, just giving
You're
you the
just not
latest on the
acknowledging it 'cause
Indiegogo
you're not
project.
allowed.
Thanks to everyone who's been donating
Oh,
and
no, I
spreading
don't
the
care.
word. And with that said, we have a new perk. It's this wonderful drawing that was done.
No. All right.
Gamers are a confused people. Some are blinded by nostalgia. Many of them think that realistic graphics make a game funner and
I'll say first, on the subject of nostalgia, I have an idea for an Ocarina of Time video that, should I play this game again, I will probably make, called Ocarina of Time, or no, it'll just be called The Most Nostalgic Video Game, and it's about Ocarina of Time. And it's not that Ocarina of Time is nostalgic just because it's like a part of so many of my generation's childhood. The game's about nostalgia. The music all evokes nostalgia. It's not true of any other Zelda game. You know, like that game is just soaked entirely in the theme and the energy of nostalgia. And so it was nostalgic immediately. It only took like a few years for it to be like this tremendously nostalgic piece of media, because that's what it's about, you know?
huge chunk of gamers.
Same goes for like My Neighbor Totoro. You know, and a lot of Miyazaki's work has that kind of feel.
Believe that Ocarina of Time is the greatest game of them all. Now you have to understand that I have no nostalgic connection at all to this game. Okay, the first time I played this, I was like 10 years old and I got the GameCube disc for pre-ordering Wind Waker. So I turn this game on and I say, this game is old and sucks balls. Now you have to understand.
The first time I tried to play Ocarina of Time, around when it was fairly new, I only got it, rented it because of the fact that it was like the highest rated game ever in Nintendo Power. So I needed to know about it. We literally could not figure out how to get past the guy that you like in this village. You talk to a guy who tells you you need to buy a shield, but like I literally didn't conceive of the idea that you would have to read any of the text in a video game. Like whatever games I had played, like Diddy Kong Racing or whatever, like none of the text mattered. I never had to actually read it to understand what was happening. So like we just kind of ran around the village for like half an hour with no idea what the fuck to do and then quit because we didn't read what the fucking characters were telling us to do. And that was the first time I rented it. And then like maybe 6 months later, my older cousin played it and I watched his whole playthrough and ended up reading him like the strategy guide for parts and stuff. And it was like a magical experience for me. It was the first story I remember having any impact on me, like period. I'd grown up with, you know, all kinds of like cartoons and shit. And even though I grew up like watching Disney movies, I never liked the stories in any of them. Like I always liked the characters, the settings and stuff. I never cared about a story until this video game when I was like 7.
that I was a fucking idiot kid. Ocarina of Time is a magnificent, towering achievement for video games. It's so unique and creative and memorable. One of the first things you do in this game is you walk into a giant tree's mouth. You enter, and the camera slowly pans down, revealing the huge interior of the Deku tree. You see that it's cluttered with webs and malicious spiders and plants. Then very slowly, the music starts to creep in, and you understand that this is a sacred place that has been dying for probably hundreds of years. This is how you establish atmosphere in a video game, and Ocarina of Time continues to do this over and over again, bringing these incredible environments to life that breathe imagination. A lot of this is owed to Koji Kondo's musical score. This is that fucking masterpiece shit. The upbeat, epic Hyrule feel. This is exactly what an adventure sounds like in your head. Then you got the slow jams, you know, Lon Lon Ranch. It's got that catchy, reassuring melody that lets you know, hey man, you can get some milk now. Pet the chicken. Then you got that evil shit when Link goes down in the well. There's all this blood down here and satanic symbols all over the wall. And what the hell is that? Is this game rated E for horrific imagery and gore? There are cutscenes and dialogue, but what I really appreciate about Zelda is its ability to tell the bulk of its story through gameplay. It has a lot of stuff to say to the player indirectly. As a kid, Link's adventures are more lighthearted, there's always a happy ending, the world itself is bustling with energy and excitement. Then you turn into an adult. What the fuck? The exploration is especially rewarding in this game. This is an extremely complete and realized world. There are little details, little Easter eggs. There's secrets everywhere. You blow up a hole in the ground, and then there's a talking cow down here.
Yes.
Drinking water. You can see these little Mario portraits in Zelda's castle. Death Mountain, my favorite example. It's always out there, looming in the distance. You can walk there and climb up it, and then there's a giant Goron up here. I can never try Goron, man.
That is my favorite part of this video. I don't know if this necessarily would mean as much to a viewer who hasn't played the game. I think Donkey is kind of assuming that you are familiar with this game, and he's just kind of being like, no, guys, for real. Even without nostalgia, it's really that good. But the way he describes this and edits it is perfect.
Here, drinking water. You
Just
can see
hold
these
on.
little Mario portraits in Zelda's castle.
Death Mountain. This whole bit about Death Mountain is what I'm talking about.
Mountain, my favorite example. It's always out there, looming in the distance. You can walk there and climb up it, and then there's a giant Goron up here.
The way he expressed that in like one quick sentence, he just described a massive amount of this game. Like, if you understand the game, you understand that, like, when he says you see it in the distance, what he means is after the very first dungeon, when you enter Hyrule Field for the first time, you can see Death Mountain in the distance. And it's the next place you go. You end up, you go to Hyrule Castle, you talk to Zelda, you do all this stuff to end up at Death Mountain, and then you go up it and into it. And then you're hanging out with the Gorons inside of Death Mountain. But actually getting to the top of Death Mountain where you talk to Big Goron, that's like much further in. And like if you get the Big Goron sword, it's like the end of the biggest quest in the game, basically. So he pretty much like truncated the whole experience of Death Mountain being this thing that's persistent through the game into one sentiment that expressed that in a sentence. It's fucking genius. Like, this is unbelievable. This was the moment that sold me on Donkey as a reviewer, was literally that sentence early into being a fan of him. Like, I saw that and I went, wow, he like just so succinctly, again, it probably wouldn't hit as hard if you haven't played the game. He's just telling you like, oh, you'll see this big mountain, you'll go up it, and bam, you'll see a big Goron. That might be a good sell to somebody who's never played it. But if you have played it, you're like, what the fuck? You just described like the whole game,
I got every track on, man. This is my jam game. Then you have the time travel.
And also, just the end of that sentence just devolving into like baby babble and then saying, this is my jam game.
This is my jam game.
Your sword is my.
Then you have the time travel mechanic, which is just brilliant. You come back to explore the same world 7 years later, and all these things have changed. This guy used to be some bada bitch working on the farm. Now he owns the farm. Dampy, this poor guy always digging up graves in the pouring rain, he died from hypothermia.
He's also really good at pulling like the references to stuff that a lot of people don't remember. Like this stuff, if you're playing this newly and all this is fresh in your mind and you're trying to express like the breadth of what's available in the game, you're like, remember this little thing and this little thing? Like this is the stuff that people don't talk about because it's not the most memorable parts of the game. But when you hear about it, it like reinvigorates your mind to be like, oh yeah, it did have all that shit in it, didn't it? You know?
Ocarina of Time is surprisingly somber. People are killed off. You spend most of your time in dimly lit dungeons set against these creepy, ominous soundscapes, but you push through this overbearing darkness because of the lovable characters and the beautiful music, and you're rewarded with an incredible
This example of lovable characters, like this obscure side quest character.
lovable character.
Who the fuck is this guy? I don't even remember this guy with the pants. I don't remember those pants.
And the beautiful music, and you're rewarded with an incredibly satisfying ending. This game is a true classic. It has stood the test of time, and it deserves a perfect score by modern standards. If you haven't played
I
the
agree.
game, man, come over there. I'm gonna punch you in the balls.
Big agree. Okay, next up is that one Lucario fans request, and then Riley request. So next we're going to just look at this Caribou Coon. Oh wait, we already have Caribou Coon open. Addressing the Karikano controversy. Ooh, yeah. Yo, I hope this song doesn't get me copyright claim, Caribou Coon. Yo, I better not get copyright claim because Caribou Coon makes AMVs all the time. Back a boogie bee. I want to see the edit, but I gotta sing over this stuff so you don't think that it's gonna get me detected and take it down from the YouTube. I'm ruining the song in your AMV, Caribou Coon. Gotta do it for me. Yeah. Gundam. Everything is Gundam. Gundam. Yeah. Butthole weed with $5 says here is 5. Watch my Drunkeria video for the meme. Also my 20 video is still being edited. I'll have you watch it when done. Hey Ellie poo poo. That was the full text. This sure is a long AMV. How much of this is an AMV with occasional text? Is the whole thing an AMV with occasional text? I wonder. Yeah, peep the style and the kids checking for it. The number one question is how could you ignore it? It dropped right back in the cut over bass tracks and rap stats. Got me dropping the sat like rewind that. Just roll with the rhythm and rise to the ashes of stylist division. With these non-stop lyrics of life living, not to be forgotten but still unforgiven. In the meantime, there are those that want to talk this and that, so I suppose that it gets to a point where feelings gotta get hurt and get dirty with the people spreading the dirt. Come on, yeah. I got a heart full of pain, head full of stress, head full of anger held in my chest. Uphill struggle, blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing to gain, everything to fear, and everything else is a waste of time. I hate my rhymes, I hate everyone else's moron. Run to the back of the pressure, gets to the better. I can't keep myself together because all this stress. Give me something to ride on the pain, give me something I can set my sights on. Never forget the blood, sweat, and tears, the uphill struggle over years, the fears, and just chugging other people. It was you and the people that started it, just like you. Tried to give you warning, but everyone ignores me. Told you everything that I see, but nobody's listening. Cause to you so clearly, but you don't want to hear me. Told you everything that I clear, but nobody's listening. Hey. This is like Kanye X Fall Out Boy if it was actually good. Hold on. I can do shit, I can't remember any Kanye lyrics off the top of my head right now. Yeah. Strobe lights, street lights, spotlights, all of the lights. Hey. So I guess all of the important information was text on screen in that video. Yo. Okay. Yeah. All right, you also said we gotta upload. Well, first I probably have to download, right? Download, then upload. Download. Okay, we gotta switch accounts because this is for We Watch Anime.
Gamers are a
Gamers. I'll show you a gamer. Oh no, it has to make sure it's really me. I hope I'm not signed into Bird's phone. For some reason, when I log into my thing, it keeps thinking I'm on Bird's phone. Let's see. No, it says the name of my phone. Yes, it's me. Okay. We did it, gang. All right, let's upload. All right, we'll leave that there. Now, let's go watch the one that Riley sent me through Venmo. Did you just pay me to watch Ruby, Lapusha? Ruby Chapter 1. Like the show? Is it only 2 minutes long for an episode of Ruby? Oh god, no, there's the rest of it. Okay. I hope Ruby isn't like copyright protected in some way. I hope this doesn't turn out to be a what's it called? Fucking hell of a boss situation. But we'll do it. We'll watch fucking Ruby. I really hate Ruby. This is gonna be the fucking even Bird, who I thought was asleep, showed up to say God, Ruby sucks. I didn't even know Bird was still up. Hello, Bird. I love you. Sorry, you're gonna have to be put through Ruby. Oh wait, no, you're not. You can just go do something else. I will be put through Ruby, but not yet. For now, we're gonna watch this thing that the other Riley sent me. Oh boy. The only problem with getting sent links through Venmo is that I have to like manually type them in. I should have had you just send me this on Twitter, but I'm almost done typing it now already, so you know, it is what it is. MD2V. Okay. Good lord. This video isn't available anymore. What the fuck do you mean by that? I typed all that shit in. It says it's not available. You sent another one too? Hold on. What the? still trying to figure out this one. What the hell happened here? Did I type it wrong? Did I type all that wrong? Or did it get taken down in the short time since you sent it somehow? Trying it again. Just to be sure I didn't type it wrong. Yeah, it says not available anymore. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where's the other one you sent? Let's see. This one says, "The Lightbringer destroys the nostalgia critic. This video is infinitely funny to me for reasons I cannot properly describe." All right, well, we'll just, this one should be, I should be able to just search that, right? Just tell me the name of the other video and we'll do that. The Lightbringer destroys nostalgia critic. Lightbringer is Linkara's comic, right? Is one of these what I'm looking for here? Is this harder to find than I anticipated? Or was that just not the title of it? It's not down. I DM'd you the link on Twitter. Okay, that'll be easier. Ah, Jesus Christ, that came in loud. Dan Schneider.
Come on, Josh. It's got to be around here somewhere. I can't believe you convinced me to come all the way with you to...
I think a lot about how I wish Celebrity Deathmatch was around just so we could have dumb shit like Rob Schneider versus Dan Schneider and like, you know, Drake versus Josh or whatever. So many good Celebrity Death matches waiting to happen.
Russia, because the mail sent your concert tickets to the wrong place.
Eric Clapton tickets, Josh. The holy grail of all Erics. Now, come on, help me look around. He said he left it in here somewhere.
All right, just hurry up. What is this place anyway? Some kind of power plant?
Yeah, it's a nuclear reactor or something.
What?
What?
What did you say?
That it's a reactor or something?
No, I got that part. I was referring to when you said it was nuclear.
Relax. Nothing's gonna happen. We'll be in and out. Dang, it's dark in here. I think this might be the lights. There we go.
What did you do?
I don't know. I just pulled out this lever and...
You don't go around nuclear reactor pulling levers. You are not the certified pulling levers.
Chill, dude. All right. Nothing's gonna happen just because I pulled one lever.
There has been a nuclear accident in the Soviet Union and the Soviet...
They did it.
The Soviet version is this.
You know, maybe I should just make tickets.
Oh, really?
Well, all right. Confession, I've never seen Drake and Josh, but I believe that that's what it's like. I would definitely believe it. All right.
Let's dig into the comic adaptation of Batman and Robin.
Why does he talk like that?
Okay, Linkara, let's do this.
Huh?
I prepared myself for this mentally. Let's just get it over with.
The hell are you talking about?
You're reviewing a comic adaptation of Batman and Robin, the movie that has a certain infamous moment in it, and you yourself have used it to torture me after our Superman 4 crossover. Come on, you know everybody's waiting for it. People accost me about it all the time. They give me these handmade replicas.
I know I've talked about this a lot more way back in the day. Maybe I haven't in a long time, but the Nostalgia Critic brand of video crossover is one of the worst cancers that, thank God, has been excised from the video making community. You rarely get this type of shit anymore. It still happens. Every once in a while, a Second Wind video will do some kind of goofy, here's a skit where we explain why one of us is in the video and make some dumb joke. Just, I know this is a little beyond that. This is like another level. It's not just like I'm showing up in the video or whatever, but like, just this whole style of like we're both talking into the cameras like they're two sides of a like a two-way television or something. Like everyone's FaceTiming their reviews, even though they're obviously like scripted and talking into a camera. It was only funny when it was Cult Corona. Well, and that was done to parody this. Like Endless Jest came from that guy with the glasses forums. So like the whole point of his videos was like a direct parody of all the dumb shit that these guys were doing that, you know, that he thought was corny. And also doing all the stuff they did well, but, you know, taking it to another level.
They give me giant versions of it. They've even given me a pillow of it. Let's just get on with the bit. I'll rant and scream and we can just get on with our lives. Do it. Do it. Do it!
Batman is rich.
A bad credit card! Wait, what?
He is rich and has funneled that money into his crime-fighting enterprises through shell companies and false identities.
I don't get what you're...
And being someone who prepares for multiple eventualities as demonstrated in both comics and TV, wherein he's actually utilized his money to solve a situation or bought something that he wouldn't normally carry with him, which would include, say, diapers for a rescued baby or coffee to keep himself awake, plus his tendency to accessorize his crime-fighting tools to fit his motif, from something understandable like a fearsome vehicle to something silly like his projectiles resembling a bat, and the aforementioned usage of shell companies to acquire items. What exactly is so ridiculous and anger-inducing about a bat credit card? Critic?
Yeah?
Get in the corner.
Okay.
Let's dig into the comic adaptation of Batman and Robin, which, by the way, doesn't have the Bat credit card in it anyway.
Sure. You know, I can back that, being like, you know what? I'm tired of everyone complaining about this shit that's not that big of a deal, you know? I get that. I get why he was upset. It's a bit overblown, you know, of a reaction, but I can understand, you know, I didn't realize the Bat credit card was the infamous scene from that movie. I was thinking of it, the Bat nipples. All I remember from that movie is like that the Bat suit had nipples on it. That's the one with Mr. Freeze, right? Actually, I remember more of that from later in life, but I remember the part where like a cop opens his cop car that's got like icicles on it, and the icicles like sway because it's obviously just like rubber or something. All right, Butthole Weeb with $5 said we have to watch the Horimiya video. Now I do think I've seen this one, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember. Wait, your channel's not called Butthole Weeb. That's just your commenting super chats channel. There we go. The day anime died. All right.
So as an anime nerd who's seen at least one episode of 1000 anime, and also romance being my favorite genre, Horimiya might be the worst anime I've ever seen.
Something about the way the music is like picking up and getting inspirational, like you're about to say something really hopeful, and then you're like, this is the worst anime I've ever seen. That was pretty fucking funny.
In the romance genre, and I don't understand why it earned that 8.6 rating on Mal. I think maybe I'm alone on this, and I can understand why people would love Horimiya. But honestly, it's just so bad that I have some kind of misunderstanding of the people that do like it. I would say watch like Zure Children and watch shows that do it so much better. Or even if you're way out there, Hanabana Log, just watch anime like that. Those go out of their way to show like an actual...
I haven't seen this show, but it looks gorgeous just based on this one shot of this girl lighting a cigarette.
Romance. And just some unique kind of fashion. And yes,
I'm
high while making this video. But
and yes, I'm high while making this video. I wasn't suspecting that. You just kind of dropped it on me.
To be honest, I don't understand why people don't go back to the greats or what the anime industry is doing when it comes to marketing the greatest romance anime they could possibly do when there's so many stories out there. And this is just not it. And maybe
Well, Landon, it's just that there's no cohesion. They're not working together. You know, like you say the anime industry, but it's just like somebody makes a thing, somebody buys the rights to that thing, then they have to try to market that thing. It's just a matter of what do you own? You know, like what can you put behind it? Whoever owns Horimiya put a lot of money into it because they saw some success and they were like, we're going to roll this, you know. Whoever produced Hanabono Log clearly did not have the same faith in it.
I sound like a fucking old nerd, but I'm sorry. I've loved this industry for over 15 years. I'll repeat it note on note every time. And Horimiya
Lapusha keeps typing how they market it over and over
is
again.
just not it. I miss when anime had passion. To quote Jim Cornette, the same with the wrestling industry. It's like anime is dead. Anime is absolutely
Yeah,
dead.
it's fine.
It's not even just the romance genre. It's also the mecha genre. It's also the fucking slice of life.
Romance and mecha might be dead. Romance got kind of swallowed, I feel like, by isekai, where like it's like now romance has become like a footnote element of other anime somehow. Is there any good romance happening right now? I guess we just started a new season, so how the hell would we know? Oh my god, y'all, we just started a new season. We're gonna have to watch all the shit. Holy fuck, is anything out already? Shinmai Osan Bokensha Saikyo Party ni Shinu Hodo Kita. I have to piss.
Life genre. It's everything. It's all dead. Just let it die. Fucking, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, my man. The fucking horse has left the barn. Just let it go. Anime is fucking dead, and I just miss the good old days when I could watch like Tsukete Inayo or like go back to 70s anime like fucking Panda no Kapanda. And it's just, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to say it. It's just sad that people like this. I just wish most anime fans would just go back and watch the rest of the shit that used to be good and appreciate it. And Horimiya is the drizzling shits. Goodbye.
Okay, what is the next super chat request? Is it Ruby? Are we already at Ruby? Are we all going to be traumatized together? Let's see here. Okay, we had Lapusha, finished that video request, and then we had Butthole Weeb. Riley said not ruined, enhanced. Lapusha said Ruby, episode 1. Okay, it's Ruby next. And then we have that one, Lucario fan said the Ruby anime by Shaft has designs by the BRS guy. There's a fucking Ruby anime by Shaft? When the fuck did this happen? I never heard about this. I didn't know about this. Is it any good? Let me know if that's any good. And then we got Butthole Wee with $5 also says, skip to 137.30 and watch a Gen 5 Pokemon design vid. You're wrong. Mandy Buzz is best Pokemon design of all time. If not, fight me, Trixie Poo. I don't want to go rewatch that, but what did I say about Mandy Buzz that makes you hold on? Let's go ahead. Let's do the more interesting thing and just go look at Mandy Buzz real quick. This thing. Oh, when you say Mandy Buzz, Butthole Weeb, you've been complaining about this for years, and every time you say Mandy Buzz, I'm picturing the Electabuzz evolution they made because I can't remember what the fuck it's called. I must have shit on this design pretty badly. Okay, so you really like Mandy Buzz? It's 100% female. Interesting. What is the? Is there like a way to mate it? What is Is there like a male form? Does this thing have multiple evolutions? What even the fuck gen is this? Lullaby. Level 54? What the fuck? Why does it take so long to evolve? And why is it female only? Only the women can like, is it just that do the boy Volibes just stay babies for life? Because I could respect that. Real ones stay babies for life. We all know this. Okay, so it's a female only. So it's wearing like a skirt made of spikes, like a bone spike skirt. Is this like a part of its body? Is this something it like picks up and wears? Like, is the bone in its hair like a physical part of the animal? Or does it just like find a bone and put it in its hair? Where can I find this type of information? Mandibuzz. I mean, it just kind of looks like a big fat vulture wearing a ridiculous spiky bone skirt. I don't think I like it very much. I don't think it's... Mandibuzz may be based on an old world vulture, most closely resembling a lappet-faced vulture with the prominent ruff of a white rumped vulture. Design also resembles stereotypical savages, barbarians, or cavemen. Yeah, it's a funny way of phrasing that. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I also don't think there's necessarily anything right with it. Like, can't say I understand how this is your favorite Pokemon design of all time. It's the greatest defense bird, toxic foul play, roost brave bird. So you're talking about like its move set. I mean, I guess it's fine. Mine is shiny. That's cool. It's fine. It's fine. I can't say I see the appeal personally. Okay, we have to watch Ruby. There was also a Gary Always super chat here. It says tribute to Monty Ohm Rooster Teeth. I assume that's a video you want me to watch. We'll do Ruby first, then we'll watch the tribute. Oh yeah, we also have to finish uploading this furry video. We can handle that in a bit. Okay. We're watching fucking Ruby, y'all. Deep breaths. Wow, this only has 16 million views. It's crazy how far like independent animation has come. Like, to think that this was considered like a big deal, and now you've got fucking these glitch animations that, like, episode 2 of Amazing Digital Circus just hit 200 million views, like literally more than 10 times more successful than this. So that's fucking crazy. All right, let's rip this band-aid out. This video isn't available any. Okay, I don't know what that was about. Oh god, the voice acting. Oh god, the microphone quality. Oh man. All right, we're in for it. Just get ready for everyone's mic is going to sound completely different. Most of them will sound like dog shit. Just be used to that. It's just a fact of life in this show.
Legends. Stories scattered through time. Mankind has grown quite fond of recounting the exploits of heroes and villains.
Yeah.
Forgetting so easily that we are remnants.
Joseph Campbell, The Hero's Journey. One time a guy wrote a book about how much All stories are exactly the same. And now we are inescapably going to repeat that knowledge ad nauseum.
Byproducts of a forgotten past. Man, born from dust, was strong, wise, and resourceful. But he was born into an unforgiving world.
Why it gotta be man? What about Woe Man?
Inevitable darkness, creatures of destruction, the creatures of Grimm.
I hate this
set
cheap
their
ass
sights on
looking
man and all of
Flash
his creations.
garbage.
These forces clashed, and it seemed the darkness was intent on returning man's brief existence to the void.
The void.
However, even the smallest
Return
spark
man
of
to
hope
the
is
void.
enough to ignite
Wow, I don't remember this boring ass shit at all being the way this fucking starts.
change. And in time, man's passion,
That with the Lucario fan. Is this first episode the one with the fight that's a tribute to the Cowboy Bebop movie? I don't know. Is it an episode of an independent animation on the internet? It probably has a reference to the Cowboy Bebop movie in it.
resourcefulness, and ingenuity led them to the tools that would help even the odds. This power was appropriately named Dust.
Yeah, Gary, exactly. You are not the Lord of the Rings. You have to have to be able to get away with doing an exposition dump at the start. Your exposition sincerely has to be interesting. I really do think Gundam gets away with it because the first thing Gundam tells you is like half of Earth's population died. This is like there was a void and man came from the void and went back to the void. I have no emotional connection to any of this. What does any of this mean to me? How does this connect to my reality? Gundam's like, imagine if like 100 years from now, like everyone was dead and we all live in space. Like this is fucking boring. I don't know why I hit play and nothing happened.
Nature's wrath in hand, man lit their way through the darkness. And in the shadow's absence came strength, civilization, and most importantly, life. But even the most brilliant lights eventually
God,
flicker
this
and
sucks.
die. And when they are gone,
that
return.
I mean, it looks like a PS2 game. The 3D looks a lot better than the 2D did. If that was the goal to like set you up to think that this looks good by making the opening just look like total dog shit, it did a good job. This looks like Persona 3 now.
So you may prepare your guardians.
That goofy ass walk.
Build your monuments to a so-called free world. But take heed. There will be no victory in strength.
From dusk till dawn.
Or perhaps victory is in the simpler things.
Why would it be called From Dusk Till Dawn? I get like because there's the movie From Dusk Till Dawn. Dusk and dawn are two different times of day. Dust is not a time of day.
That you've long forgotten. Things that require a smaller.
What kind of dust are they? It looks like a coffee shop. Is that the dust? Like dust, like coffee dust? It's a dust store. What kind of dust is dust? Like
More honest soul.
they got tubes. They got those little transport tubes. They got crystals. So it's crystal dust. Crystal dust tubes. Okay. This is visual world building. It's like a candy store, but with crystals.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a dust shop open this late?
Please, just take my lien and leave.
Shh. Calm down. We're not here for your money. Grab the dust.
That guy's voice is good. They're stealing dust. Okay, it's a dust robbery.
Burn uncut.
I would probably have like if I was like selling something like this, I'd have security. Like I wouldn't just be an old guy with a store full of precious mana or whatever the fuck this shit is.
All right, kid. Put your hands where I can see them.
Hey, I said hands in the air.
I'm trying
You
to
gotta just
listen
listen
to
something.
Linkin Park.
Yes?
I said, put your hands in the air. Now.
This is the Sonic Adventure 2 Battle
Yes.
soundtrack, motherfucker.
Hey.
Was there a straight line from this to like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance though? Is this like how that happened? This actually is not as bad as I remember, by the way. I remember this being worse than it is. Maybe I was just more offended with it at the time. I mean, I'm sure this was a lot more painful to me when this was the most popular independent animation. When like this was like the hype shit everybody was talking about, and it's just like kind of a mid anime, you know, that looks like a PS2 cutscene.
Okay. Get her.
Get stomped. All right, very Soul Eater, but the scythe acrobatics.
Well, Red, I think we can all
It was
say
not
it's been an
bad.
eventful evening.
No
And
real
as
tension.
much as
That
I'd
looks
love to stick around,
adorable.
I'm afraid this is where we part ways.
Get him.
You okay if I go after him? Hey!
Persistent.
End of the line, Red.
Yeah, it's very like this feels like the cutscene that like the overly long start of the game cutscene that I would eventually just hit skip because I fucking just want to play the game. You know, like I get tired of like I don't need to see Dante beat up, you know, a room full of guys for like 7 minutes and just make me like want to be doing the game. You know, I just hit start and start fucking playing. That girl's got boobs. That was a pretty good shot. They definitely like nailed the poses. I think that's what this got the most right. It's just like badass looking poses, you know? Whoa. That was neat. I like that effect of like the darkness shrouding her and then the lights coming through that. Yeah, that looks cool. I super don't remember all this. I thought I've seen the first few episodes of this show on Crunchyroll like a decade ago.
You're a huntress. Can I have your autograph? I hope you realize that your actions tonight will not be taken lightly, young lady. You put yourself and others in great danger.
They started it!
If it were up to me, you'd be sent home with a pat on the back and a slap on the wrist. But there is someone here who would like
She's
to
like a Dami mommy.
Ruby Rose.
This guy looks like a guy with a
You
stinky penis.
have silver eyes.
Um,
So, where did you learn to do this?
Signal Academy?
They taught you to use one of the most dangerous weapons ever designed?
Hate his
One
voice.
teacher in particular.
I see.
I like the girls' voices. I liked the bad guy's voice. I don't like this guy's voice. Sounds like an old nerd.
It's just that I've only seen one other scythe wielder of that skill before. A dusty old
And he's
crow.
doing like this weird fucking gay ass mid-Atlantic accent thing.
Sorry. That's my Uncle Crow. He's a teacher at Signal. He was complete garbage before he took me under his wing, and now I'm all like...
So I've noticed. And what is an adorable girl such as yourself doing at a school designed to train warriors?
Well, I want to be a huntress.
You want to slay monsters?
Yeah. I only have 2 more years of training left at Signal, and then I'm going to apply to Beacon. See, my sister's starting there this year, and she's trying to become a huntress, and I'm trying to become a huntress.
This dialogue scene has gone on way too fucking long. Like, there was a moment just now I realized I was paying more attention to the music because it kind of sounds like video game music. Like, it makes me feel like I'm jumping around in Fentrana Drifts in Metroid Prime or something, and like I totally lost track of what the fuck they're talking about. Let me go back a little bit, see if I can follow this plot. Okay, he fed her
Just that I've
cookies.
only
She's
seen
fat.
One other scythe wielder of that skill before. A dusty old crow.
A dusty old crow. That's my uncle. Okay.
Sorry. That's my Uncle Crow. He's a teacher at Signal.
He's
I was
called
complete
Crow.
garbage before he took me under his wing, and now I'm all like...
Yeah, see, bringing up this character without ever showing him. This is the reason I stopped. I checked out because they started talking about somebody I don't care about and I'm not interested in and don't think I should be interested in because I have no reason to think it's really going to come up. This is not a way to make me interested in a character you're talking about. This is a way to make me completely zone out of the conversation being had. Also, she just starts like doing kung fu moves autistically for some reason. This is very strange.
So I've noticed. And what is an adorable girl such as yourself?
An adorable girl? What is an adorable girl such as yourself doing here?
Doing at a school designed to train warriors.
Well, I want to be a huntress.
You want to slay monsters?
Yeah.
No, I want to slay pussy.
I only have 2 more years of training left at Signal, and then I'm going to apply to Beacon. See, my sister's starting there this year, and she's trying to become a huntress, and I'm trying to become a huntress because I want to help people. And my parents always taught us to help others, so I thought, oh, may as well make her out of it. I mean, he's all right. My husband and huntresses are just so much more romantic.
If I'm meant to take in any of this information, I wish they would have presented it in a way that doesn't like insist it doesn't matter. Like, this is the way that girls talk about stuff you don't care. Like, this is the way that stuff sounds when you're ignoring it because it's annoying. It's like they're doing it like it sounds like a joke. Like, it sounds like it's making fun of itself for not mattering. It's weird. This is a weird presentation of this scene.
Exciting, cool, you know?
Do you know who I am?
You're Professor Ozpin. You're the headmaster at Beacon.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
You want to come to my school?
More than anything.
Ella said it really doesn't matter, though. Then why the fuck did they feel the need to write it into the motherfucking script?
Well, okay.
God, his voice.
I can't believe my baby sister's going to Beacon with me.
Thank God that scene is over. Okay, so this girl's her sister?
But I'm so proud.
They look nothing alike.
Really, sis, it was nothing. What do you mean? It was incredible. Everyone at Beacon is going to think you're the bee's
Are they like
knees.
adoptive sister?
I
The
don't wanna
bee's
be the bee's
knees.
knees, okay? I don't want to be any...
Everybody's gonna think you're the bee's knees. I'll show you the bee's knees. Bam! Hold up. Bam! There's 2 of those motherfuckers.
kind of knees. I just want to be a normal girl with normal knees. What's with you?
I don't want to be the bee's knees. I don't want to be any kind of knees. I want to be a normal girl with normal knees. Sucks.
Aren't you excited?
Of course I'm excited. I got moved ahead 2 years.
I knew I remembered this being bad. The first half was not as bad as I remembered. This second half is exactly how I remember it being.
I don't want people to think I'm special or anything. But you are special.
The robbery was led by nefarious criminal Roman Torchwick, who continues to evade authorities. If you have any information on his whereabouts, please contact the Vale Police Department. Back to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Cyril. In other news, this Saturday's Fauna civil rights protest turned dark when members of
Oh
the
my
White
God.
Fang disrupted the ceremony. The
Oh.
once peaceful organization.
That, like, I have to assume this is like a white nationalist organization. When I hear social unrest caused by a group called the White Fang, I'm like, oh, the KKK?
Organization has now disrupted.
Yeah, she was literally doing the Trisha Takanawa voice from Family Guy.
Hello and welcome to Beacon.
Who's that?
My name is Glinda Goodwitch.
They're supposed to be the black people? Wait, hold on.
Oh, you are among a privileged few who have received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. Our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as future huntsmen and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world.
They're supposed to be Irish Americans who got denied jobs. H. Bomber Guy said, and he did the research. I'm never going to watch more of this show unless for some reason LaPusha keeps paying me to. So I'm only ever going to have as much context as you guys are giving me. And that's enough. It's hilarious.
You can see signal from up here.
I'm on a boat.
I guess home isn't too far after all. Beacon's our home now. Well, I guess the view isn't for everyone. It was a nice moment while it lasted. I wonder who we're gonna meet. I just hope they're better than Bombhead Boy.
Oh, Dad, gross! You have poop on your shoe! Get away! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me!
This is exactly the experience of watching just the cutscenes in a shitty JRPG. Like, just take the trashiest, middle of the road JRPG you could think of. Take out all the gameplay, everything that makes it interesting, and just watch the shitty cutscenes. And this is what you would get. What an uneventful way to end the first episode. They're just kind of like, she's in school now, and they're on a flying boat. And then it's just over. And it's like, okay, was there like a story? Like, nothing happened, you know? Like, there was no setup for a plot there. Not a very good show. The OP rules play it. I'm afraid of copyright, but I guess I can.
They see you as small and helpless. They see you as just a child. Surprised when they
This is not really my genre, I will say.
find out that a warrior will soon run wild. Prepare for your greatest moments. Prepare for your finest hours.
No, it's fine. Very, very Sonic music to be. The singer was 14 at the time. Well, he did pretty good. Yeah, you know what? This kind of goes. What does this sound like? The way it's mixed reminds me of that song, like "In a World of Human Wreckage." Kind of reminds me of that mix, combined with like a Tommy Heavenly song. I definitely think Soul Eater was a huge influence on this, and that the second OP probably contributed something. Fairy Blue, Paper Moon, rather, it's called. Black Paper Moon. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to get blocked for that shit. All right. Kind of have to piss again. Yes, it is the same singer as the first Gintama OP. Tommy Heavenly, 16. She had a bunch of other names too for some reason. Tommy Genesis or something like that. I don't know if she's done anything in a while. I'm falling down into my shadow. All right. I'm gonna do the same meme of putting on a Landon video and then going to the bathroom because he paid for another one, and I've already seen Landon's videos. Which one was it you said? 3 anime scenes I laughed at. All right.
So today I'm talking about 3 scenes in anime that I think are extremely hilarious. I'm kind of watching some of the shit that I found so funny that it's kind of hard to explain. I don't really think I'm going to be spoiling too much, but here we go. 3 anime that fucking made me chuckle like a crazy bastard. This is one of the smaller ones. I just remember this because I've watched it so many times, but from episode 45 of Naruto, where there's a scene after Naruto beats Kiba in the Chunin exams and in the entire tournament, and he just like sits there and clutches his fist, and for some reason it just has the frame going for like an extra 9 seconds, and I just never realized that Naruto looked like dog shit the entire time that I was little. So that one cracked me up. I just saw that again recently, so that's gonna be a number 1. Entry number 2, Haibane Renmei. Haibane Renmei was actually a show that deeply and emotionally impacted me. I'm sorry, there's gonna be lots of laughing in this video. In 2004, when it came out, it was the early digital period of anime, and I already know that a lot of shows around that time sucked balls and looked terrible, and this suffered in that fashion. Watch episode 3, this scene right here I'm showing you. So
yes, I'm glad somebody else is saying it. People are not willing to talk about the fact that Haibane Renmei kind of looks like shit. Trixie, restart it. No, I've already seen this shit. All right, what do you want me to restart? I'll watch the scene.
But from episode 45 of Naruto, where there's a scene after Naruto beats Kiba in the Chunin exams and in the entire tournament, and he just like sits there and clutches his fist, and for some reason it just has the frame going for like an extra 9 seconds, and I just never realized that Naruto looked like dog shit the entire time that I was little. So that
is good. Yeah.
So I'm dying. It looks so
Monty
bad
tribute. We gotta watch that too.
Watch Violet Evergarden from 2000 and I think 18, and look at this, and I'm just like, yeah, this shit. I just started laughing. It looks terrible. So that's one of the other funny scenes I want you guys to check out. Okay, so the final one here is one of my most personal, and
I mean, the backgrounds are always gorgeous, and the character designs are gorgeous, and sometimes the character art is gorgeous, but sometimes you see those characters on those backgrounds and you go, ooh, they could have used a couple more minutes with that one.
I say personal, I literally mean that. Personal, so bad it's good anime. If Digibro back in the day had Garzy's Wing, or if you watched maybe like
Garzy's Wing
Kai
is
Skelter Heaven
the
or
great.
fucking Mars'
I actually,
Destruction.
forget Digibro. Trixie has a video. I have a script for a video about Garzy's Wing. And it's not going to say anything new, obviously. You've all probably seen Garzy's Wing. If you haven't, then you should. But it's just going to be called My Favorite Minute of Anime. And I'm just going to extensively break down the one greatest minute of Garzy's Wing, which is, of course, the scene where Chris wakes up and talks to himself. I'm sorry, it's playing through my head right now. I can get an instant high. I mean, I know I'm smoking drugs, but I can also just get an instant high by thinking about the greatest video, the greatest minute. I know you were thinking of my old video, Landon. I'm using that as a way to advertise my new video. You gotta keep up with the showmanship I'm doing here. You know, you gotta stay on script. Okay.
This is my
yes and
is the worst anime I've ever seen, and I love it so much. I had watched. It had to have been 7 episodes.
Is this Moke?
Back?
No, this
back
is
in
that
2000.
This is that fucking. Is this that fucking? What's it? That one that you hate, love? Melody of a Young Girl's Heart or whatever.
16.
Where nothing
I
happens.
happen to be out the house that I am living in right now. Owned.
Piano.
After
yeah.
7 shots of whiskey.
Landon is obsessed with the fact that literally nothing happens. And if you, I'm gonna say, plenty of you actually would probably like this. Like Landon considers this awesomely bad. I think there's an audience for whom this could become just like an out and out cult classic. Because he showed me some of this. And I didn't find it like laughable the way Landon did, but it truly is just like a blank-faced nothing of a show. Like just fucking, it's Piano Melody of a Young Girl's Heart is, I believe, the full English title. And like the characters are just very vacant and unexpressive. So like it's on top of like that nothing's really happening. There's also just nothing being expressed. You know, it's not even like on a Hidamari sketch or a Lucky Star level where like maybe a full frame will be like a character making a face. Like they're always making these same just kind of dull expressions. It's truly a nothing show. But if you just wanted to be like, I feel like if you are this type of a person, like there's definitely a type, I'm going to say a very autistic type of a person who I think could get a lot out of just like how pleasant and unemotional this show is.
Whiskey. And
just
in the mood to watch terrible anime. And it was so fucking terrible that I love it. Like I cannot give it not a 10 out of 10. Piano, Melody of a Young Girl's Heart is one of the greatest anime.
That one, Lucario fan, I will say you might have a shot at liking this show, but I'm not sure. It's not like Brigadoon or Moke or Narutaru because it's not weird. It's actually the weirdest thing about it is how normal it is. It's like so normal that it comes around to being weird, basically.
Ever made. There's a scene like literally within the fucking second episode where they just start talking about how this girl who has never been described as a piano player, and she had some passion for it, and then after you watch like what is it, 11 or 10 episodes, she doesn't fucking describe anything. And yeah, no one explains anything. This show is so fucking terrible that it's just from the time I watched it, to me it was special. And if you're gonna watch this show, get drunk as fuck because it's garbage.
It's like me watching like Rokubu or fucking What else did I get really shit-faced to watch? Oh, God. Rokubu stands out in my mind because that's when I first started drinking. I was just like slamming Bud Lights that I had that were just in the house.
And that's a wrap. Thank you, guys.
Gary always has gotten the faggot Melody Mac song stuck in his head. Oh, one day I'll get Melanie Mac's retard gem and nulls and the quarterings. Those are the ones that I'm targeting, I think, right now. Who else has a retard gem I would like to own? I don't know. I could take those ones. Takunomi. This isn't the Watch All the Land Anime videos stream right now. There's other requests in this queue, my friend. We've got to do Gary Always' Monty Ohm tribute video. I believe that's the other one. Yeah, tribute to Monty Ohm and Rooster Teeth. I remember when this dude died, and I was like, holy fucking shit. The fucking Dead Fantasy dude died. That sucks.
Hello, Mr. Monty Ohm.
Hello, Bernie. I was very excited about the moment my first scene showed up at a convention. No one had any idea what to expect.
Got a full house for the Ruby panel, RTX 2014.
With Red vs. Blue and Rooster Teeth as a company, there's a lot of things we hope to create to make people happy in ways they wouldn't expect.
Red, white, black, and yellow because of Asian.
It's easy to forget to sleep when you're working on something cool. So you just work as hard as you can, and still there's never enough time. So the thing you got to learn to is essentially let go.
What we end up making is always larger than what we think it'll be. I do believe thoroughly in giving everything you got towards.
I seriously, this fucking
larger than what we think it'll be. I do.
Okay, I thought he was the one who did this, but I had to be sure. Hey, Lloyd.
Thoroughly.
I fucking remember geeking on this shit in like 2004. It's so fucking old. This video, this was the start. As far as I know, this was the original. Like, this is before Dead Fantasy, before Ruby. Hey, Lloyd. It's just Samus and Master Chief get in a big, huge fight. And then I believe this ends with Master Chief taking off the helmet to reveal that she is also a woman, and then they like make out or something. That's how I remember this ending. Surprise lesbianity. And I remember just thinking this was possibly the coolest thing I had ever seen in my entire life at the time. When the Dead Fantasy ones came out, I saw them. I thought they looked cool, but I didn't know the characters as well as I knew Samus and Master Chief. So they didn't speak to me as much. But I remember like the third Dead Fantasy being like fucking nuts. Now, granted, all of this is basically just a guy trying to recreate Advent Children in my mind. Like when I saw Advent Children, like, yeah, all of these are just like, what if I just did that infinitely, which is cool. But it's important to remember the real innovation here happened at Square Enix. But it's all fun. It's very good fan content.
In giving everything you got towards whatever you're doing at the time. My favorite thing this time around was sharing it with everyone else, my colleagues, my friends, who all worked on this project. For the longest time, it was just assumed we ended up here for some reasons that we don't need to think about.
Also, I'm incredibly impressed by any independent studio that like gets to this level. Like just seeing all the behind the scenes and stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's a tier of professionalism I will never approach.
But we tend to be masters of our own fate. The only thing that stops us from doing the really cool things is time. And we're in a huge fan culture at the moment, where everything has spawned off of something. If you look at something and if you intend to use it, you have to emulate it, which means you have to understand it.
That's
I've
true.
landed in a very unique place where
I actually really like that. Hold on.
Where everything has spawned off of something. If you look at something and if you intend to use it, you have to emulate it, which means you have to understand it.
Yes. This is the basis of why I do all this analysis shit is, after like 10 years of trying to write a book and coming up short because I literally didn't know how to do it. Like, it's one thing to have an idea. It's another thing to know how to realize that idea. I had to study media criticism for 10 years to figure out what the fuck was wrong with my writing.
I've landed in a very unique place where if I want to make a costume of something, I can also make the character that it's derived from.
Wait.
Where if I want to make a costume of something, I can also make the character.
If I want to make a...
I've landed in a very unique place where if I want to make a costume of something,
is he saying if I want to make a costume of something?
I can also make the character that it's derived from.
I can also make the character that it's derived from?
Like 9:30 favorite person. He's amazing.
At the end of the day, we're still looking at people and they need to behave like people. As an animator, there are things you need to notice.
I definitely feel like this is the type of person that Final Fantasy, like, in the hands of Tetsuya Nomura, like, most specifically must have spoken to. He seems like the same type of dude. Like, saying something like, if I want to design a costume, I can also design the character that comes with it. That feels like how Tetsuya Nomura must approach designing certain characters. Like, aesthetic down, you know?
That most people wouldn't be seeing. The most important thing, do this as often as you can. Watch movies or watch shows or watch things. Just keep your eyes open. There's a lot of destiny, really. I mean, very few people have the luxury of doing exactly what they want to do as their job. There's never a day where I forget that. Moving forward is I always think about what's next. So like I'm super excited to finish what we have so that I can just start working on something else.
Definitely a dude who was thinking like, I am supposed to look like a Final Fantasy or Devil May Cry character. Like, that is that is what I'm supposed to look like, and I will go to great lengths to make it true. Anyway, that was good. Solid tribute. God damn it. Okay, let's see. Was there another request, or did we reach the end? Scrolling up, I keep accidentally reducing my windows down. I think that's it. I think we're caught up on all the viewing requests. Does anybody else have anything else they want me to watch tonight? I feel like I had something else in mind that I wanted to show. We could wrap this up real quick. Let's see. Why am I signed into this channel? I should be signed into We Watch Anime still. No. Hello, anime fans. I've got that fucking generic, moody song they were playing.
Trixie, by the way, as promised, I completed the list of furry pride anime.
Okay. Something like this title. Gotta explain why it's, late for Pride Month. Okay. Do you have a thumbnail in mind for this? I'm gonna need to figure out a thumbnail here. Anime culture is probably the tab we want this under. Yeah. I don't know if I'd call this analysis. Precure. What all anime get talked about in this one?
This is going to be.
Love the little YouTube preview player. It always works phenomenally.
This is going to be clip.
Come on, work with me.
That the show was set in called Elder Tale. You know, it's funny
Okay,
how
there
close
we
it is to Elden Ring. In the real world, Nyanta was a human, but when him and the rest of his friends get trapped inside of the world of Elder Tale, he is one of the first to accept.
Talk about Log Horizon, Escaflowne, I think is in this one, or was that in the first one? I don't know. This shit is taking too long to load for me. The tags don't really matter that much. We'll move on. Next, monetization on. Let's get some fucking ads in there. Maybe the previews will work on this screen. Actually, it just automatically set 2 in there. Let's add another one. Let's put one. This looks like a good break spot. Yeah, that one's. This one can come earlier. There we go. That'll work. Whatever. Add suitability. Of course, there's no swearing in this video. I don't swear. Let's import the end screen elements from the previous video. And we'll have to do a thumbnail before we're done with that. Before it's ready to go live. Carrie always with $5 says to watch Donkey's Donkey Kong Country video. All right, let's do it. Typing Donkey Donkey didn't get me as close as I thought it would to that.
Before Last of Us 2, before Metal Gear Solid 2, and Donkey Kong Country 2 took the main character of the game and said, nope, you don't get to play as that guy, even though the name of the game is Donkey Kong Country. And you know what? You don't get to play as Diddy Kong now. Go play as Baby Kong. No, you know what? You don't even play as monkeys anymore. Now you're a fucking elephant. Even back in the 80s, Donkey Kong was flipping the whole script on this weak-ass industry. The arcade sequel, Donkey Kong Jr., had you going up against Mario, who is now the villain of the game. But in the 90s, Nintendo was shipping DK all the way off to England, where Rareware was going to revitalize the baboon for a new generation. Donkey Kong Country. When two real gamers see each other in the street and they start talking about real games, this is the games they're talking about. What's stupid about this game is that they put this song right at the start. Why would I even play any levels when I can just listen to this song already? Funky Kong going crazy on the stand-up bass, but then some fucked up guy comes in on the piano and he says, but eventually you do start the game, and you know why? Because this whole game is non-stop fucking Mongo jams. These soundtracks, no, they can't be done, but somehow they were. Level 1, the drums start fading in over this jungle ambience. Then the second drum comes in. The funky Kong. Boom, 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 boom. But then the bass transforms into, oh shit. But then it reverts back into, this level is a whole different story. You hear those water drips echoing through the cave so naturally the instruments weave into the background and then they disappear like a magic trick. Every 30 seconds, this song morphs into something else. For this song, I am like a pirate now. What I love so much about these Donkey Kong soundtracks is how they disconnect the idea of excitement from loudness. This music is exciting. It's catchy, but it's also pretty quiet. They're jamming out with their eyes on the decibel level, never allowing the subtle trickery to be swallowed into a cacophony. Forest Interlude. This song sounds like a mystic golem just woke up from a 300-year nap and started doing the robot. The bonus room song is genius because the real bonus is that you get to hear this song. When you go to Wrinkly Kong's house, she's playing Nintendo 64, and if you listen, you can hear what game she's playing.
Oh my god.
With the level Bramble Scramble, the developers knew you would be stuck in that bullshit level for 10 hours, so they went, okay, well, we better put a really good song here because you're going to hear it like 3,000 times. Then you got these joyous, celebratory tracks. This is like the music that plays when you meet Santa Claus in heaven and he gives you $1 million. The sounds are so lush with such luxurious instrumentation. Listen to that. Oh, that's nice. Oh, what's that? Oh, I love that. In this song, the mood starts like, nope, you can't do this. But then the drums kick in, and then you're like, I can do this. Flight of the Singer goes the opposite way. You start off like, hell yeah, let's do this. Then the piano comes in. I feel like you could give these musicians some sticks and a blade of grass, and they could turn that into an album. They turn fucking monkey sounds into an instrument. Any song with a bass line, that's a done deal, okay?
You say 5Ds in chat. I'm very glad that we could introduce you to Donkey. I'm guessing you don't know about him since you said I like the way he talks. But yeah, he's one of the better YouTubers. One of the better like long time legacy, big name. How many fucking subs? 7.5 million subscriber YouTubers.
They got every song on this game. They got... And the graphics and the gameplay is good too.
Great video. What I love about that video is that it's entirely focused on the music, which is by far the best thing about Donkey Kong Country. Like, I have no argument with any of that. Do I have time for a Manhunt chapter? I don't know if it's around. It is around. Maybe. Let's see how long it is. I have to start a part 2, right? And it's not midnight yet. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 pages. We could probably do a chapter of that. But yeah, I like that he focused on the music so much because I agree with everything he said. It was good analysis of the music, aside from just kind of like, blowing it over and over again. But, and by that I mean sexually. Like, it's Tetralog Horizon or maybe Hug to a Pre here. All right, hold on. If I can get both of them. I don't know if they ever showed up in a scene together. Oh, this is kind of cute. I like the idea of using Nyanta because Log Horizon's a pretty popular anime and he's a pretty recognizable character from it. Man, does all this fucking trans bitch do is flirt with Naotsugu the whole show? Is the whole point of it just for her to
lust after the big man. I mean, I get it. I'm not saying it's like wrong. But does she do anything else? Oh. Okay. Sure. Yeah. It's the right resolution, so I don't even got to do shit to it. Let's go with that. Yeah, beautiful. It's furry, it's log horizon. What's not to love? Okay, let's make it public. This is going to be... Yeah, like I think Donkey Kong Country, those games, I personally am not a big fan. I don't enjoy the gameplay of them very much. That type of like old school, like momentum driven platformer. I always feel like those games, like the old Mario games, the old Donkey Kong Country games, like a lot of those types of games, Sonic games, are like the most fun if you play them over and over and like memorize it. Like you have to be really determined. And I think that in the 90s, like kids were more likely to get like one game that was the only game they'd heard of, and then just like be obsessed with that game because that is the only game they knew about, you know? And then like eventually you learn about some more games, but like as you start making money and you get that you're like able to make whatever decision you want, you're no longer going to pick the game that like takes you hours to get past the starting level. You know, you're going to pick the game that is instantly gratifying, you know? And I think as gamers have aged and more games are made for adults, that's why they're easier. Like I ironically enough think that hard games are for children. You know, it's usually nostalgia that will drive someone to go back to a hard game that maybe like they struggled to beat as a kid, but now you can like master it to such a preposterous extent that you're like making it a joke for yourself, you know, or competing with other people to see who can do it the best. But like it all, you know, it all stems from like a period of time of thinking like this is what you had to do with your life, is like master this video game, you know? DKC doesn't require much memorization. It's more about reaction. Those two things go hand in hand if your reaction times are not very quick. You know, like if you're not capable of that level of reaction by instinct, you know, then it takes memorization. But yeah, I'm personally not very good at video games. I have my hand-eye coordination is shit in general. So like it is for me like to master like a game like a Super Meat Boy. It's more like the muscle memory of doing that operation, like knowing exactly how long you're going to hold each button for and when you're going to press each button. Like it's less of I'm looking at the visuals and reacting, and it's more like I, through doing it over and over again, have memorized exactly how long I need to press each button for, you know? So that to me is the memorization aspect. And like with a game like Celeste or Meat Boy, I'm more likely to get through it because you're memorizing an incredibly short sequence. You know, it's like memorizing a phone number. You're just like saying the numbers over and over again in your head until you get past that segment, and then you don't need it anymore, so you forget it. You know, whereas with these like longer games, especially older games that had a live system, you're kind of expected to beat the whole fucking thing in one go. Granted, the game's only a couple hours long, you know, but like you're going to know those couple hours. You're going to have them entirely instilled into your brain. If you like have actually beat Super Mario or actually beat like Castlevania 1, you know, without using save scumming, the whole game is probably inside of your brain. Plenty of people feel that way even about some modern games like Dark Souls. You know, I know people who've beaten Dark Souls hundreds of times and there's nothing they couldn't tell you about it. I can actually picture most of the Dark Souls map in my head, like I'm looking at the 3D models from like a distance, like doing the zoom out all the way feature on the map in Metroid Prime. I can picture a lot of the Metroid Prime map in my brain, you know, but it's a vague shape. It's not truly complete. Lapusha, the next chapter would be $10 because it is 10 pages. You love Celeste, you hate the hotel, especially that one freaking ghost that keeps killing you. I never made it that far into Celeste. I've only made it to, if the hotel is like the thing made of books, like a big weird library type place, I think I made it through that, but not much further. I'm not sure. I don't remember a hotel specifically, so maybe I didn't make it that far. The kind of games I kind of want to get into the most are shmups, which unfortunately are very reaction heavy, and that's why I suck at them. But they're the only kind of game that I can see like just going back through over and over, and again, they're very short usually. Best shoot 'em ups for beginners. Jesus fucking Christ, that is loud. Why is this 43 minutes long? Why is a video introducing beginners 43 minutes long? Star Parodier on PC Engine.
So without further ado, fun.
Oh, this dude looks like a...
Wonderful.
I won't say. I'm not going to be judgmental.
It's inviting, but it'll kick your butt. As good as any Gradius game. Those games are not easy. Can in the early levels. Better still, on the music is well done. Substance over early bullet hell. Special version is unique in that, unlike the original, it was designed to be loot.
That looks pretty good.
Easy as early bullet hell gets. And while they're
okay, Batsugun. That sounds like something I might want to look into.
So I could adjust.
Now, these games are harder than fuck.
To my heart's. It's one fine game. They can scale as
all the
well.
cave shooters are fucking hard. I know that. Right, we got a couple of super chats here. Lapusha with Australian $10 says, Manhunt, this chapter is wet. Ugh. I don't like the sound of that. And also Cosmic Blue with $5 says, you should design a Sorcerer's Stone-esque symbol for your gay furry book. That is a good idea. There should be some kind of shape for the crystal that's in the glove, probably. Like something that's not too generic, but is easy enough to draw, you know? That could just be the symbol on the glove, like the shape of the crystal. Maybe even various symbols to represent the different families of magic or whatever. Yeah, there's got to be some kind of magic. Like it's got to be like the trolls, you know. I've got to reach that just right sweet spot of like. I guess this is technically a spoiler, but there's like 14 families of magic that are planned. So each one will have their own gem, their own color, you know. So there should probably be their own symbol and shape as well. Just as much cult iconography as I can manage, because they are all basically cults. Like the I'm saying too much.
As it could have.
This is not a video I'm watching. We're reading Manhunt. Okay. Part 2, the new women's commonwealth. I contend that the problem of transsexualism would best be served by morally mandating it out of existence, said Janice Raymond. Fuck you, Janice Raymond, whoever you are. As a transsexual, I don't think of myself as a woman. Women are human females. I'm a human male who went through medical procedures to alleviate dysphoria, none of which has rendered me a woman. Sex and genetics are immutable, says Louise Berry, quoted on the Trans Allies page of whatisawoman.uk. Fuck you too, Louise Berry. You don't get to say. Nobody gets to say. Fuck all of you for having an opinion about it. All right. Chapter 1, I guess, of this section. Psycut Patribus Sit Deus Nobis. No idea what the fuck that means. It was Ramona's day off, and Feather's bedroom smelled like sex and weed and Hunan Palace. I don't need to be wearing the headphones for this. And Hunan Palace. The thick, sweet scent of plum sauce and the oily tang of scallion pancakes clung to their fingers and tongues. Ramona jammed half a soy sauce-soaked pancake into her mouth and chewed. You can't get this in Baltimore, she mumbled through it, spraying golden crumbs, and laughed at herself. Weed made her stupid. It slowed everything down until her thoughts felt caught in crystallizing syrup. Feather, their big brown eyes glassy and half-lidded, made a sleepy sound of assent. Ramona wondered idly where they kept their estrogen, if they had it squirreled away in a cool, dark cistern under the apartment building, or if they bought it from one of the city's freelance testicle collectors. They weren't really a tranny, not in the dangerous way. They'd had their balls cut off sometime before T-Day, so there was no chance they'd catch it even if they stopped taking their E. She couldn't imagine them like that anyway, not soft, daydreaming Feather with their doughy arms, round face, and untoned thighs. They could never have turned into one of those monsters. She swallowed, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and rolled over, throwing herself across Feather's legs and wriggling around until she could straddle them. They squealed and kicked when she clenched her muscled thighs against their little belly and round hips. She bent to lick the bluish stretch marks upon their upper arms, her blonde hair brushing their teacup tits. The spicy musk of their armpit flooded her nostrils as they squirmed underneath her. She pushed her face down into it, lunging across their body to nip at the tender skin and sweat-damp hair. You taste so fucking good, she breathed. Feather giggled. The soft, smooth press of their flesh formed a seal around Ramona's mouth and nose as they squeezed their arms against their sides. She bit down, savoring their squeal of surprise and pain. She pressed the flat of her tongue to their sweaty skin, gripping their wrists as she did. They fought her. She pinned their arms against the rumpled sheets and licked the shivering, tender skin of their armpit. Feathers shifted under her, their little cock pressed against her ass cheek, hard against her ass cheek. She rose up, hair falling across her face, and grinned at them as they whined, straining against her. Please, they whimpered. Please, Daddy? She ground against them, getting wet, growling low in her throat. Please what, princess? Kiss me. Ramona dipped low enough to graze their softly pointed chin with her lips, then pulled away with a mocking laugh when they lunged at her, mouth open. She curled her lower lip, letting saliva gather between it and her gums, letting the resultant loogie dribble from her mouth to dangle glistening over Feather's face. She pushed her tongue against her lip and let the rope of cloudy sputum fall. I have to look this one up. Mucus and other matter that is coughed up from the lungs and airways. Okay, I should know that word considering how much I cough. Sputum. Where the fuck? Okay. It struck just above their parted lips and dripped into the dark, wet cavern of their mouth. Feather shivered with delight, their hands curling into trembling fists where they lay pinned to the threadbare sheets. She dug her nails into their wrists, grinding harder, smearing wetness on their cock, their belly, the sweaty stretch of skin between them with its thicket of pale reddish curls. Her high was coming in on earnest now, washing her brain in a cool fizz of dissociative release. Her limbs felt loose and clean and weightless. I'm dirty. You're a dirty girl, she murmured into Feather's ear, and she ran her tongue along the ridges of pliant cartilage, pinea, concha, helix, antihelix. She heard in her bio teacher Mr. DaCosta's voice, which made her snicker, probing at the mouth of the canal. She bit their earlobe hard and relished the sudden tensing of their body under hers. She growled again, low and slow and lazy this time. They let out a piteous whine that was equal parts frightened and horny, a pre-tantrum snivel that sent a filthy thrill of arousal up through Ramona's stomach. Kiss me, Daddy. Their voice broke, and she let go of their ear and kissed them, a fluttering, warning shock of her orgasm growing at the crux of her pelvis, just above her cunt. They tasted like greasy takeout and baby powder, like lilacs and sweat and weed and pussy. She forced her tongue into their mouth, choking them for a moment before pulling back and biting down on their plump lower lip. They squealed. I'm disgusting. Fucking whore, she whispered, letting their lips slip through her teeth and spat full in their face. She let go of their right wrist and reached down between them to slip a finger between her slick lips. It was coming now, like clawing at an itch she hadn't been able to reach in days. Feather looked up at her with those big, soft eyes like a newborn fawn. Spit glistened on their cheek and the labial fold of their nose. They were smiling at her. She wanted to slap them, to scratch their shoulders and their soft little breasts, but she was so close and her whole body was aching for it. She stroked and thrust without restraint at her swollen cunt, her breath coming in choppy little gasps. A blat of static cut through her on coming release, her walkie crackling somewhere in the heap of discarded clothes at the foot of Feather's bed. She thumbed her clit frantically, biting her lip, but she knew it was gone. Hot frustration bled down through the still tense muscles of her thighs. She blew her hair out of her face, every sensation, from the slight chafing on her inner thighs to the tickle of her own hair against the back of her neck, suddenly irritating. The walkie crackled again. An older woman's pack-a-day voice fuzzed through the speaker. Central for Lieutenant Pierce. Report to City Hall ASAP. Acknowledge. Over. She scrambled off Feather, kicking them in the hip in the rush to the edge of the bed. Sorry, she hissed, though really she was angry with them. She didn't know why. She dropped to her stomach and finished through her pants until she found the ruggedized black plastic brick and clicked the PTT. This is Pierce. On my way. Over. Don't keep her waiting. Over and out. Ramona had scooted off the edge of the bed, getting her feet under her, stepping into her fatigues and yanking them up without bothering to look for her underwear. She was dripping a little, but the dark fabric would hide the worst of it. Sports bra, undershirt, putting her head through an armhole and almost ripping the worn cotton trying to get it right. Her high felt suddenly like suffocating. Her fingers fumbled with buttons and zippers. She nearly forgot to buckle her gun belt. Feather sighed, rolling over and reaching for the piece and lighter on the stacked milk crates beside the bed. Ramona felt a surge of horny frustration at the sight of their wide, round ass. She wrestled for a moment with the temptation to retrieve the paddle from the closet by the painted-over inner door and made the most delicious sound against their creamy skin. Don't be a fucking idiot. Sorry, she said lamely, feeling suddenly awkward in the doorway of the messy bedroom. Sorry I kicked you. No big, said Feather, shrugging. They held the lighter to the piece's bowl, the weed inside kindling into reddish embers. They sucked smoke, then let it stream out from their nostrils before pursing their lips to blow a ring. She wanted to hook her fingers in their mouth and yank their head up until they were staring helpless up at her, drooling on her hand, but it was over. They'd moved on from the scene, their shoulders relaxing, their manner shifting from bratty panic to an almost lizard-like calm. Ramona picked at her right cuff, teasing a loose thread and telling herself that she didn't want to cry, that this wasn't a big deal, just a fat hooker doing their job. Settle up tomorrow? They smiled. The sunlight coming through the window and the leaves of the pear tree outside fell in dappled tatters across the goldfish sleeve tattooed on her their left shoulder. Sure, honey. She left by the back stairs, cutting through the apartment's cramped little kitchen and taking the narrow, whitewashed steps two at a time. In the building's deserted first-floor hall, she paused before a water-spotted mirror to center her septum piercing and straighten the collar of her jacket, where, embroidered in golden thread, the words Maryland Women's Legion XX 8, or I guess 28-5, stood out bold against the green, but in Roman numerals. I have to piss before I continue this. Continuing. All right. Boston City Hall was a brutalist stack of honeycombed concrete cells, recessed windows glinting between its regimented slabs. It faced a long, tiered plaza, the steps of which ran down to Court Street, where the old hall and state house had been burned and dynamited, and now only twisted steel and broken masonry were left. Across the plaza to the north stood the JFK Federal Building, webbed in scaffolding from the structural work the city had begun last year. Ramona liked Boston. It was old and earthy, and the wind off the harbor was pleasantly cool. The city had none of Maryland's cloying pseudo-southern politeness. Hey, that's what I like about it. In fact, I hate Boston. Fuck Boston. Love Maryland. The plaza was mostly empty, except for the dozen or so protesters with their cardboard "No Turfs" and "Trans Rights" or "Humans Rights" signs, who jeered and shouted at her as she hurried past them down the steps. She grinned and threw them a salute. 2 Legion soldiers in second-hand riot gear stood by the hall's plate glass front doors, one leaning against a concrete bulkhead, the other lighting a cigarette from the butt of her last. Nice, chuckled the taller of the two, a black girl with island chains of vitiligo on her cheek, her hands, and across the bridge of her nose. Her name was Kari or Karen, Ramona thought, something with a K. Inside, the building was, if anything, more forbidding than its facade suggested. Light fell through skylights set into the ceiling at regular intervals, creating a grid of dusty illumination sharply demarcated by lines of shadow. Bare concrete steps rose toward reception and the elevator banks and offices beyond it. Ramona thought that it had probably bustled in its heyday, the shouts and whispered conversations of its hundreds of loud, rude Massachusetts civil servants ringing from its unforgiving walls. Now it was almost empty, just like the rest of the world. Major Molly Lang was waiting for her by the stairs. Molly was a broad, stocky dyke somewhere in her late 50s or early 60s. A lady never tells was her unchanging reply when asked. With leathery skin and close-cropped silver hair, she said she'd been a cop for 20 years before T-Day, but Ramona had never quite believed that. There was something inexplicably career postal carrier about her. Maybe her quick, confident stride or the orthopedic sleeve she always wore on her left knee. "Hey, Molly," she said. "How's it hanging?" Molly grabbed her face so quickly that all she could do was yelp and slap ineffectually at the shorter woman's strong, thick arms. Hard, squinty blue eyes magnified by scratched bifocals bored into hers. "You going up to the boss like this?" "What the fuck are you talking about?" She pushed against Molly's shoulders, but couldn't break her grip. She hated being held like this. Hated it. "Stop fucking around and let me go." "Stupid," Molly sighed, though not without affection. "Your eyes. You look like a roadie coming off a 3-day bender. How much ganja you smoke?" Ramona wrenched herself free of Molly's clutches, staggering a little and doing her best to ignore the curious stares of the few Legion personnel and Boston Council staff dispersed around the cavernous entryway. It was just a spliff, and no one calls it ganja anymore, Grandma. She brushed dust off her jacket. "Do you have a fucking eye drops, or did you just want to break my balls?" Molly chuckled, producing a yellowed plastic dropper from one of her pack's little zippered pouches. "It ain't Visine, but it should work. 2 in each eye." Her expression hardened suddenly as Ramona reached for the dropper. She closed her fist around it. "Tell me you weren't with that thing again." Ramona laughed, fighting the urge to look around to see who might have overheard. "Fuck no," she said easily. "I told you I just went a little dick blind for a minute. I haven't seen it since." "Liar. Stupid cunt. She'll know." "You've got it made in the shade." Molly pressed the vial into her palm and crossed her fingers over it. Those flinty eyes narrowed, the wrinkles at their corners deepening into canyons. "My neck is out for you on this. Don't fuck it up." "Whatever." Ramona jerked her hand away and made a beeline for the door to the stairs. Her mouth was dry. Her heart punched against her ribs. She forced herself to pause there to control her breathing, though she couldn't make herself look back. "Thanks, Molly." "Any time, kid." She was sweating by the time she had climbed the 7 flights to Teach's office, her footsteps echoing stark and cold in the concrete stairwell. As she paused to administer Molly's eye drops, she kept running over everything the older woman had said to her, the tone of her voice, the look in her eyes. I never should have told her, she thought angrily, pushing her eyelids back and squeezing the first salty drop into her right eye. Never should have gotten drunk, even if I am her favorite. Finishing, she dashed saline solution from her cheeks and finger combed through finger-combed her bangs into presentability. She'd been waiting for this ever since they'd left Baltimore. 3 years in the Legion, clawing her way up from errand girl to first lieutenant under Captain Laura Rodham, who'd been killed and eaten by men in the mess after those trannies tried to bushwhack them up near Haverhill. Haverhill! She could still see the stricken expression on the big one's face after she'd missed Teach, plugging Annie in the shoulder with a 3-foot arrow like she was fucking Robin Hood. The other women had panicked, getting in one another's way, firing their crossbows. They never used guns outside of a city if they could help it, at nothing. She'd kept it together. She'd almost gotten that big Frankenstein bitch, opened her cheek up like a box cutter slicing through packing tape. I want a cigarette. She forced herself to take a long, deep breath and let it out as slowly as she could, then stepped through the swinging door and into the 7th floor hall. Wall-to-wall carpeting, the color of overcooked hamburger, greeted her. The fluorescents overhead were dark. Nothing non-essential came on in Boston until after sunset, but light poured in through the open office doors that lined the hall on either side. City staff watched her pass with guarded curiosity, pretending to hunch low over their desks while peering at her from the corners of their eyes. They were still nervous about the annexation, which they insisted on calling a strategic partnership, like they'd had any choice in signing it. It was a takeover, pure and simple, and everyone knew it. Ramona passed a conference room where a few dozen women sat taking notes from a slideshow presented by Joanne Scales, a Legion staff sergeant in drab fatigues, her long black hair thrown over one shoulder. On the projector screen behind her was a slide of a man cut open from his gonads to his chin, the filth of his cancerous insides laid bare. To either side of that ghastly incision were the bumps of his fledgling breasts. Teach's office, appropriated after their 2-day conference with the city council in the shadow of 1,000 armed Legion soldiers, lay at the end of the hall behind smoked glass doors that rendered its interior a landscape of dark blurs. Ramona took a moment to compose herself. She closed her eyes and tamped down every thought she didn't need, every feeling she shouldn't think about. Soft brown eyes and skin like buttermilk. She let it all drift away, like leaves floating down a stream, then passed on her best parade face and let herself in. Pasted on her best parade face. Sorry, that's an odd sentence. I don't hate it, but it's odd. The room within had been transformed, its bare concrete walls obscured by bookshelves, and the prints Teach carried everywhere she went in a long flat black case. Gerda Wegener's sex doll portraits of her tranny wife, big Bambi eyes and pouty mouths and sleek plump curves. Some nobody New England painter's self-portraits, spindly hands, buck teeth, horsey face bracketed by shaggy brown hair. Hundreds upon hundreds of selfies salvaged from the wreckage of the internet and printed out on photo stock like Polaroids. Bodies posed in feminine contortion, shoulders wrenched to hide their breadth, faces upturned to obscure the jut of blocky jaws and the bulging knots of Adam's apples, dyed hair and stick and pokes and ragged, choppy bangs, the faces of the enemy. Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine having such a huge collection of pictures of trans women all over your fucking place. Seems a little bit obsessed, I might say. There was a map of the East Coast laid out on a long oak-top desk, the working roads highlighted in blue. Beyond it, Teach stood by one of 3 tall, narrow windows looking out over the plaza below and the skyscrapers that flanked the downtown area where the ruins of Logan Airport lay off of the tunnels and South Station bulked dark and silent but for its sole working route, the one connecting it with Providence. You kept yourself together under fire, said the older woman, turning from the window so that the light blazed around her in a golden aureole. Her voice was low and throaty, her gray eyes almost colorless in the sun's glare. The XX tattoo on her forehead stood out livid against her pale skin. I was impressed. Ramona remembered the screams. She remembered the shwip thunk of the arrow whipping over Teach's head to bury itself in Annie's shoulder, just above and to the right of her collarbone, and the screams of the men pouring down the eroded slope of the gully along which the trannies had fled. Shoulder to shoulder, she said, almost automatically. That's the only way the sisterhood survives, ma'am. Teach laughed softly, pulling her high-backed chair out from her desk. She sat and gestured for Ramona to do the same. We haven't seen much of each other, she said. She seemed never to blink. Ramona, perched on her folding metal chair, fought the urge to blush under her gaze. No, ma'am. You're a Hollywood girl, aren't you? Teach pulled open the desk's bottom drawer and drew out a half-empty bottle of Glenlivet and 2 paper cups. She poured, then pushed one toward Ramona across the weighted-down maps. How'd you wind up in Baltimore? Just for a few years. She sipped her scotch, the peaty, smoky liquor burning the back of her throat. My dad lived out there after he and my mom split. She got diagnosed with lung cancer April of 2018, and I moved back to PA to take care of her, so a few months before T-Day. She could almost hear her mother's rattling, phlegmy wheeze coming from the next room, faint over the sound of The View or Days of Our Lives playing on the gigantic 90s TV set. She died in the blackouts. My brother's, a great amorphous mass of sadness heaved up suddenly from the depths of her stomach, beaching itself inside her. She blinked her tears back furiously, short of breath. I'm sorry. Nut up. Fucking nut up and stop crying like a little bitch. Those big pale eyes moved over Ramona like searchlights cutting fog. It was a bad time for all of us, Pierce, Teach said softly, tapping a finger against the rim of her waxed paper cup. Why don't you tell me how you joined the Legion? Ramona felt an overpowering sense of gratitude toward the other woman. She finished her drink in one quick swallow, relishing the warm, mellow bite as it rolled down her throat into her belly. She sniffed. I saw you speak, ma'am, in Philly 2 years after. She could still see it. That day in Love Park, by where the fountain had been, Teach up on a podium in black fatigues. She'd had an undercut then and worn her hair up, with Legion girls at ease around her, an informal bodyguard and a few maenads flanking the stage. The pop and whine of the generator they'd brought, and the feeling that had flickered to life in the pit of Ramona's empty stomach as she listened to the stranger. How many times have you heard the world is over? I'm flattered, said Teach. Her smile was dazzling. How long were you with Captain Rodham's platoon? A year and change, ma'am, since I made lieutenant. I depended on Lara. She was a good sister, a good soldier. I'd like to think I could depend on you in time. Surreptitiously, Ramona wiped her sweating palms on her fatigues. I'll give you my best every goddamn day, ma'am. Then congratulations, Captain Pierce. I'll expect you in the plaza tomorrow with your new command. Ma'am, I don't know what to say. Teach's lips twitched into a faint smile. Say yes. She stood and held out a slender hand. Ramona, rising from her seat, saw with surprise that her cuticles were bloody and bitten, dotted with frayed flakes of skin. She took the older woman's hand and shook it, confident as she did that those unblinking eyes would claw right through the sockets of her skull and pry the truth out of her, that she was a fraud, a fake, a dirty chaser, fucking the enemy every chance she got. She forced herself to hold a smile until it hurt. Yes, ma'am. And there you go. That's that chapter. Shift in focus, going over to the girl from earlier. Turns out she's a trans chaser. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. How much money per word? Yes, $1 per 350 words, as Lapusha said, or per page. That's 350 words is about a page. And even it's like a Google Docs page, you know, so kind of a big page. Although sometimes text is smaller. It all depends on your book, you know. If we're talking about the fucking Bible, the pages are goddamn extra thin and covered in words. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the perspective shift, but I do welcome it. I like the idea of going into the turfs. I also think it's funny that like they act so like hyper masculine, you know, like the biological women are all like, I mean, they're military. It's a military organization. They have to be that way, you know, but like they're just unfathomably fucking butch, you know. I want to shoot them up. They only fucking exist on the PC Engine or what? There's a top 10 best shoot 'em ups on the PC Engine and no other console. We'll watch this till I get another request, I guess. Oh, that Space Fantasy Zone looks pretty adorable. I feel like I'd have a really hard time getting used to like judging distance on objects in that. What a weird looking. Oh my god, you grow bigger. It seems like a danger rather than a help, though. Bendy. I saw this game for sale physically at Too Many Games. Where can I play Twinkle Star Sprites? The Switch? Really?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Dace here.
Oh my
We
god.
all know that plenty of STGs can be played with 2 players, but most of the time, this means the run is tackled as a joint effort, with competitive 2-player shmups feeling quite rare next to the cooperative ones. I remember seeing the trailer for Rival Megagun and thinking how ingenious the idea was. The thought of attacking your opponent with a boss was entirely new for me, but one that felt like it would be a blast. Little did I know Twinkle Star Sprites, or TSS for short, had done something almost identical a little more than 2 decades earlier. If you've never heard of or played this game before, stick around because TSS boasts high levels of addictive gameplay and is worth a look. Today, I'm joined by Autumn, who will be tackling this review with me and who I've recently been going up against in numerous matches. We'll be covering the 2018 Hamster-published ACA Neo Geo version for Nintendo Switch, a sub-series of the Arcade Archives lineup. With all that out of the way, let's get into this.
I played this on an arcade
Twinkle Star
machine
Sprites is a 1 to 2 player vertical scrolling competitive STG with puzzle-like
Too Many
elements. The game
Games.
was developed by ADK and published by SNK in 1996.
And it ruled. It's basically Toho 9. I assume this came first. That one, Lucario fan, $10 says, appearances by Fluffy Aaron. Type that on Google first result. Feel free to interrupt with commentary. This should pay for all 3,700 words of Chapter 1. The fanfic that made me a furry. True story. All right. This will probably be the last thing we do tonight. Because I'm definitely going to get tired reading another 10 pages. I typed that completely wrong.
Rough Aaron. I put a G in there. There we go. It's a Pokemon fanfic. All right. Lucario is fairly famous now in Cameron Town. Lots of people want to meet him to talk to him. I am one of them. But how could he notice an ordinary and boring boy like me? Yowie story, human / Lucario. All right. Let's go. Story has been removed. Please return to details page and try original source page. It might be there. What does that mean? Original source page? Okay. We'll just go to here to fanfiction.net, right? This will probably work. Maybe. Is this it? It seems the same. Okay, this seems like the same thing. Okay. Let's go. As you read this, keep in mind that English is not my mother tongue. This was really hard to write. Enjoy. Yeah, I believe it. That it's really hard to write if it's not your mother tongue. I mean, it's hard enough to write as it is. What is it about this world that has always bothered me? How selfish and hopeless people can be? Oh boy. So far, we are starting off with Oregairu. What's that anime called? My Romantic Teen Comedy Snafu. Whatever the fuck the English title is. Or at least that's what I was thinking, laying in bed on that depressing rainy Tuesday morning. My summer vacations had just started, but I already had to deal with the same bullshit that made me so damn angry every year. Every single year, I had to put up with what I thought was the worst about others. How they only think about their own little self and forget about what persons around them might be feeling. Hell, even people they love. What I'm getting at is, basically, there's a big number of shitheads who really don't give a damn about the personality of a person. All they care about is the physical appearance of themselves and of the guys or girls around them. This is just like a total we haven't even established any kind of character or setting. This is just a total worldview drop on us right here. All they care about is the physical appearance of themselves and of the guys or girls around them. Ever wondered why ugly or fat people are thrown aside of society? That's not true. And why some of them become what we call jerks, denying any social contact with others? Well, maybe it has to do with how others treat them in the first place. I mean, yes. This is very autistic so far, but I appreciate it. It's cute. It's moe in its own way. I sighed. Again, I was getting moody because of the rain. I sighed, where are you? Who are you? I got up, stood in front of the window, and slipped my... What window? The window... Hold on. Did I miss something where they said where they are? Rainy Tuesday morning. Okay. Just the window. All right. The window of the school house. Anyway, I got up, stood in front of the window, and slipped my hands in my pockets. The raindrops were hitting the glass panels, guided by strong gusts of wind, who emitted a long, gloomy whistling against the walls. The sky looked like a puffy gray blanket of heavy clouds, inflated by rain that was constantly falling. From the height at which I could admire it, my entire village looked like it was mourning as the shadows of the many houses were shaken by intermittent thunder. Okay, so you at home? I was lucky enough to live in a house situated at the top of a hill. Okay, and enjoyed a pretty nice view. So that needed to be the first sentence. Like, I sighed. I was lucky enough to live in a house situated on the top of a hill and enjoy a pretty nice view. But again, I was moody because of the rain, like just okay. Heavens are crying today, said I in a low, quiet voice. And as I looked over the entire village and a little to the right, I'm just
It must be a pretty fucking when I was thinking the entire village, I'm picturing like a town, it's like your view would be entirely encompassed by the town, but like no, they're looking out the window on the hill and there's the whole town, and then to the right of that is whatever else. It's just such a funny sentence. Where the fuck was I? As I looked over the entire village and a little to the right, I could see the castle dominating the rest of the little town by its imposing size. I sighed again, but this time I could feel a spike of sadness in my own voice. I knew what was really troubling me wasn't the bad weather, but it was the only reason I was sometimes going to that castle in the hopes of seeing him. I wouldn't always do, but when I did see him, hear him talking, or even better, exchange a short, unexpected glance, I smiled at that thought. I never dared talking to him. Damn, that means I'm just a creepy stalker, I thought, rubbing the back of my head in shame. Yeah, I probably was a creepy stalker. But hell, I had decided that today was the day. I'd go to his usual training camp in the forest, hoping that he was there, and I'd talk to him for the first time. I knew he would train there very often because I just happened to overhear a conversation between him and the queen where he explained what he was doing of his days. Since then, I just kept doubting, scared of his reaction if he ever saw me, noticed me. It was the perfect chance to get to know him, though. It's a bad weather to bond, but oh well, I guess, I complained, grabbing my coat and umbrella. Outside, the storm felt a lot stronger than it did in front of my window. Yeah, I fucking bet. The rain was hitting my umbrella with such force that in combination with the hurling wind, I could barely keep it over my head. But I was bravely fighting this weather as I was heading for the forest where the heavy ropes of rain would be less strong. I approximatively knew where I had to go. But as I was getting closer to the training camp from whence I was hearing fighting noises and a voice, that's a hell of a way to structure us. As I was getting closer to the training camp, I began to hear fighting noises and a voice, from whence I was just like, wait a minute. I didn't expect the sentence to change so hard. My steps started getting heavier and heavier. My legs didn't work as well. My breathing was getting erratic, and a little tears blurred my vision. I covered my mouth with a hand right as my steps completely stopped. The sounds, which were still relatively quiet from afar, echoed in my head like a loud gong, a bell that rung in my head indefinitely. I could feel my blood strongly pulsating in my temples and running down my body like boiling. My entire body was alert now. My fear and anxiety reached their peak, and for a second, my body didn't react at all. So this is like a panic attack, right? Then I heard one loud grunt from the training camp. It was clearer than the others, and it snapped me out of my fear. I wiped my tears away, took a deep breath, and took another step. The sounds were getting closer, closer, and closer every second, every step. Now I was a few meters away. That was it. I walked around the trees that surrounded the training camp and entered it, my heart pounding fast inside my chest. Watch out! Everything went so fast. I was only able to see clearly for a short second, only to realize that I was in the way of a log that was about to hit me. From the size of it, I'd probably get crushed. I closed my eyes and waited to die. It happened so fast that I could only see for a second. But in that second, I closed my eyes and waited. The whole second that it took. But nothing happened. All I heard was a loud thud and some kind of grunting. And as I understood that I didn't get hit, my entire body started shivering. I opened my eyes again, only to see that he was standing right in front of me, his back turned to me, and he had stopped the log with both his hands. I took a step back as he let go of the log and turned to face me, clearly angry. What are you doing here? I looked into his big red eyes for a second. Mine started to be blurred again by the tears. I started trembling in an even stronger fear than earlier. He crossed his blue-furred arms against his chest. His blue and yellow fur was wet because of the rain, and his paws were covered in mud. I'm sorry, Lucario. Go back, he said, as he went back to the center of the training ground. You have nothing to do here. I took another step back. There, I had fucked it all up because of my own stupidity. The only chance I had of being able to meet Lucario was gone to shit because I wasn't able to do anything more than being a clumsy idiot, and now he probably just saw me as another annoying kid. I picked my umbrella up, turned around, and without a word, headed back home. However, as soon as I was far enough, still inside the forest, I leaned against a tree and cried my eyes off. Cried my eyes off. Sat down on the muddy ground and curled up to cry. My body was shaken by long shivers as I kept whining in sadness, gripping my own pants, tugging on them in rage against myself. I have to say, this is maybe the most pathetic protagonist I have read ever. I stayed there for a few minutes, releasing my own stress and shame in a river full of tears. It just felt better to realize my negative feelings this way. In an outburst of anger and disappointment, I threw my umbrella away, only to see that he was standing there, a few feet from me. Lucario was just looking at me with a somewhat embarrassed look. From how he looked at me, he had probably just arrived there. What are you still doing here? I stood up and wiped my tears away. I like how Lucario just acts like Shadow the Hedgehog, by the way. I stood up and wiped my tears away, blushing in complete shame. Great. I had annoyed him, and now I looked like a whiny little crybaby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I don't know, to do what I did, I stammered clumsily, to interrupt your training. Lucario sighed and picked up my umbrella. He came closer, opened it, and gave it back to me. I looked up at him, my eyes still full of tears. I told you to go back home, Paul, he said with a strict voice. Good old Paul and Lucario. But he didn't sound angry anymore. You're going to catch a cold here. For a second there, just a second, our gazes met. Only for a very short second was I able to gaze into his eyes as he shared my umbrella. My cheeks turned bright pink until he turned around and left. Speechless, I did the same. I couldn't utter a word. I didn't even know what to think anymore. But a sudden thought stopped me right in my track. I looked back. My name. He had just said my name. I told you to go back home, Paul. How did he know my name? It's not that hard, y'all. It's definitely like I get it. Like being myself an autistic child once. This feels like that to me. Like the way I saw the world. Like I was surprised when people knew who I was that like went to my school because it's like I never introduced myself to you, and it's like, yeah, your name is read off on like a list of names every day in front of everyone. Everyone else pays attention to everybody else around them. It's only like narcissists and autists who like aren't even putting an effort to think about people until they've like cut into your world in some way, Anyway. The next day was torture. All I could think about was him. While laying in bed, the pictures of how he looked at me under my umbrella kept replaying in my mind over and over again without a stop. I once again could see his beautiful red eyes turn to look at me. I could see his strong body closer to mine than it ever was. I could hear again the sound of the rain falling on my umbrella. Our umbrella, and as I closed my eyes, I could feel all of it like it was happening again. Amy, was I missing a reading stream? Yes, you did miss a bit of Manhunt if you weren't here for that, and I'm also now reading this strange Lucario fan fiction that turned that one Lucario fan into a furry, apparently. To be fair, in this fanfic, Lucario is a homeless wandering hero, just like the movie it's a fanfic of. So it's actually surprising for him to know anyone's name. It's like a vagabond knowing your name. Okay, interesting. I guess I haven't seen the movie this is in reference to. Unless it's that one with the Mystery of Mew where like Ash turns into Poseidon at the end. I've only seen like the ending of that. Where Ash turns into Poseidon. Anyway. But then I thought about what happened in the training camp, how I came at the perfect wrong time to be the biggest annoyance. And every time this replayed in my mind, I said, fucking get over it, dude. Annoy him again. I had been the perfect dumbass. But then, once again, I'd think, how did he know my name? And my heart would start beating fast in my chest again. He clearly said my name. I knew that. I heard it. But how? I had never talked to him. I didn't say my name to him, so how? Knowing how confused and torn apart I was. This is like what I have to imagine it's like to actually be inside of Shinji's head. I'm so glad there's not an inner monologue in Ava, because it would be listening to this, you know? Knowing how confused and torn apart I was, I decided to change my mind, and I got up on that Wednesday morning, only to see that it was still raining. I went to the bathroom to take a good warm shower, hoping this would relax my tense muscles. I undressed and looked at myself in the mirror. A pretty normal male teenager, not very tall, not very pretty, long, dark, messy hair, brown and green eyes. Nothing noteworthy about me, just heterochromia, you know. My body wasn't something to be proud of. I wasn't fat. I wasn't slim either. My belly was just a little round. Sounds like you're probably slim. I wasn't muscular, nor had I anything special. I was just a teenager. I slipped inside the shower and turned the hot water on. It instantly started pouring on my body. I sighed, closed my eyes, lifted my head, and enjoyed the warm sensation. Definitely, this was one of life's best feeling. I didn't clean right away. I just stayed there in the shower. I could feel every one of my muscles relaxing in my body, from my neck to my shoulder and my back, even to the legs. Damn. Damn, ... That's it. I took the shampoo bottle in a hand and poured some on the other. Please don't write like that. I poured shampoo into my hand. You fucking don't need to mention any of the other parts of that. That's not about like English not being the first language. That's just like how writers do. They think they need to like describe every step of the process. And it's like, if you just say like, I shampooed my hair, I will assume you grabbed the bottle and put it in one hand and squirted it in the other. That's how it's done, you know? Anyway, it would be noteworthy if you did it a different way, you know? If it was an abnormal fashion of putting on the shampoo, that would be worth writing out. I rubbed it on the top of my head first, then on the sides. Wow, we're really going through it. Then I took the rest of my hair and rubbed it softly, making sure I know how fucking shampooing your hair works. I shampooed my hair. That's this whole paragraph. Greasy long hair really isn't pretty to look at, and it was very important, even if I was a boy, that I regularly took care of it. I'm sorry, this is a trans woman. I don't know what kind of boy this is supposed to be. This ain't no boy I ever heard of. Anyway, I then threw my hair back and kept the shampoo on it while I was cleaning my body. My parents had bought one of those caramel-scented shower gel, and damn, did it smell good. And as I rubbed my body with the shower gel-covered glove, it was like I was cleansing my soul of all my problems and stress. This very simple daily process of taking a shower was surprisingly effective. Between the hot, relaxing water, the smells of shampoo and soap, and the very simple feeling of cleaning yourself, it was definitely a good way of starting the day. But then it's the best part of waking up. But then came the moment when I had to get out of the shower. Uh-oh. Nobody likes getting out of the shower. I hurried and put on my bathrobe, shivering because of the sudden cold. Now, see, my technique is I don't get out of the shower. I grab the towel and I completely dry myself before getting out so that I don't have to be cold for even a fucking second. The reboot? There's a reboot of this? Why did you have me read the original instead of the reboot? Incredible. I guess because this is the one that first did it to you, right? So maybe you want me to see the evolution or something. Anyway. Where was I? I then threw my hair back and kept the shampoo on it while I was cleaning my body. Did I already read this part? I don't think so. My parents had bought one of those caramel-scented shower gel, and damn did it smell good. And as I rubbed my body with the shower gel-covered glove, it's so fucking specific. It was like I was cleansing my soul of all my problems and stress. This very simple daily process of taking a shower was surprisingly effective. It's almost like everyone does it. because it is so effective. There's nothing surprising. It's actually the least surprisingly effective thing it could be. Between the hot, relaxing water, the smells of shampoo and soap, and the very simple feeling of cleaning yourself, it was definitely a good way of starting the day. Yeah, we all know. But then came the moment when I had to get out of the show. Oh, wait, I did read this part already. God damn it. How did I read all that twice? I must have truly been in a... Did I skip that paragraph and then have to go back to it or something? Is that what I did? Did I just like accidentally... Am I getting from this person never showers, Gary? Maybe. Or that, or they're just don't think other people shower, or think other people shower for different reasons than the reasons they do. This is fun, although I'm not going to do that tonight. If you want to do the reboot, we could do that later. It's fun for me because it's like I enjoy reading this type of writing where like their intent is pure, but the understanding of like what is good storytelling is not there all the way. But like you have certain instinct, right? Like the idea of there needed to be like we needed to understand the relationship, and there needed to be an inciting incident towards like something happening. Like so far this has mostly been the main character thinking. It's incredibly in this person's head, which this is how a lot of my writing, especially in high school, was, you know, like it's just me trying to process the way I think basically. And so there's just very few actual events in the story, you know, and every event there is obsessed with on like the fetishistic detail level that's totally unnecessary. Like so far this whole chapter, you could have probably written like 3 paragraphs and covered everything that's happened so far and lost almost none of the content, you know? Yeah. It is like Lucario the Hedgehog is more of an entity than a character. Is he a hedgehog, or are you just making fun of... He does feel very, very, very much like like one of the hedgehog characters in any of the hedgehog medias. Anyway, okay. Then my eyes turned to the window. I could see the rain and, in the distance, Cameron's castle. And I thought about him again. Who the fuck is Cameron also? Is that the guy from the movie? And I thought about him again. What was he doing right now? Was he thinking about me like I was thinking about him? Was he annoyed at the thought of how I reacted? No. He's if he's thinking about you, he's thinking, well, nice ass on that kid. I wonder if I can get in that. And how the hell did he know my name? I sighed again and rubbed my eyes. Thinking like this wasn't going to help. How old is Lucario supposed to be in this story, by the way? Is this like some weird age play shit going on here too? Because the main character's like a teenager. Is Lucario a teenager? What's the deal with that? Do I need to be concerned about the legal status of the Lucario and teenage boy relationship in this book? Lucario is a teen, Aaron was the adult? Okay. But the setting of Lucario and the mystery of Mew is Cameron's palace. Lucario's former master who sacrificed himself to save Lucario was named Aaron. Okay. Lucario's a teen. Watch the movie dubbed and you'll hear Lucario's teeny boy voice. Okay, so it's a teen romance between a boy and a Lucario. But maybe talking to him again would just to apologize. I try to find him in the castle and apologize to him for everything. Everything. You literally just like walked into a place where he was training and annoyed him a little bit. Even if that would be far from the relationship I dreamed about, that would still be enough. I just didn't want him to think that I was another annoying little brat. I was pretty young compared to him, though. Would he even take me seriously? I seriously swear to God, like, I can't imagine that even, like, girls this age, like, are this self-doubting or, like, introspective about, like, this is like shoujo manga turned up to 11. Like, this is the way that shoujo manga characters act, but like with so many more words, you know. It's like, wow, this is the most like insecure you could possibly be. I shrugged and prepared my breakfast. I'd do it, then I'd leave him alone. I didn't deserve to be with him anyway. Yes, I won't be long, I promise, I said to my mother as she saw me taking my coat and umbrella again. Yesterday you came back covered in mud. Please don't try and look for Lucario again, she asked me in a soft voice. I sighed. I had told her everything, and she perfectly knew that I loved Lucario. So he's been telling his mom. I had the luck of having an understanding and loving mother, but this time I couldn't explain the complete chaos that had gone through my mind before taking the decision to go see him again. I smiled, waved, and went out. It's not really chaotic. You kind of have been thinking one thing over and over again. In about 20 minutes, I had reached the castle's entrance. I stood there looking at the open doors. A few persons were visiting the main hall, where some of Cameron's relics were displayed for all to see. The place was very quiet, in a kind of respect for this highly historical place. A century ago, not far from here, the Great Battle of Cameron took place, a war that opposed two huge armies. I assumed that by that they meant a war in which two huge armies opposed one another. Aaron, Lucario's former master, sealed Lucario and sacrificed himself in order to end the war and save the kingdom. Lucario was only recently freed from his seal about a year ago, and since then was all alone. As I was reminded of our town's history, something caught my attention. It was Lucario. He was in the castle and was heading right towards me. For a second at least, that's what I thought, but I quickly realized that he hadn't seen me. I breathed deeply. What the hell is this? Hey, I just got $6, probably from Substack. Fuck, I lost my place. All right, it was Lucario. He was in the castle and was heading right towards me. For a second at least, that's what I thought, but I quickly realized that he hadn't seen me. I breathed deeply, relaxed, and came closer to him. Hi, Lucario. His ears perked up in a surprise, and he looked at me. From his face, I could tell he instantly recognized me. He didn't say a word. I guess it was pretty obvious that I had something to tell him. I wanted to apologize for yesterday, the way I acted, how I interrupted your training. I'm really sorry. I respectfully bowed after apologizing, then looked up with a very shy and unsure look. He silently nodded as a way to tell me, it's okay. Just tell me, he said, why did you come to my training grounds? The question surprised me as much as the fact that he actually talked to me, which I was not expecting at all. I stayed speechless for a second. I wanted to see how you trained, I replied in an even shyer voice. I was lying, of course, and it was probably pretty obvious. How I trained? I looked down at the ground and rubbed a spot on the floor with my shoe, extremely shy. Damn it, why was I born such a bad liar? Is this a lie? It seemed like he did want to see how he trains, right? Is that not what he... I guess he was going to, like, confess. But that would have been a good way to go about it, would have been to watch him train for a while and then say something, which seems like it was the plan. Okay, whatever. I can show you. The answer left me so confused that I uttered a vague, sure. He moved his head and kept walking, as if telling me to follow him, which I did. I walked behind him as he was headed to the training camp. Both of us were silent. He wasn't asking any questions, and I didn't have anything to say. I wasn't yet aware of what I was doing. I was about to spend some time with him. Very quickly, though, we arrived. The place was a somewhat big forest clearing, in a quiet place of the woods. A dozen of logs were strapped to higher branches with strong, thick ropes. I watched it for a second and sat down on a rock a few feet away. A dozen of logs were strapped to higher branches with strong, thick ropes. I'm guessing he means there's like a rope bridge, like a trunk, like a tree bridge platform, right? Like a thing. Lucario still wasn't saying a word. He closed his eyes and his hair started rising and stopped when they reached a perfectly horizontal position. They simply hovered there for a second, and all the logs started moving all at once. I contained a gasp of surprise and almost let go of my umbrella, but I remained speechless when I realized Lucario was dodging every single one of the logs, which were rocking back and forth in a large pendulum motion in every direction. Okay, so he's doing like a Sen's Fortress thing. The Pokemon was swiftly avoiding all of them, even hitting them sometimes to give them more speed. while his eyes were closed. And I kept watching silently as he went on for about 10 minutes without a stop, without a break in his focus, and without any visible sign of tiredness or weakness. He then managed to get out of the vast zone where the logs were swinging while still avoiding them and came to me. He looked at me. So, this is how you train? I asked clumsily. He nodded. This training I learned from my master Aaron. He turned to look at the logs. I didn't reply. I was just watching him. Being so close to him made me feel extremely uncomfortable and happy at the same time. I was afraid of looking annoyed or stupid, but my heart was beating so fast every single time he looked or looked at me. See, like this is relatable. This feels more like in the heat of the moment, like it's not slowing down to like, again, go through every single detail of someone moving. It's like we're feeling the emotions in real time, It requires unbreakable focus and courage, he continued. I never was able to reach the strength of my master. I looked at him, admiring how strong yet modest he was. He definitely deserved respect. He turned to me and looked me in the eyes. Well, it's your turn now. I hope you watched carefully. What? I said, confused. What do you mean? Well, it's your turn to train. If you wanted to see me, it must be because you wanted to learn the ways of the aura. I stared at him, completely confused and lost now. So he was expecting me to do this thing with the logs? Well, I couldn't back down now that I had started to create a lie. I couldn't just tell him that I just wanted to stalk him anyway. I stood up, put my umbrella down, and stood in the middle of all the logs. My legs were shivering. I swallowed my saliva nervously. You could just make up any other... Oh, no, actually, I just wanted to see you do it. So, I'll have to avoid them all? Do I have to close my eyes? No, I'll just make 3 of them move, and you can keep your eyes open, he sighed. He stared at me. I was worrying so much, shivering like a little girl. Tell me, do you know what you're doing? Not really. I was completely confused by fear, and when he started walking towards me, I seriously thought he was going to yell at me or punish me, and a scared look came across my face. But he gently took my hands and showed me the position to be in. Your hands are very important. Swiftly move around the logs, and always make contact with them. Don't avoid them. I looked up at him as he took my arms to position me. My cheeks turned bright pink, and our eyes met again as he glanced at my face to see how I was reacting. I gazed at his eyes once again, and he stayed longer this time. For a second, I felt like he was pulling me towards him. But he simply backed away. Get ready, he simply said, simply. I nodded, simply, unsure about what was going to happen. But at my surprise, when the logs started moving, only 3 of them did, and they were a lot slower. Lucario was probably the one to make them move. No. I started clumsily avoiding the logs as best I could, moving from right to left, trying to follow the advice of Lucario. My original stance quickly became a panicked stance, and I fell right on my butt after avoiding another log. I looked over to my right. Lucario had come up to me. That wasn't so bad, I guess, he concluded, but I felt in his voice that what I just did was terrible. I don't think I'm made for this, Lucario, I replied, little tears forming in the corner of my eyes from the shame. I could feel Lucario's stare on me. Maybe you are. Your aura is... He paused, looked away. Never mind that. Get up, we're done for today. I obeyed and got up to try and wipe the mud off my pants. From the corner of my eyes, I could see Lucario was still looking away. I bowed respectfully again. Thank you very much, Lucario, I said with a shy voice. But this time he turned his head to look at me. He stared at me. No, he didn't stare. He gazed. He looked deep into He looked deep into my eyes without a word. I did the same. He was beautiful. His red eyes were hypnotizing. Be careful on your way home, he said in a low voice. You too. I quickly turned around to hide how hard I was blushing. My heart was pounding, my hands shivering as I took my umbrella, and my mind was complete chaos right now. Wow, did I really just get as lucky as to be able to be so close to Lucario right now? I headed back home without looking back, knowing my heart would probably explode if I did. Paul, come on, you're covered in mud again, my mother complained at the sight of my dirty clothes. Thanks for listening to me, you idiot. I love you too, Mom, I said with a smile. I knew my mother didn't mean that insult. It was just our way of talking to each other. And as I put my coat and umbrella away, my thoughts went to Lucario again. What I had just lived was incredible. For a second, when he looked at me, I felt something strong, something intimate, something undescribable, something warm under that cold rain, something warm in that muddy and silent forest, something that my fragile heart felt in all its intensity. And I knew, deep inside, I knew that Lucario felt that too. I knew it. He had to have felt it. I looked through the window, watching the castle. It looked like such a quiet place to be right now. I could see little streams of water falling from the roof of one of the tower to the lower ones on the main roof, snaking their way between tiles, meeting with other streams of water, growing to end up falling to the muddy ground like a waterfall. And behind one of those, I could see someone, a blue figure. I smiled, put my hand in the window, and gazed at that figure. He was looking in my direction. I couldn't see the red of his eyes from where I was, but I could imagine them. Come on, Paul, you're right in time for dinner for once. What did you cook? Waffles. Waffles for dinner. I turned around to go to the kitchen, then hesitated. Turned around again. The figure was doing the same, leaving. I smiled again. Well, someone looks like he's happy. She laughed when she saw my dumb smile. My sister was already eating the first waffles. Got a new boyfriend, the latter said with a little grin. What? No, don't I have the right to be happy? I was clearly not convincing. Born a bad liar. Huh. So I guess he's already taking Lucario to be his boyfriend. This is cute. I mean, again, what I appreciate about this is that the feelings come through. The writing craft is not there. The pacing is terrible. It definitely gets better in the second. Once they actually meet and start dating and it becomes about the feelings that he has towards Lucario, it feels like there's a better split between action and reaction. You know, where like something happens and then there's thinking, and then something happens and there's thinking. It's not like fucking spending all night cooped up in your room having every conceivable thought about, you know, what's going to happen tomorrow. Like, it feels better in the second half and also more relatable. I could see having loved this when I was a teenager. Like if I had read this as a teenager, I think even the stuff about it that bothers me now would have bothered me less. So I can easily imagine how this made you a furry. Like, you know, fanfics like this have had a profound effect on me over the years, where it's just somebody like using their most generic conception of what a story is to make something like intensely personal that like at the same on the one hand, like the there's so many cliches, like so many romance cliches in this story. It almost feels written from romance cliches. But at the same time, there's something so raw about the way this author feels about Lucario and like how much they want a presence like this in their life, like how much they're portraying like a type of a person and a desire for a type of a person, you know, comes through heavily. So I appreciate that. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not good, but it is not bad. How long is this fucking thing? 4 chapters? Okay, that sounds right. Yeah, all right. That's it. I think we can end this live stream. 5.5 hours is a pretty fucking long time, and it's almost 1 a.m, and I gotta wake up to help Berg get ready for work, probably in a few hours. So, thanks for coming out, everybody. This was a very fun stream. First one of the month. I'm gonna try to make every stream a little bit more pointed this time. Like this stream, we had like an hour and a half of solid like podcast. And then it kind of became like a reaction, review type stream, which was still very fun. But I like there being some semblance of formula to this and not it just being like random every time, So I'll try to come up with some kind of concept if I do an episode tomorrow. If not, we will be back on the 4th with the special Commenters Day of Amnesty. So look forward to that, everybody. And I'll see you around. Bye.